so thrilled to see everybody with us today. We have all of us in one room together for the next couple days. We're looking forward to making the most of it. I am Nani Barretto. I want to give a big shout out to all of our partners, to our Hawai'i Wildfire staff, to our sponsors. This event would not be possible without your support and your partnership, so thank you. We have worked really hard to pull together 2 days of sharing resources, sharing information, making connections, learning together, with the goal of finding our path forward in a collaborative spirit. We look forward to being together for 2 days. Some quick housekeeping, the bathrooms, I hear it's out the door to the left, so you can use the exit door on that side. For exits, I just look where the firefighters are. They're usually pretty good about knowing where that exit is. I'm also told if you need a password for the Wi-Fi, I'll try to put it on a screen later, but it's pretty simple. HWMO, all capital, 2025. With that, I'm going to hand it over to our County of Hawaii Mayor, Mayor Kimo Alameda.
Aloha! Welcome to the Big Island. Some of you guys from far away, from the continent, some of you from other islands. Yeah, so welcome to our island, our beautiful Big Island, or the Hawaii County, or we can even call it the Moku o Ke'awe. And here we are in Ke'aho. So Ke'aho, this area, the Hawaiian word, it really means a new era, a new beginning. And this conference is a new beginning for us. You know, I've never seen so many interested individuals from different parts of the state, even the nation. And I'm looking over here and I see, I know the states, you guys get the Smoky Bear, and then the fire department get the dog, but we have also here the Puehu, okay? The owl that's looking over, making sure everything is pono. So, this is an event that our chief is super proud of. Big Island is super proud of this event, you guys. Because, our county, we cannot drive over to Oahu. We cannot go drive over to Maui or drive to Kauai. We'll talk story with you folks on best practices, what you guys do and what we're doing. So the best way we can do it is to have a conference like this. And we're so appreciative that you all take the time to fly over to our beautiful island. So thank you so much for doing that. It's going to be an awesome 2 days. I saw the agenda, plenty breakouts, so I am super proud and humbled that we're having this conference here on this beautiful Big Island. I'd like to give a shout out, so Firewise has been around for a long time, and we're fortunate to give a shout out to Denise Littman, who's now in the police department as the PIO, but Firewise is a nationwide organization, if you will, but thank goodness it came to the islands in the early 2000s, and spread throughout our different communities. And so we love that partnership. And we couldn't do it without you folks. We had Lahaina, California, and Big Island had our share of some wildfires as well. 1969 was a big time. My parents still talk about it. Pu'anaulu, 47,000 acres. 2005, Waikoloa. In fact, Firewise at that time created a fire break, and it saved many lives at that time as well. And so here we are trying to figure out how to make sure that we can be safe. Most of these fires, over 90%, start by each human. And so we got to continue to educate ourselves. There's so many different avenues to go. The breakouts are awesome, and you're going to have a really good time. So thank you again so much for coming. This is going to be an awesome event. And with that, I got to turn it over to the person who really is super excited, who's helped to spearhead this. Put you guys' hands together for our chief, Kazuo Todd.
Take it out because I like to walk anyway. So So kind of my goal here is to talk about the goals of the summit. Months ago, I sat down with Elizabeth, Nani, and we dreamed of a conference with about like 80 people. Because we wanted to bring our Firewise groups together, we wanted to talk about projects moving forward, and we wanted to get some work done on this island, because we need the communities to be part of that process. And then it started just growing, and growing, and growing, and we kept adding more and more to it, because we realized there's a need. All of you are here today, all of you are sitting here today, because each of you has kuleana, responsibility for solving our problem. It is not going to get better in the near future. In fact, per all of our scientists and our knowledge, we probably expect more and more fires, larger and larger storms, high winds, and these kind of conditions to continue into the future. And so we, all of us here, need to come together to figure out the pathway forward for Hawaii. Each of us, from the planning departments and figuring out our zoning to determining whether there's two ways in and out of communities, to our building departments and determining how we're going to build our buildings, to our fire departments and our prevention bureaus and our partners in the many, many areas from 501c3s to HWMO, are all coming together for one purpose. It is because each of us, from the community level to the government, has kuleana in solving this issue. So I welcome you all to the Big Island. I thank you all for being here. Hopefully this kicks back off our conferences and we continue year after year, because we need to come together. We need to talk. We need to communicate with each other to make sure that we are all on the same page, and that as each of us tries methods or processes to improve and make ourselves safer, that we are doing it as a group. If we come together as a group, I think we can make it successful. And if we don't, I think we're going to have some hard times in the future. So thank you all for being here, and thank you all for taking the time and coming to our conference, and I appreciate you all very, very much.
Thanks, Chief Todd. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Katie Lighthall, and I have the great privilege of managing the Western region for the Wildland Fire Leadership Council. And I am here to offer a note of silence, or a moment to look back on what we have experienced in the last few years. So I would like to, in recognition and honor of those that we've lost over the last few years, both in the LA fires and in Lahaina in 2023, and equally as important, those who are facing huge challenges in the face of post-fire recovery. So if you would all stand for a moment, please. We'll take a moment of silence. Thank you. It is also my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Moleka Inaba, Hawaii County Council Member, District 8, and Hawaii Kona.
kahi a ka kākou. Mahalo nui, aloha, I'm Moleka Inaba, I serve as chair of the Hawaii County Council, and so privileged and honored to be here with each and every one of you today, to welcome you to this space and to ground our conversations over the next 2 days in what is most important to us as Kanaka of this land. We mix together here in the bowl vai, our water, and pa'akai, salt, and together these elements allow us to cleanse the space, to make it free for discussion, that any bad jujus around the place might go away, and that we all ground ourselves and be prepared for these next 2 days. Special, as Mayor Alameda mentioned, the name Keauhou. And for those in the Honolulu Fire Department, we know that there is a special connection between our ali'i and fire prevention in the fire department. So here in Keauhou, the birthplace of Kamehameha Ekolu, Kamehameha III, Kauikeaoli. Later in his life in 1850, Kauikeaoli, at the request of the people of the land, creates the first fire department west of the Mississippi and the first fire department here in the islands. Honolulu Fire Department serving as the mama department to all of the other fire departments across our islands. And as we look to the future, we remember the history of this department, the departments that subsequently came afterwards, and we honor each and every one of our kupuna, our ali'i, and each and every one of us as we come here today and tomorrow to learn and to partake in this discussion. So with that, if we can please kui luna again, please stand up, and we'll join our voices in heaven. Please sing along.
Now it is my honor to introduce the leader of our PAC, Elizabeth Pickett, to help us deliver the keynote presentation today. Elizabeth is co-director of Hawai'i Wildfire and has been working in this space for almost 20 years now, long before many of us realized that wildfire would be a hot topic in our near future. I hear her often say that our organization and all of this work stands on the shoulders of two giants. Miles Nakahara, and Wayne Chang. And that is absolutely true. Elizabeth herself has continued to help us build that foundation for so much of what we know and what we do in wildfire preparedness, mitigation, science across Hawaii. With that, I am truly honored to hand it over to my partner in crime, Elizabeth, who will share the current state of fire in Hawaii and help us chart a collaborative path forward. Elizabeth?
You'll notice I have a welcome slide up too, because welcoming you is a big deal to us. As a tiny, scrappy organization, to see all of you here gathered is pretty amazing, and to see that somehow you ended up with some swag bags and programs and all this stuff. I'm not sure how we pulled it off, but thank you to the Hawai'i Wildfire Management staff and our team, because this was no small feat, but it's worth it, and we're so glad you're here. And this welcome is really real from us. In the year 2000, we had a few people that gathered for a different reason to look at developing a management plan for a new area that the state was starting to gain management responsibilities for. And near to there had been a lot of wildfires. And fires were increasing, and I wasn't there, but I'll try to tell the story, because they wanted to understand, well, what's going on with that? And from what I understand, they were looking for data. Are there maps? Do we know what's going on? Do we understand the drivers behind it? And when they looked around to see who was doing this kind of work, there wasn't anyone. And so with their vision and their dedication, they created what would become Hawai'i Wildfire Management Organization. And it was a small group of people who were caring about something that not a lot of people were noticing was increasing. And from there, that small group of people hired their first executive director. A couple people later, I got hired in 2007. And then we started having all partner meetings. And at about 2012 or 13, the all partner meeting had, 25, 30 people. Some of you might have been there. It was a PTA. And by the time everybody shared their 10-minute update, it was like the whole day was gone, and we realized, like, whoa, this is getting big. And then in 2018, we had our first Hawai'i Wildfire Summit, and it felt pretty amazing to have over 100, 150 people, and now we have over 300 people here today, and we had to actually turn a whole bunch of people away, and we thought it'd be, like Chief Todd said, small. Oh, we should be realistic, maybe 100, 150, 250, it just kept growing, and we realized, like, the time is now. We finally are at this chapter where everybody's motivated, willing, enthusiastic, scared, all the things that make us take action. And so with that understanding of how this started off on the west side of Hawai'i Island, and then it went island-wide and statewide and Pacific-wide, when we say welcome, we know what this took to get here, and it's really real from us. So from Hawai'i Wildfire Management's point of view, we look at this and we feel such gratitude. I do want to recognize who's in the room, actually, before I move on. We have state, county, and federal leadership. We have representatives from the governor's climate advisory team. We have representatives from the Attorney General's office. We have county mayors. We have fire chiefs. We have state, county, and federal fire agencies represented. We have state forestry. We have Forest Service. We have national partners, Wildland Fire Leadership Council. We have representatives from the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission here. We have NFPA. We have International Code Council. I'm probably forgetting 1,000 others, but this is a big deal for us to have this much collective motivation and expertise in the room. And so this is our moment. And we're just really welcoming the new conversations and connections that we're going to make as a result of these 2 days together. So I want to bring up this, you've seen it everywhere, it's on the programs, it's on the banners, but I do want to acknowledge the fact that Hawai'i Wildfire has long been working in lockstep with so many of our agency partners. We were co-founded by members of our different fire and forestry agencies. We have done everything we have been able to accomplish thanks to our partners and thanks to the collaborations that exist. And the summit is no different. There were a lot of us that were really wanting this to happen, and yet we had no money for it. So thank you to our sponsors who helped make it possible, who covered our lunches, who donated swag, who actually, our funders that you see at the bottom actually pay for our staff's time. We're a nonprofit. We have to cover all of our personnel time. It took a lot to put this together. And we had funding partners who covered even that portion of things. And we had others who, like Red Cross, who covered our community members who needed travel support to get here. So this really has been a collective effort. And that's what it should be. That's what wildfire resilience takes, and it's what this summit took. So I wanted to make sure to acknowledge all of that. I also want to make sure everybody understands the structure of the summit. And from here forward, I want to just build on the setting of intention that Dr. Inaba gave us with his blessing in making sure that this is really headed to the best possible, in the best possible trajectory. And I want to give you a little bit of background into why we structured it the way we did. So some of us who work in this space full time have been a part of lots of community meetings, agency meetings, political, meetings, and there's a lot of really amazing work going on and really important conversations. Ones I never thought I'd see in my career. I thought my whole career was going to be shouting from the rooftops, "We have risk, does anyone care?" And we're not there anymore. We're in some place totally new. But as that is happening, there are silos developing. There's competition, there's duplication. There's folks running out ahead because they care so much but not doing their homework and not building on what already exists and plugging that into that and then building from there so it's bigger and stronger and really stable. So the purpose of today is to go over the breadth of conversations so that everybody's in all the rooms all at once in one day. We're kind of all catching up on what's going on. We're talking about the emerging priorities that all of us are learning. I mean, I've identified lots of gaps in my own knowledge since our 2023 fires, where I realized, wow, our organization could be doing more in this area and that area. We have new sectors that need to be involved, and many are present today. So the point of today is to catch up on what those emerging topics are, what our long-time practitioners have already learned and have available in terms of their knowledge that they can offer us, particularly in natural resource management, because that is one field that is really the genesis of all the good work that's happened. Started off really with an awareness of people who are working on the land and understood that our fire risk was increasing, so we have a lot of lessons learned. We just need to do them at scale. And then we have emerging information, emerging technologies, and a lot of good stuff that has happened in the last year and a half. And so what we want to do today is cover the breadth of that. So the sessions are going to move fast. We didn't build in enough buffer time to make sure everyone can get on and off the stage, so please forgive us for that while we're trying to do the cattle call, just because it was really hard to squeeze everything into just this one day to kind of touch across lots of different topics. But we did practice sessions, like dress rehearsals for all of our topics, and I got really excited when I realized how much expertise and how much we have to work with and how awesome the conversations are going to be today. But on that front, those conversations are happening in here. So I really want to ask that this is not the conference where everybody's hanging out and talking out there, because the place to be is in here. The place to be, the conversations and the discussions and the information and the relationships and the people that we need are in here. So please just come in after lunch, come in after your breaks, come in on time. We have a way to try to motivate you. That's what the raffles are for. So if you could come in a few minutes before each session, you might even get a prize. But we crammed a lot in. But I think it matters, and it's totally great that that's what content is available. But tomorrow will be different. So tomorrow is the deep dive. And so based on your interest, your sector, your responsibilities, we have 2 tracks. And one side is going to be probably much larger than the other side. But we have Pathway 1 is really focused on all the folks working in the prevention, preparedness space. So prevention, preparedness, education, mitigation planning, land management, advocacy, funding, policy, all in one room. That sounds like a lot, but don't worry, it's deep. And then on the other side, it's really focused on response. So our response community, fire and emergency management. There are a few sectors that kind of have a foot in all things, and so planning, utilities, you're invited to make the best decision for where you most fit in and want to be learning and discussing. So just so you can have a plan for tomorrow about what you're going to do. You'll probably stay within your track all day. So we have some ground rules. We always like to set some intention about how we interact with each other and how we participate in our events. And so we just ask you that you participate and engage with purpose and with intention. Please be present if you can. We know you probably have lots of things that you're coming here from and you have to take care of that. We totally understand. Take care of yourself, take care of your health. But as much as possible, please be present and contribute and stay engaged. Allow this to be a time and space where you can actually just sort of steep or simmer in this content, be self-reflective. This is a nice time to be able to concentrate for 2 days because we're all going to leave after this and go off into our worlds and our responsibilities. And not everybody is full-time thinking about this, only a small number of us are. So we know that, and so let this be the time where you can really focus, and then you'll carry that with you for the next year or two before we can pull this off again. Also, in a lot of the meetings I've been in, and workshops and community events, there's a lot of people that are like, the risk is on the other side of the fence. Can't hear that anymore. It's not. It is, but that's not yours. So the idea here is that we are self-reflecting and we're making sure our work is done. And if there is risk and if there is work to do on that other side of the fence, how can we support? Let's learn more about what the sticking points are. How can we advocate? What can we do together? That's what the vibe is that's going to actually carry us forward into safety. So also, we have a lot of diversity in the room, so be kind, ask, listen, learn. We always say step up and step back, so step up and use your voice and share your expertise and your lived experience, but also step back to make room for other people's perspectives to come to the table. Oh, I missed something. We always say that everybody is a teacher and everybody is a learner. And so we can do both. It's okay. We don't have to be know-it-alls and we don't have to feel like we don't know enough. We can be both, and we occupy that space all the time. And that's true. None of us know every sector and every expertise that's in the room. It's why we're together. So some quick notes. I'm so afraid of this, I already mentioned it. Come back promptly to your seats. We're going to try to start on time and keep things on time so we can cover everything that we've squished into this agenda. And also, every single student at Parker School in Waimea made a wildfire prevention bookmark, and they did their art, and we had Kaleo in there, and we did a whole thing for the whole school. And so we want you to vote on your favorite bookmarks, because we're going to really celebrate those students, and we're going to put all of that artwork into our upcoming materials. So do vote, and just keep in mind, don't vote all the 5th graders, because of course all their art is like more developed. So try to vote for kids across all ages. My kids in 4th grade. I'm not even sure he's the 5 of us. I don't know if we can put him there. Anyway, so just vote and participate and help us choose the winner. I told them, like, even our helpers, like our grown-up helpers in the world, need to feel delight and joy and enthusiasm and feel supported by you. So I told the kids that their role is to provide this, inspiring artwork for us. And so really they did that as their contribution to the summit, knowing that you were all here and we all need recharge, and that's what that's for. So enjoy looking at all those bookmarks. And now here's my actual presentation. So we set the intention for the actual summit. I have one slide about the summit, but I probably already said everything about it. But then the rest is really setting our intention for where we're going next. So why are we here in the context of what are our issues and how did we get to this state of wildfire risk? We really want to make sure everybody's on the same page and understands our drivers and our impacts and all the different things that we need to understand as we start to move forward and make decisions and take action. And then we want to set a vision for what we're aiming for together and what we're trying to achieve. So this part I pretty much already said, but the idea here is that we are here to ensure that everyone in this room has that same baseline working understanding of knowledge and information from which to move forward. We want to align all of that. We want to make sure we have the opportunity to move forward together, and we want to do it informed and motivated and connected and energized. It's been quite the year and a half. So we want to emerge from here stoked and ready and committed and honoring the losses that we've all had and making the best we can to honor those who've lost their lives and community. We're also here to take responsibility. You'll hear us say over and over again, there's a role for everyone to play. It's funny, when we first landed on that, we thought it was brilliant, and now it's played out, but it still matters. There's no someone else going to do it. It's us, especially us in this room. And even those who've been working for decades, we all have more we can do. We're also here to ask ourselves, are we doing enough? And are we doing it well enough? Are we proactive enough around our own homes and yards? Are we building collective action? Are we building community? Are we building collaboration? Are we doing our homework before we run ahead? Are we making certain that we are not duplicating or competing because we want to be the ones, but actually just reaching out and making sure we make that call and understand what's happening and how we can plug in and build from it? Are we unsticking what's stuck instead of just saying never, impossible, we never did it that way before? I've heard that a lot, and we can't say that anymore. That's why we're here. We're also here because we're at a critical point where wildfire has become a critical issue, and that we have wildfire-ignited urban conflagrations, where now it's not something that only the natural resource managers care about, but now everybody is impacted, our entire state. We're here because it has unprecedented attention, which means we have unprecedented opportunity, vitally. And I put this map up of our fire history to just remind people, if you're not already aware and tired of this map, we've been mapping fire occurrence for decades now. And we know that wildfires happen on both sides of every island in the state. We know it's from human activities, 99% are human caused. It's not a dry side thing, it's not a Big Island and Maui thing. This is in every island in the state, every side of every island is having frequent fires that require a suppression response. This is an everyone thing. So in that vein of getting on the same page so everyone has the same information, I have a lot of baseline information to share. Many of you in the room might know this by heart, but I think it's worth our time to just talk about it. So the drivers behind the wildfires that we have been seeing for the last few decades are a result of human-caused ignitions. We know that we have landscapes that are now experiencing land uses or non-uses, non-management of lands that are creating a lot of fire risk. We have changes to our weather and climate patterns where we have increasing drought episodes that follow, pulse rain events. So we have precipitation changes, and so when we have those heavy green-up events and then they dry out, we have a lot of risk in our vegetation, and we're having more extreme winds and bigger storms passing that create conditions for extreme wind events. When it comes to human-caused emissions, we know our causes. It's us. Less than 1% of our wildfire ignitions start from lava or lightning. The rest is frustrated, I was going to say dumb, decisions. We're not paying attention. We aren't wildfire safety minded, and we need to be. We need to be careful with where we pull over and park our vehicles. We have vehicle-caused ignitions, we have hot works and welding and equipment-caused ignitions, we have fireworks, we have campfires and barbecues, and we have arson. So we have intentional and accidental fires. We can work on a lot of that just by understanding the risk we face and changing our behaviors and choices. We also know that our uptick in fire proneness on our landscape has to do with changes in land use and changes in active management to unmanagement. And we know that our wildfire situation started to increase when agricultural production ceased and the land stopped being managed. We know that. We also know very, very deeply and clearly that we have system-wide unpreparedness. We have a lack of policy, we have a lack of funding, we have a lack of integration of wildfire safety into almost every aspect of living that we can talk about. And we know what happens if we keep the status quo. We have a lot of communities at risk. Some information about that in case some of the stuff is new to you. 94% of our buildings are in a wildland-urban interface across the state, and 2/3 of our communities only have one way in and out. We also have other hard truths. We have limited water in our rural, undeveloped areas. We have a lack of access. We have unsafe subdivision designs that increase our vulnerability. We have a lack of policies and funding. What little we have not kept pace with our increasing risk. And because of that lack of preparedness and integrated safety in all that we do, our own selves and our systems, there's just no way we can expect that all at the end of the game that we're going to have enough firefighting resources to solve that when there's an extreme event. So we'll talk about impacts. I think we feel them. We probably don't even have to talk about them, but there is some academic-y stuff we can talk about. But we know that the impacts of wildfire are broad. We know they're long-lasting. It used to be where people would just say, well, the grass grows back, who cares? But even then, there were deep and substantial lasting impacts that most people didn't totally know or think about. But I'm going to go through some of those. So we know we lose homes, we lose livelihoods, we lose our cultural sites, archaeological sites, we lose ecosystem health, and tragically lives. But there is some detail to some of those natural resource issues that matter to us and matter to our health and our lives. So during fire, of course, we have smoke. But after fire, we have dust because of changes to the soil that happen when our soils burn. They're very easily suspended in our very typical heavy winds, and so in some places we can have dust for decades. And after fire, we also have post-fire erosion that brings a lot of land-based sediment into our nearshore waters, and that can smother coral reefs. This is a slide I've used in the past to show non-Hawaii folks what a healthy reef should look like, and then what smothered post-fire erosion reef looks like. That's a picture from the South Kohala Coastal Partnership of Kauai High after we had our fire that then was followed by flood. And so you can see that's major. And because of that, we lose water quality, of course. It's no fun to recreate in that kind of water. But the other thing is we lose fisheries, we lose sustenance, we lose a lot when this happens. We also have upland loss. We lose native forest and watershed function and watershed health, which we need. We need clean drinking water, which our watershed forests help to ensure. And you can see what a healthy forest, an example of a healthier forest looks like on the top. And after fire, because of the grass fire cycle, where we don't have fire adapted forests that regenerate and recover and get healthier after fire, we lose our forests. And so it gets converted and replaced. And you can see at the bottom, and, as an example in Waikoloa, but it's by far not the only place, what a 100% converted landscape looks like. And I didn't put pictures here because it's so traumatizing, but we lose life, we lose property, we lose safety, we lose sustenance, we lose jobs, we lose economic security, we lose community. Those are big deal things that I think is the reason why so many people are now at the table. So if I only had one slide, it would be this. Our actions and our systems have to catch up. We have to evolve them to match the level of the risk we face. The good news is we're not starting from scratch. We have a lot of understanding and knowledge about what to do and how to do it. We just haven't been able to accomplish it at scale. We didn't have political will, we didn't have public interest, there's a lot of sticking points. But we do know what to do. We know how to manage our lands. We know how to plant trees. We know how to ensure healthy, thriving forests. We know how to have active agriculture on our lands. We know how to sweep our 0 to 5 foot zone around our house. We know a lot, and we have a lot of opportunity to take action, and we have a lot of building blocks already in place to do so. I mean, my next slide is celebrating the fact that Hawai'i Wildfire Management has been around for 25 years. We have community programs, we have resilient landscape programs, we have mitigation best practices, assistance we provide to large landowners. Our partners have all come together to build a body of work to support action that until recently not a lot of people wanted to take, but we have it. And I never realized how valuable it would be to have it until maybe around August 11, 2023, because prior to that, my own personal story, a few in the room know it, I took my longest vacation of my life and came back on August 7th. And I was thinking, I don't think I can work extra, I'm not gonna work overtime anymore. I've been shouting from the rooftops, we have community wildfire protection plans that nobody's honoring or listening to. We don't have decision makers that are willing to prioritize this issue. Like the if you build it, they will come, it wasn't working out because we built and built and built. We have the Pacific Fire Exchange that has best available science and information to support practitioners, and it's been a 13-year collaboration with the University of Hawaii. We have science, we have data, we have maps, we have programs like, what more can we do? Nobody cares. And so that was my personal story, literally on August 7th. And then August 8th happened, and then within a few days I had a camping mat in my office, and like the world wanted the stuff that we had built. And it took 23 years to build enough to meet the moment. But good thing we did, and it helped us see how valuable it was. And I'm thinking like, wow, we're not done. That was just the beginning, and now all of us need to keep building because there's so much more work to be done, and we need to do it at scale. And it's really kind of awesome because each time I start to crash because I'm tired, our partners are like, no, 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 it's actually awesome, it's moving, it's happening. We have a new social environment, we have new political attention, we have a deeper commitment from our longtime existing partners. We have, all this interest in community preparedness, and not just interest, action. Our Firewise Communities program has exploded. And we're doing our best to support everyone in their desire to get safer. And we have involvement from all the sectors that never cared before. Thank you so much for being here. We also have really cool community sentiment that is supporting this work that we never had before. A survey that was done a few months after Lahaina indicated that people are willing to spend their tax dollars on mitigation staffing, mitigation programs. Like, people want this to happen in our state. Before it was like, well, we can't do anything, that would be political suicide, people don't care, the grass grows back. But that's not how it's panning out anymore. We also know that people really are interested in, or strongly support the use of tax dollars to build out our codes and enforcement programs. And people are asking for rules. They're asking that there's consistency, that there's a baseline standard that we're all trying to achieve to make sure everybody is up to snuff and getting as safe as possible. And they're willing to spend their tax dollars on it, which is very, very new. So now that we have all this interest, we have all these assets, we have resources, we have experts in the room. That's what I forgot to mention earlier. Thank you for being here. Headwaters Economics, Jack Cohen, There's just like leaders in our industry and in our sector who understand wildfire risk and are really pushing the boundaries on what we know and how precisely we can achieve the safety we need. We have folks from the Wildland Fire Leadership Council who helped to develop the cohesive strategy for the country so that we can be speaking the same language and we know where our trajectory goes. And so when I look at where are we going, it's a combination of every community event and workshop and meeting we've been in, our work with our agencies, our connection from local to national standards and goals, and this is where I think we need to head. I think where we're going is that we need to take individual action and responsibility. We need to not point fingers, but actually really do the work ourselves and work across the system and support one another and really unstick what's stuck. There's a lot of stuck, but it's not impossible. This is hard work, but we can do it, and it's all tractable. It's like, we haven't done it before, and there's some things sticking, but we can kind of work through all of that and then really be on our way. But where is our way? What is our pathway? This is what's built upon a lot of the work from our own local partners and our national partners. Where we need to go is to make sure that we are creating fire-adapted communities. We need everyone who lives and works in our state and region to be as aware as possible, as prepared as possible, to deal with these events and the risks that we now face. We need our systems and our funding and even our daily choices to prevent wildfire and to be proactive. We need a built environment that resists, withstands, and recovers from wildfire. And we need to make sure our homes and towns are built safely from the start and that areas that already exist have opportunities for retrofits. We need to be making our landscapes resilient to fire. We need to make sure we're diminishing risk, that we are treating and dealing with our pre-fire hazards. This means addressing ignitions, addressing fuels, making sure we understand our lack of water and we have plans in place and we are moving forward to make sure we have accessible, usable water. We need to manage our lands. We need to manage them through many methods. You're going to hear a session focused on the diversity of methods later. We need to make sure our sensitive resources and our watershed forests are protected. We need to make sure they're not damaged by firefighting efforts themselves. We need to make sure our post-fire impacts on the landscape are treated. This is treating post-fire erosion, flood control, restoration needs. And we need to optimize for safe and effective emergency response. We need to make sure our firefighters are safe, well-equipped, properly trained, that we have enough access, water, equipment, etc. We need to make sure that we have strategies and tactics that address the level of risk that we face and the kinds of changing conditions that we see. We need to make sure we have coordination and multi-jurisdictional, easy, blending sorts of operational responses. And we need to make sure that those non-response functions are actually really robust and the cool place to be. We need to make sure prevention education, community risk reduction, all of that from our agency side is also really attended to. And they need capacity for that, which means we need to advocate, we need to support, and we need to build that together. This is a wordy slide, but it's all the stuff I talked about before. We need the best available information, research, data, maps, technologies to support where we go next so that we can always be using an evidence-based approach so that we really understand how we're going to do this and do this right, and that we're striving for the best that we possibly can reach. And of course, we have always struggled with policy that supports this work, and we've always struggled with finding the funding to do it. But with all that political interest and with all of the resident interest and with all of this need that we're facing, prevention is so much cheaper than response and recovery. So we might finally be able to actually move the needle on that. And none of this can happen if we're running off in our own directions and duplicating and having to be the important one and all this weird stuff I've seen. I also have seen a lot of collaboration. All these years, what we had in the absence of policy and funding was each other. And we did it. We built something amazing over 25 years now. And we did it because we linked arms, we communicated, we care for one another, We went to each other's weddings and baby parties and all the things because we matter and because we live in community. And even if now we have all this interest, I think we have an opportunity not to spin out. We have an opportunity to stay connected, stay coordinated, and the summit is a reflection of that. But we're doing this all the time. We have coordinating groups, we have action groups, we have all sorts of stuff that we're doing. So this is just this big opportunity, but stay connected along the way. There's lots of opportunity too. So with that, I have a picture of one summit looking at another summit. And I wanted to remember to say this is a working summit. It's not just like a conference and you do stuff. This is a working summit. We have convened with purpose. We are the shepherds of this moment. What we do, what we decide to do, what we learn about together, this is paving the way for ourselves, our kids, our next generations. Like, we are shepherds of this moment. We didn't necessarily ask for it, but we're the ones who are coming together to make change and to get better and to get safer and to learn from one another. And so I wanted to leave it there and just let that sink in for a minute. Because when I look around this room, I feel really, really hopeful. I feel excited. I feel overwhelmed by the amount of work that we have to do. But also, we have come so far. And we did it on a shoestring budget, which is a couple people in a small little group to start with. So I'm very, I guess, hopeful and I'm confident that we can and will do this. So I really mean it. So welcome and thank you, and let's do this.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Another round of applause for her. She did a practice with me this morning, and in my opinion, she knocked it out of the park, and she's like, how was that? And I said, crap, who is next on the agenda? Because that's a tough act to follow. And then I saw that it's Jack Cohen, I'm like, yeah, he's got this, we're good. So with that, we are a bit early, but let's stick to the 15-minute break. That way we can build in a buffer for some longer conversations later on.
Limitations to and tools related to matching building and planning codes in wildfire-prone areas to the level of risk that we're experiencing, highlighting the critical role that the built environment plays in fire resilience and exploring the tools we have to reduce wildfire risk and build safely from the start. That's a big charge. Are you guys up for it? Jack thinks he's going to talk for an hour and a half, he said. So I'm just going to introduce our guests, our speakers today by name, and let them tell you what they're doing now, because you have a lot of experience sitting in front of you and a lot of history and a lot of clout right here. So I'm going to let them tell you what they're doing now. But I do remember when we first met, Jack, in an elevator in Denver. Somewhere.
30 years ago.
30 years ago, when I was 12, just to be clear. Just to be clear. So I'm turning it over to you, but I'm a little scared. We're okay. Okay, here we go. Jack Cohen, everybody.
How badly am I going to screw this up? Aloha. So, what I'm going to do is introduce why the built environment is important. And it's important because community wildfire risk is a structure ignition problem. It's not a wildfire. So we're going to be talking specifically about disastrous community fire destruction during extreme, repeat, extreme wildfire conditions. So this is the kind of situation that we're talking about. We're talking about the simultaneous burning of many structures that completely overwhelm us. But importantly, understanding how homes ignite during extreme wildland-urban fire reveals opportunities for preventing wildland-urban fire disasters without necessarily controlling extreme wildfires. Well, so why aren't we doing that? So how are the patterns of destruction that we can readily see from any news report inconsistent with community wildfire risk being a wildfire problem instead of a structure ignition problem? So our society's general misperception of how wildland urban fire disasters occur frames the community wildfire risk principally as an extreme wildfire problem. So let's take a look at how our language is revealing that. The firestorm descended like a dragon from hell on the foothill neighborhoods and laid them to waste. You can't make this stuff up. This is like 40, 50 years worth of media statements. The wildfire swept through the community with a tsunami, not water, flame. The wildfire literally exploded houses in flames, leaving destruction in its path. It was like a war zone. And I heard that in multiple different versions after Southern California this last second week in January. So what is the relationship of wildland urban fire to wildfire? What do the patterns of wildland urban fire destruction tell us about how wildfire contributes to community structure ignition? So let's take a look at this. This is a picture from Paradise, 2018, after November 8th. And a couple of days after this got published, I was called by journalists with the question, can you explain the unusual pattern of destruction? And my immediate response to them was, this is the typical pattern of destruction during a wildland urban fire disaster. Well, so how can we know that this is typical? Well, so when a photo, a scene like this, is put forth, most people commonly see the destruction without seeing the rest. All of the rest. So we look at the destruction, oh, a war zone, but somehow or another, the high intensity that we think caused the destruction didn't happen. Typical patterns of wildland urban fire destruction do not support the notion of walls of flame sweeping through the communities, and wildfires don't literally explode houses in flames. So here is a chronology of how this is occurring. And what you're getting now is essentially my journey of discovery, a mental and intellectual discovery of what the heck is going on. These homes ignited from lofted burning embers. The wildfire flame front never got to the community. When we look at Los Alamos, we see total destruction surrounded by green vegetation. How did this happen? It didn't even happen from burning embers. It happened from continuous surface fire through pine needles to get into the home ignition zone. So when we look at even the Melbourne fires of 2009, we see the same pattern. Napa, 2017, the same pattern. Car fire, a single house is burning with all the vegetation around. Greece, the same thing. Oh, wood construction? No, reinforced concrete. In 2020, the same scenes in Oregon and Northern California. So what we have is unconsumed tree canopies amid the total destruction of homes. And that indicates that wildfire flames did not spread through the community, burning trees did not ignite the homes, and the trees that have their canopies burned were because the house was burning. So commonly, communities burned by the fire spreading through residential fuels, the vegetation and structures within that community. Homes ignite and burn hours after significant wildfire activity has ceased at the community edge. The wildfire initiates ignitions. That's its primary role. Multiple simultaneous ignitions within the community, and then the community burns without the wildfire. Let's take a look at an example. where at 12:20 in the afternoon, the fire got to the community at somewhere between 9:30 and 10, and the houses that you see burning are at the end of roughly a 40-minute involvement from significant involvement to a glowing debris pile is about 40 minutes, an hour and a half after the wildfire got to the edge of the community, these structures in the scene ignited. And when we look, so we're in a helicopter, we're just going to turn to the right and look into the community about a half a mile, and what do we see? We see houses that are in the completion of involvement, burning, that are further away from the wildfire and community edge. And when we look closer, we see in the ovals structures that are just beginning to experience significant involvement. 2.5 hours after the wildfire got to the edge of the community. What the heck does that say for us? It says that wildfire doesn't spread through the community like a tsunami of flame, leaving total destruction in its wake. Extreme wildfires initiate community ignitions. That's their primary role. But burning homes primarily continue fire spread within the continuous high-density community development without wildfire. And that makes this scene an urban fire. So, importantly, local conditions determine the structure ignitions. This total destruction does not indicate high-intensity wildfire exposure. These homes ignited from low intensities and burned without available structure protection. Because of fuel discontinuities, intense wildfire flame fronts cannot meet the combustion requirements for continued spreading into and through communities. It's not the wildfire. Intense simultaneous heating across wide areas of structures does not occur to satisfy the requirements for combustion. It's the local conditions that determine home ignitions. So when we see a scene like this, the local conditions did not meet the requirements for home ignition on the left here. And on the right, local conditions did meet the requirements for home ignition. Two totally different scenes, two different relationships with the wildfire. That makes this a structure ignition problem, not a wildfire problem. Local conditions determine structure ignitions, not a geographic interface or intermixed location, which is why I'm saying wildland-urban instead of wildland-urban interface. To take away this notion that somehow it's a location that is the problem of ignitions. Location doesn't meet the requirements for combustion. So, wildland urban. So how big is local? Well, based on research, local is a structure's ignition vulnerabilities in relation to burning materials within 100 feet and burning embers from all sources, from all distances. So the local area determining home ignition and structure ignition is called the home ignition zone. This home survived extreme wildfire with an ignition-resistant HIV without wildfire control. An ignition-resistant home ignition zone eliminates home ignitions from flames within that area of primary determining ignitions and reduces the burning ember ignitions with building materials and design and the removal of flammable debris. Well, what about high-density development? The home ignition zone is about 2¼ acres. Certainly, we've got about 12 houses in that 2½ acres in this scene. High-density development is overlapping shared HIVs, and that's about urban fire. Your neighbor's home ignition potential influences yours and vice versa. High-density residential development greatly increases the potential for disaster urban fire, a conflagration. Uncontrollable extreme wildfire initiates numerous simultaneous ignitions in a high-density community. The community continues to burn without further wildfire influence as an urban conflagration. The physics of ignition and combustion do not change, but the social dynamics of creating and maintaining ignition resistance becomes critical. Importantly, the high-density development requires community ignition resistance and community structure-to-structure flame ignition resistance to prevent the urban conflagration. Community ignition and fire spread resistance is not a fireproof community. Sustained structure ignition should be expected. Effective community fire protection remains absolutely necessary. So let's take a look from a risk framing standpoint at community wildfire risk. So the risk factors are the ignition hazard, the extreme wildfire exposure, the ignition response, home and structure ignition vulnerability, and ignition intervention, that is structure protection capability. Those are the factors of community wildfire risk. Now let's examine where we have choices in that regard. Well, with regard to the wildfire hazard, community disasters only occur during extreme wildfire conditions when suppression fails. And when we look at the response, community ignition and fire spread resistance can eliminate most ignitions, and it's readily available. It's a readily available opportunity. But interestingly, when we talk about community fire protection, it depends on ignition and fire spread resistance to be capable. So effective fire protection is enabled by high-level community ignition and fire spread resistance. And that makes this a community wildfire risk, a structure ignition problem. So wild and urban fire disasters can be most effectively and practically prevented by creating ignition and fire spread resistant communities, not by attempting to control the uncontrollable extreme wildfires. The built environment matters because it is the key to preventing disastrous community destruction.
I didn't have to get the hook out. I just want to know, Jack, if we refer to you as the godfather of fire research and science, does that mean we're all in the wildland fire mafia? Yes. We need t-shirts for that. I'm going to quickly run through our panelists just to introduce you and let you know where they're from, since we didn't do that up front. But coming up next, or we've got some questions for our panelists, I should say, but I wanted to let you know who they were. Steve Kerber from Fire Safety Research Institute. Thank you for being here. Kimmy Barrett, Headwaters Economics. Carl Fibbinger, did I get that right? International Code Council, and Gary Hoddle, NFPA. And given that expertise, we've got a few questions for our panelists today. And I'm going to read it because it's kind of long. First one, question one, aimed at you, Steve. FSRI did a deep dive into the structures that were undamaged, damaged to different degrees, and destroyed. So that sounds like a triple D in my reading. What did you learn from that process? What building materials, designs, etc. are more resistant to fire? And when do preventive actions, defensive actions, really make a difference? And do you want to come stand up here, or how do you guys want to do that?
I can stay here.
Okay.
So we have several hours to answer that question.
Yes,
So,
hours and hours.
So we had an opportunity through the Attorney General's office, working with the people of Maui, to learn from the tragedy that happened in Hawai'i. we had an opportunity at Underwriters Laboratories. We've been studying built environment fires for over 100 years. Me specifically for about the last 25 years studying how fire grows and spreads in buildings, from building to building, and through communities. And we had an opportunity through being contracted by the AG's Office of Hawaii, working with the people of Maui, and I absolutely want to acknowledge all of the departments within the county of Maui, all the people that we had an opportunity to work with in Maui, the fact that they were able to share their experience, be open with what they experienced, and share that with everyone else, I think makes a tremendous difference. We've got to learn from these tragedies if we're going to get better. Jack mentioned a number of them that we've learned from over history, and it's to be able to put those data points together that we can truly do our best to move forward. We learned a lot. We know these incidents are very complex systems. We know that it's not just looking at the fire itself. It's looking at how that fire progresses. It's looking at the built environment. It's looking at policies, procedures. It's looking at what the people did, the decisions they made with the information they had, and numerous other aspects that go into truly understanding what happened. I could go through a huge laundry list of what we learned, but I mean, Jack hit on a lot of them. Certainly, home density plays a very important role. There were several areas where the fire department was able to save entire areas of communities because of spacing that existed, because of construction sites, because of concrete drainage ditches and things along those lines that gave them a chance to be able to get ahead of the billions of embers that were flowing from where that fire started down to the ocean and start to spread both north and south. So there's a lot of aspects. We saw wind damage to structures that took fire protection barriers out of place before the fire even started that played an important role. We saw concrete construction and walls that stopped embers from penetrating into particular areas. We saw teamwork between law enforcement and the fire department of knocking down a house that was on fire in a village that otherwise would have completely burned down due to the proximity of the structures. However, because they were able to stop that ember ignition, stop that structure while it was one structure, the ones around it were built using some modern construction techniques with non-combustible siding, rated roofs, and other aspects that gave the fire department that fighting chance to be able to stop that fire where it was and keep it from getting worse. So there's countless down to types of windows, types of eaves, all of that matters. So our team went structure by structure with every single one that survived, both interior to the fire perimeter as well as along the fire perimeter to understand all of those components. And I think the big thing that we learned there that we're also carrying on to the analysis of the California fires is that you can't just look at one aspect of the incident. You can't look at a home that's still standing and say, well, clearly it was this building factor that kept that from standing. If you don't understand what the fire department did, you don't understand what the homeowners did, and you don't understand what the pre-existing conditions were there, then you're going to draw incorrect conclusions. So I think that our team did a good job of learning that. There's a ton of reports that are available. Actually, all of the walkarounds we did from every single structure is publicly available. If you want to go look at what those were, look at those factors for yourself, that's all available. So tremendous lessons learned. And I think one of the biggest lessons learned is we need to give the fire department a fighting chance. And if we don't do all of the preparedness work, we don't harden the structures, we don't put those components into play and do it right, then we're going to continue to experience these.
There you go, just pass that down. We have our next question. We'll have time for some Q&A at the end if this all goes well, so stay tuned. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about MUI codes and fire-resistant construction, and how do we improve adoption and enforcement? And that is supposed to be for Carl.
It is.
Okay.
We'll see if this one works. It does, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good. disperse with that. Hi everyone, I'm Carl Thippinger. I'm Vice President Fire and Disaster Mitigation at the International Code Council. I live at this interesting intersection of building codes, building code officials, fire code officials, and emergency managers in the public safety world. The question about why the built environment matters and why codes matter, at the end of the day, the codes are the minimum safety requirements for the built environment. And I think Dr. Cohen hit on things very, very well in terms of home ignition zone and why home and building ignitions happen. We work primarily with the model codes, the International Building Code, the Residential Code, the existing building code, and also the International Wildland Urban Interface Code. And in the IWIC, that Wildland Urban Interface Code, that addresses the wildfire problem and the home ignition problem, both at the parcel level, the neighborhood level, and also at the community level. But they're all interconnected. And I think you heard Dr. Cohen talk a little bit about home ignition and why home-to-home ignition or building-to-building ignition matters. All it takes is that one parcel or one neighbor that doesn't do the work that they need to do, and you've got the first structure ignition that then results in conflagration. And conflagration is 100% real. Dr. Cohen covered some of that, but just to refresh some of you here, most recent, the 2025 LA wildfires, Los Angeles City and County in California. I know there are some representatives here in the room that can talk about this today. 29 lives lost, 16,000 structures destroyed, $250 to $275 billion in disaster. The 2023 Maui wildfires, 102 lives lost. $5.5 billion in damage. 2,200 or more structures lost. The 2021 Marshall Fire in Boulder County, Colorado. 2 lives lost, almost 1,100 structures, $2 billion in damage. And then the last one I'll talk about is the 2018 Camp Fire in California. 85 lives lost, 18,000 structures destroyed, $16.5 billion in damage. So where do we plant the flag and start to stop some of this from happening? Well, the keys are, and I go back to the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, ignition-resistant construction, defensible space in that home ignition zone, emergency vehicle access. As Dr. Kerber said, we've got to give the operations folks and the fire and emergency services the opportunity to be able to get there and do their job and give them a fighting chance. Water supply is critical. Fire sprinklers in the home, not just to put out the fires inside the home, but to make them resistant to spreading to the interface. If we have a bedroom fire, if we have a cooking fire in the kitchen, we don't want that fire to break out and then cause additional fire. So we talk a little bit about the provisions of the code and minimum safety requirements. We use a sliding scale approach, and that sliding scale is really dependent on 3 big factors: ignition-resistant construction, defensible space, and water supply. If you've got less of one, you need more of the others. So less on the ignition-resistant construction, it means that you've got a broader defensible space and a very compatible water supply. How do we get these enacted? Where do we go from here? What do we do to strengthen our codes and our regulations? This is not just a fire department matter. This is a building official, fire official, emergency management, and whole of government, whole of community approach. We need all stakeholders at the table. We adopt code in state statute by rulemaking. We adopt code in local ordinance. We should not legislate the code. You'll hear later from my colleague Gary here to my right. And we have a process at the International Code Council. The National Fire Protection Association has a process. Other standards development organizations have a process. We need to have those conversations in the process and not have them play out in legislatures and in local councils. We need to implement the code. We need to establish and institute a self-sustaining program, review zoning, plans, community mitigation efforts, inspect and determine compliance. These are some of the myths that are out there. And Elizabeth says to me very clearly, let's make sure that we myth bust a little bit. Well, here's the biggest myth bust for you. Enforcement. When we think about enforcement, we think about legal action. We think about the police department. We think about things like tickets and handcuffs and jail time. That's not what enforcement is in the built environment. Enforcement is literally 90% education and changing behaviors. Less than 10% of the enforcement is actually using the authority that you have. But those are the keys. That's how we get this work done. So hopefully that answers your question, Katie. We drove to that, so thank you for the opportunity.
Aloha everyone, my name is Gary Honnold. I'm the Regional Director for the National Fire Protection Association. Over the last several years, I have worked with Hawaii's fire departments, the Hawaii State Fire Council, on adoption of NFPA 1, which is the Hawaii State Fire Code. There is an entire chapter in NFPA 1, Chapter 17, that addresses the urban interface wildfire issue. And as you can see from Dr. Cohen's science, what my colleague Carl Pippinger has said, and Steve's report on what they observed after Maui, it is a holistic issue. The codes themselves cannot do what needs to be done. There are, in Chapter 17 of NFPA 1, they talk about defensible space. They talk about water supply. There's a lot of things that come into play for the community to be safer. And all of that boils down to education, as Carl said. The fire department can't come in, they don't have the staffing or the ability as an enforcement agency to look at every plot of land. That is going to be your responsibility. Everyone in this room, just by virtue of sitting here, you are a vested interest stakeholder in what goes on in your communities. So when you look at a conflagration issue with what happened in Lahaina, let's say, or what's happened in winding up in Southern California right now, they can find the faults or where issues were wrong. And I always tell people the fire code, out of all the codes that are out there, building code, mechanical, energy, the fire code is built on what I call the theory of catastrophic reform. You can look in the fire code and say, this provision is in here because this incident happened. And this, we lost lives and we lost tremendous amount of property. So we go through the process at the state of Hawaii here, working alongside the Fire Prevention Committee and the Hawaii State Fire Council to review the next edition of the code. And coincidentally, we are right in the middle of moving from the 2021 edition of NFPA 1 to the 2024 edition of NFPA 1. And going through there, looking at, are there pinch points? Are there pain points here that we need to look at as a state because we know this isn't feasible for us to accomplish? We can go through what we call the state amendment process, where you can add things, the governing bodies can add things to the fire code, or delete things because they're not. And every island is different. The circumstances on Oahu are very different than on Hawaii. And you have such a diverse culture, a diverse set of circumstances in your communities, how they're built, where they're built, the issues that face them, that you need the flexibility to make that code workable for you. But again, the staffing at the fire department level or the code enforcement level, the building official level, they don't have that kind of staffing power to go out and engage every single property owner. So that's where the community at large, and that's the utility companies, the emergency disaster preparedness people, all of them can play a role as long as the communication is there to work and strategize, because everyone has a different perspective and sometimes a different agenda. You need to hear those perspectives and myth bust some of those things that they're saying, because the fire department can go out and do an assessment and determine that this area is highly prone to wildfire, and a structural conflagration can happen due to that. But just identifying it isn't enough alone. You need to be able to work with your community partners and take that issue and mitigate where you can. And the one thing, and Elizabeth's presentation was very on point, 94%, if I remember the facts correctly, of Hawaii's communities live in a wildland-urban interface area. The fire code tells you that if that is identified, then there are some things that need to be done, steps that need to be taken, actions that need to be taken. Okay, so that's being identified. And also, one of the unique things about Hawaii is that you have a lot of existing structures. There's a lot of construction going on, but there is so much existing buildings and residents and homes that are on these islands that we have to protect those. We can go forward with fire resistant construction, those type of things. But what are we doing for the homes that are already built and are in these communities? Things like FireWise communities. You're going to get a presentation next. Next speakers are going to be on FireWise communities. A lot of you that I've seen in the room, I've learned or met through your FireWise efforts. That is a great program to get everyone engaged. And if you're on the utility side or on the industry side, maybe what you can do to support those efforts is help them when they come and look for a problem, like we need money to do fuel mitigation in our area. Maybe that's where you can come and be a part of the solution and help the communities make their residences more strengthened or hardened to fire. The fire code has, like I said, Chapter 17 of NFPA 1 is the addresses wildland fire. There is a form in there that is based on the science that Dr. Cohen talked about, is proven and vetted of how you can perform an assessment on your own property. It shouldn't take the fire department to go out and say, okay, we came out, we saw that this is a danger not just to your property, but all your neighbors adjoining properties. So you're going to have to take some steps to remedy that. They can only go so far with that, but if you get the education up front and the tools at your disposal, you may be able to head off a problem that the enforcement people just don't have to address. You can use that home assessment form that's in the fire code. You can share it, the fire department would be happy to share it with you, and you can go through and go down the check marks. It's not as comprehensive as taking the class that Dr. Cohen taught, the ASIP class, but it does give you the foundation of what to look for and how to protect your home from windborne embers, how to protect your home from the flame front with fire breaks. But again, on a calm day, a fire break works great. On a windy day, those embers are going to be propelled far ahead of the flame front, and that's what's going to cause those structures to catch on fire. So if you can do your own assessment as a community member and work cooperatively with your fire department on a proactive stance, you'll be able to more effectively control the wildfire problem in your communities.
Thanks, Gary. Kimmy, next one's for you. What do we know about the cost of wildfire destruction versus the cost of building to wildfire resistant standards, and why is this economic perspective critical to decision making?
Hi everyone. Yes, check. Hi everyone, aloha. My name is Kimiko Barrett. I do go by Kimmy for those in this room. And what we know about wildfire, the cost for wildfire recovery, rebuilding, resiliency, everything that goes into after a fire substantially exceed the cost of what is needed to go in upfront proactive mitigation measures. And so I'm going to break this down with this group here a little bit and what I'm talking about. And let's look at the phases of wildfire and what we are currently spending. We have the proactive pre-fire phase, phase 1. Let's skip to the middle here and look at response costs. This is during fire suppression to contain and extinguish a fire upon initial attack. We currently spend $65 million per wildfire. That's averaged over the course of an annual year. $65 million per wildfire on average. That far exceeds those costs when that fire increases in scope and scale. Then we look at the recovery cost, phase 3, post-fire, rehabilitation, and the efforts going into rebuilding, recovering, something that everybody in this room knows very, very well. And those costs go quickly into the billions and billions of dollars. Right now, Lahaina, the average I heard through media that some of you may be able to correct me on was over $10 million or $10 billion. What we're looking at with the LA fires are substantially exceeding right now $150 billion. That's $150 billion in recovery when you're looking at the conflagration and damage of around 16,000 structures. That's substantial. What are we looking at now when we think about the proactive phase 1 costs before a fire occurs to become a disaster? And that investment can far exceed and deliver long-term yields in what we are currently spending. So when we think about individual structures here and the costs for new construction, in addition to retrofit, there's slightly different considerations with this. And it's really important to know the differences because it does actually, when you're thinking about policy impact and implications, there is a nuance there. But for new builds, what are covered often under building codes, as you heard from my colleague panelists up here, is those costs are quite comparable because what you're dealing with is building material substitution. And by that, what I'm talking about, instead of using wood siding, very, very common where I live in Montana, cedar siding, Jack would know this as Gary, who lives in the Intermountain West, you swap that out with a fiber cement composite wildfire resistant material. Those costs are quite negotiable, if not cheaper, because you're dealing with a more hardy, durable, long-term product. Building material roofs, for example, when you're dealing with a tiled roof or you're dealing with a metal roof, far exceeding Class A standards, even asphalt, that's going to cost you not, when you think about, again, in Montana we have wood shake shingle roof. I would imagine that's still prevalent across the West as it would be here in the state of Hawaii, but you're dealing with the cost that can actually come down because you're going to replace it with something like an asphalt roof, very, very available, widely popular on the market. Those costs are, again, quite comparable when you're dealing with a new build. When you're dealing with retrofits, those costs deal with labor and overhead and contractor supply, and those considerations can be a little more nuanced, as I said earlier. So when you're thinking through, say, exterior vent replacement, very, very important for preventing ember intrusion, as you heard from Dr. Cohen and others, about burning, getting into your attic space, burning a home from the inside out. Those vent replacements can cost around $2,000. When you're dealing with a roof replacement, then you're around $16,000 to $20,000 for meeting some of these Class A. Depends what your original roof was, though. When you're dealing with a decking material, again, those costs can be around $5,000 to $10,000. I can throw numbers all day to this audience. The difference is, and what I'm really trying to get at, is that by spending the money up front on mitigation, it will yield long-term savings. And we know the physics of this. We know the calculations of this, the statistics that support it, and the math. It's what everybody in this room would know, as these panelists have all echoed. The big challenge is the social science. We know from Dr. Cohen's work for over 30 years now what the physics are saying. It's not a physical question. It's not an economic question as much as it is a social science question. And that's our biggest gap right now, and that's our biggest hurdle in trying to address this. This does require federal investment. No individual community, no individual homeowner can do this alone. It's a collective problem, and therefore it requires a collective solution. And just as you've heard these panelists say, as you all have known and experienced, a wildfire burning in the wildlands is not our problem. It's when homes and communities are placed in front of that fire that it becomes the crisis we are seeing. So if what we are trying to do is reduce risk to people and communities, then we must significantly and deliberately invest in people and communities.
Okay, we'll take questions from the group. Elizabeth.
Before we go on to Q&A, we likely won't have tons of time for Q&A throughout the day. And if you didn't notice on your program, we have QR codes that you can scan because we actually want to have active conversation even beyond today and tomorrow. And so we're actually collecting questions. We're going to respond to you by email. We might make some FAQs and some publications to follow up on the things everybody is asking, and we're going to work with our experts also to answer this question. So I just wanted to let you know that that's also a thing. And then also we had a transcription error, and Carl's affiliation is wrong on the screen. I'm sorry, Carl. There might be lots of that kind of stuff. We did our best. But Carl with International Code Council is not with some random thing called the International Code Protection Association. Sorry. So that's it. I'm going to yield this to Q&A, but just remember that we know that we want the conversation to continue, so use those QR codes, because we intend to follow up over the long haul to continue the conversation beyond today and tomorrow.
Thank you. Do we have a mic going around out there? Mic runners? Elizabeth, do we have?
Just want to say mahalo to the panel for your presentation. I have a request, not only for the panel, but for everyone in the room. When we discuss the legislation of these standards being pushed forward and how everything should be moving into the code, this session there's been a lot of bills going out trying to put this stuff into the HRS, and if we really want to push this into the code world, I really need not only the expert panels to be providing testimony, but also everyone in this room needs to pay attention to these bills and write in testimony, please. This is the direction that we need to go. We need the support. Otherwise, it's just going to go into HRS, and it's going to be a debacle in terms of how that's going to be implemented. And then my question is, with the construction costs in Hawaii being more than double they are on the U.S. mainland, there's a lot of resistance when it comes not only from leadership, but the industry and homeowners themselves to making these changes. How do we best address that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First to respond, thank you for your sound out to everybody in this room. We couldn't agree with you more on that, so thank you for the promotion on that. So when you're dealing with the construction costs here in the state, you're absolutely right. There is a lot of specification and particularities to the state that are going to be different than broader cost analyses for the mainland. Absolutely, hear that loud and clear. What it involves is looking, these are site-specific, you heard Jack say this, these are site-specific conditions that greatly influence ignition vulnerabilities, whether a neighbor is nearby, what's your slope, what's your terrain, what's your wildland proximity, what's your structure-to-structure density, do you have a fence? It requires a methodical assessment of the home itself, and in doing so, you can look at it in a spectrum. What is your priority? If we're talking about retrofits, for new builds, it's going to be, was your question for new builds or retrofit? Or what would you like me to answer?
I mean, both, really. The cost of housing here is insane.
Sure,
and the governor really has an affordable housing initiative to try and make homes more affordable for everyone.
Right,
Otherwise,
right.
Everyone's going to leave.
Right. So in that sense, I would still continue to make the argument that when you're looking at the relativity of the cost you're going to spend for a new build, for a retrofit, new build for building code adoption, these are going to be comparable costs because you are dealing with an investment of a new structure. And what are you going to spend the money? You're dealing with hardy planks, siding, that's going to qualify for wildfire resistance still. If you have an asphalt roof, you still check that box for wildfire resistance. So much of this, and we heard Carl say this, is an educational piece. A lot of these components that are commonly used already, widely available on the market, meet wildfire resistance. They're just not often used with that type of context and understanding, and it's a systems approach. They must collectively and comprehensively address ignition vulnerability. So when you're dealing with event replacement, understandable, you all may not have access to flame and ember resistant fence as is required in California. I'll look at mesh screens then. Installing mesh screens, 1/16 inch gaps or less with metal. Look at the soffit, what's on your roof line, what's in the gutters. The most efficient mitigation measures are also often the most affordable. And by that we're talking about removing the flammable surface area in and around the house itself. That's something we can all do. I can do it. We all in this room can do it, and that's what the elected officials need to know as well. These are not cost prohibitive mitigation measures. And very importantly, they yield long-term savings in the form of durability, maintenance, and very often can be coupled with overall hazard reduction. And so I'm going to show a quicker example and we can pass it on. I live in Montana. I was born and raised there. We are exposed, as all of us here in Montana would know, there's 3 of us, we have Chinook winds that come off of continental polars through the winds, or through the mountainside, the front there. They come at 70-mile-an-hour gusts. My parents recently moved up the street from me, and when I went to look at their house and assess it for fire, they had fiber cement siding, they had gravel for mulch, they had a metal roof, they had metal gutters, they had composite decking material that was wildfire resistant. They did this all not for wildfire resistance, they did it for wind. These materials have other mutual benefits that far exceed just wildfire, and it is this educational piece that needs to go beyond just this room, but it does need to be used to compel the elected officials. These are not cost prohibitive. This is not a difficult sell if it's understood in the right kind of marketing terms, honestly. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions? I see. Kimmy, can you come with us as we testify?
Anything for you.
Aloha, my name is Kisa Liu. Hello, and I'm sorry, I might kind of beat this in the ground a little bit more because I'm a homeowner. I'm looking to kind of make my house a little more fireproof, and I'm not sure if I'm hearing what I need to hear in order to be able to kind of change not only the mind of like myself, but like my family and my neighbors. Now, and I think something was missed really quickly, which is there are things that we can do. We can clean up debris from our house and move things back. We can do those kinds of things. That's not cost prohibitive. But when we talk about materials that we want to use and getting them here, this is kind of the question I have is how do we get that there? Like I've been searching for months to figure out how I can affordably get, siding for my house and cement, and, retrofitting my house because I can't get a new house. Like, I live on Maui. Like, we don't have, the resources to even like buy a new house. So we have to kind of figure things out. But what I want to hear more is how can we get those resources to us at an affordable price? Like, and that's not really necessarily for you guys, but kind of like, some of the other people in the room. Like, I want to, but I can't afford it. Even with my husband having a good job, even with us having the money. So it's like, I love the idea, but I need to be able to figure out how to do it. And so that might mean federal funding. That might mean, other types of like grants or whatever, which right now feels impossible to get right now, and getting those materials here. So really, I want to hear how can I get it to me so that I can do the work.
So let me just give a quick answer, which is largely my perspective, and that is in the Infrastructure Act, we got $50 billion to do wildland fuel treatment under the guise of essentially controlling wildfires. It wasn't an ecological landscape kind of act. It was prompted by the various disasters in communities. So if we can allot $50 billion to do landscape fuel treatment, then it seems to me that the block here is that we're considering it a wildfire problem instead of a community problem. And it seems to me that, all of us paid taxes that contributed to that. Why can't we face the reality that we have a community, a country community problem, and assist in that? We give subsidies in this country to all kinds of things, but this isn't an individual's problem, as I see it, not when we're talking about $200 billion estimates for Southern California. So it seems to me that we have an attitude problem that's blocking what you're suggesting.
Yeah, that was a really great, thank you, Doc, I appreciate it. Your question is really good, and I hear exactly what you're saying and appreciate where you're coming from. I'm a homeowner, of course, myself. I will tell you that one of the first things that we did with our team when we came out after the wildfires in Maui was to go visit building supply houses and ask those questions. Because we knew people like you would ask a question like that in a room like this, and you did a great job with it. So what I'll tell you is that it is not far off. It's in the realm of possible. It's in the conversation. The key is to make sure that that conversation happens with the builders and with the building supply houses, because all it is that, and I think Dr. Barrett talked a little bit about this too, was the fact that it is a minor modification in the supply chain, depending on what it is that's being asked for to be supplied in terms of building materials.
And it doesn't always have to be this heavy lift. You know, we don't have to implement a WUI code, a Wildland Urban Interface Code, in a community to make a difference. I mean, we would love that, but that's not always palatable to the community. And so there's a lot of things we can do, small things, in these codes that can make a huge difference. An example of that is screening standards. So screening standards are required in a lot of zoning and development codes, and they're basically there for the community to provide a barrier between different uses or different zones. So an example would be you are required to build a fence between, let's say, a commercial parking lot and a residential zone. Well, we can see the problem with that, right? We know what happens with a cedar fence. It provides that conduit for structure to structure ignition. But with some simple language changes that aren't necessarily a heavy lift, we can break that continuity of fire in there and reduce potential structure to structure ignition throughout the community. All right, if we say, you know what, we still have to have that screening because it's important for our community to have barriers between incompatible uses or zones. But why don't we make it a non-combustible fence, non-flammable vegetation, and no bark mulch? And then you've broken that continuity of fire from structure to structure. And again, there are dozens and dozens of opportunities like this in community codes, land use codes, comp plans to make changes like this that may be small, but they make a huge difference to the resiliency of your community. And we've done this again across the country, and you know, they are scattered throughout all codes. And the planners are the folks who knows where we can find those, but they need help. They need fire departments to be part of that conversation so they can identify what's important, what is the highest priority to reduce that risk in the community. And they need support to identify and make changes in those documents for the future of the community. All right, and as we've heard all morning, it's gonna take all of us, right? If we're gonna land this plane safely, it's gonna take homeowners and HOAs, like we heard. It's going to take city staff and builders and developers need to be brought to the table as well. It's gonna take leaders who have the guts and fortitude to make those tough choices, right? But it's also gonna take what I call the superheroes of resilience, land use planners, right? There they are again. They have the power of foresight. Land use planners know where that community is going to grow in the future. They know where it's going to go in 5, 10, 20 years, where those growth pressures are going to be. And we need to give them information that makes their decisions valuable and the right decision so they can do the right thing. They need to know where that risk is. They need to know where there's possible constraints on evacuation. And so getting in the room with them early is super important. Harness that power, right? They also have the power of regulation. They can require that or restrict the number of cul-de-sacs in a new subdivision because of evacuation concerns. They can prohibit certain plants in neighborhoods. They can restrict growth in certain areas. They have the power of regulation to do that, right? And they also have the power of collaboration. planning departments are the one place where people can come together early in the planning process for development, early in the process of a code rewrite, and understand what's important and get those changes made at that time, so what comes out of that is what the community wants or what's safest for the community. All right? They don't wear capes, but they have the power to make a huge difference to our community safety. Right? So we need to harness that. We need to bring them into the fold early, really early, earlier than you would think. And they want to be part of the solution. They want to be advocates for this. And by, again, harnessing the skills that they have and the powers they have can make a huge difference to how the community looks for our next generation. All right? So that's kind of a quick overview of land use planning. I think I kept it in my time. And thanks so much. Back to you, Cody.
Thank you, Doug. Let's give another round of applause for Doug. All right, up next, we're going to hear from our panel. We're going to have a very frank and earnest conversation on really the future of planning. What is the active role that planners can play moving forward? You know, how can we play more of an active role? Realizing that this is still pretty early in this whole process and that we need to do more. So without further ado, I want to introduce the panel from left to right. First, Ms. Nancy McPherson from DHHL. Bethany Morrison from the Hawaii County Long Range Planning Department. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ka'aina Hall from the Hawaii County Planning Department. All right, so first question, just so the audience here can get to know you a little bit more, understand your perspectives, based on your role in planning. Can you just share a little bit about yourself, describe your role within the planning sector in Hawaii? Let's start with Nancy.
Mahalo, Cody. So I'm a land use superhero now. Land use and environmental planner. We have a number of them in our planning office at Hawaiian Homelands. I'm assigned to Molokai and Lanai. But I also cover certain subject matter areas like climate change and sea level rise, adaptation, community resilience, and lately really getting into the hazard mitigation space. We have unique land use and zoning authorities at Hawaiian Homelands. We do land use suitability analysis via the DHHL planning system, and I'll get into that more with the next question. I've been with DHHL for 12 years, and prior to that I was with County of Maui doing coastal zone management on the island of Molokai, actually.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Bethany.
Aloha, good morning everybody. Bethany Morrison from Hawaii County Planning Department. I am in the Long Range Planning Division and just recently returned. I had spent a year in our new Office of Sustainability, Climate, Equity, and Resilience for the county. And so getting to long range planning, we really hold the space for our community development plans, engaging with community, understanding sort of the needs and desires of community and how we can uplift those into our county processes. We also have infrastructure planning in our long-range planning section that looks at sort of how are we making sure that we're accommodating for our projected population growth with our infrastructure needs and collaborating, of course, with our infrastructure departments. And then finally, also in long-range planning, we have a section for natural and cultural resources, and that's where we have our Cultural Resources Commission, and again, sort of talk about long-range, how are we preserving those resources for our county. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Beth.
Hello everybody, I'm Ka'aina Hall. I'm with the Kauai Planning Department, and I'm the director for the department, so I kind of have my fingers in everything in planning on Kauai. Kind of segueing a little bit on what we do, and I thought Doug did a wonderful job explaining what zoning and land use is. One of the guiding features of, and a question that we always get planning is, why are you guys always planning for more and further development and growth and all these things? Kauai went through its general plan update a few years ago, and the general plan is the guiding document of land use policies for any municipality. We do them every 10 or 20 years. It helps determine our land use maps and what can be done in certain areas, what shouldn't be done in certain areas, how we conserve certain areas, how we increase density and development in certain areas. And when we did that update, the first response we got from the community was, no more growth. Pow, done, ended. And that would have been so simple, and we would have loved to embrace it. But the message was a little bit more, straightforward, that there was no more growth because all that we're building for are people moving here from California and Oregon and just gobbling up our limited space. And that's a valid concern that the entire state has. When we peel back the numbers though, and looked at actual growth patterns, Kauai goes to about 1% of growth per year for the past 10 years. It's nominal, but it's some. The largest contributing factor of growth for Kauai at the time of the general plan update was natural births. Our birth rate was outpacing our death rate by about a couple hundred a year. Second to that was migration, but mainly from East Asia. And a very small amount was migration from the mainland. But our single biggest contributing factor was natural birth. And so if we took this no-growth approach, we would essentially be telling the Keiki of the island, one day we will not build enough homes and we will not provide enough economy for you to live here, you need to leave. And so with that, the community really embraced, okay, we do need to make adjustments, we do need to embrace growth, but we don't want it the way it's been outpacing for the past decade, right? With speculative development, resort high-end development. We need to look at how we grow and where we grow. And so that conversation did happen as far as infill development, no more coastal development, all these things. I don't want to get too much into it, but one thing that came out of it, to what Nancy's touched on a little bit, is hazard mitigation. In that as we build and intensify our town, we definitely have to look at the hazards that come with that development. And for Kauai and for Hawaii, we've done really good in the past decade as far as addressing coastal hazards. Each island, Hawaii Island doesn't have one, but each island has a coastal erosion zoning ordinance that pushes back development from the shoreline. It used to be 20 feet, that's your setback. Now, depending on your erosion rate, you can have to push back, on Kauai, some places, up to 400 feet away from the shoreline. You cannot develop in that area because it's a hazard. I reference Hawaii Island, they don't have as much sand, of course, so they don't need an erosion-based setback. Throwing shade at Hawaii Island. And in the past year, we've actually taken it a step further and looking at specific scientific modeling and data for sea level rise and making adjustments to our hard and fast regulations to say you're going to have to adjust your building practices for these waters. You got to either move out of its way or in some situations where they're temporal, elevate beyond what FEMA's requiring of base flood elevations. So Hawaii has been really leading the nation in how we adjust for hazard mitigation in our zoning policies. But we have done zilch for wildfire policies within our, like zero, absolutely none, to address wildfire. And I think because we've done so well at adjusting coastal resiliency and hazard policies, clearly there's a nexus to say we need to look at wildfire and what we can do with it. Wildfires are not, oceans and oceans are not wildfire, but they are both forms of hazard, and at levels of water, in particular in flooding, both wildfire and water in extreme events are going to take out entire towns and result in the loss of lives. And so it absolutely is necessary for us as planners to begin, and we are, but we haven't really been there, quite honestly, for the past 40 years, but begin to see where we can fold in the wildfire risks into our zoning ordinances.
All right, thank you, Kai. All right, next question. Let's go reverse orders. We'll start with Kai on this one. Integrating wildfire safety into planning so that where we live, work, and play can be safer from the start is an essential yet just emerging field of practice in Hawaii and across the country. How is or how might wildfire be integrated into what you are working on now?
Well, I can say we've been really diving deep into wildfire mitigation risks on the built environment. I'll be honest, only within the past 6 months. And I know it's unfortunate for me to say, but I have to admit that. After Lahaina, I think all of us, of course, have paused and recognized that there's clearly some nexus with the built environment and how we might need to adjust policies. But I'm not sure this is accurate for all planners, but I was under the impression like we know nothing about wildfire. The fire guys are going to start to tell us here's how we need to adjust our policies. I only began having a discussion with our fire prevention captain just this past year, saying, "Oh, I understand the CWPP is going to be updated. Once that update's done, then I think we can get those things we need, right?" And he was like, "Well, we're updating it." And I was like, "Well, we're going to get prescriptive methodologies for zoning, right?" And he was like, "No, you're not going to get prescriptions from us." And so I delved into the American Planning Association. There's a thick book on wildfire, and they talk about vegetation and setbacks and access, and then they don't have any standards for it. And so what's good enough there? And so I was like, wait, when the Attorney General comes out with a report post-Lahaina, she'll have standards in that. She comes out with a report and clearly, I know I read all 1,000 pages of it, clearly lays a lot of it at the feet of planning. From the grasses to the setbacks to a subdivision, clearly lays it at our feet, and it doesn't provide any recommendations. And so I think there's a lot of waiting to say, well, somebody's going to tell us what to do. And I think a lot of the fire folks are finding, no, you guys know your zoning codes better than we do and how they get implemented. We can give you information. You need to tell us how you can take that information and begin to incorporate it. So that's what we've just begun in the past 6 months. And the 3 areas, like the American Planning Association recommends we're looking at, are access, building code, and vegetation. The access, to re-engineer an existing subdivision, that's going to take some work, and it will take some money, but looking at brand new subdivision applications, clearly we need to have access routes in and out of there. And that literally is just an ordinance change, which is required. That's letters on a book, right? You're not putting any county or taxpayer money into creating a new access. Like, you provide a new subdivision, we need to be assessing what additional access routes are necessary, and whether or not it even needs to be a county standard road. You can have emergency accesses that are gravel and are not going to be as costly as a full-blown standard road. The second one, the building code, we are working with our building code officials on whether or not, say, the ICC should be incorporated and folded into our actual building standards. And that goes into the question, I think, that was brought up at the earlier panel of, can we do this without pushing the cost of development up too high? For County of Hawaii right now, the single-family home cost of construction is $500 a square foot. So for a 1,000 square foot home, that's $500,000, not counting land prices. And so that will be an honest discussion why our politicians are elected. I mean that in the most genuine way of assessing the risk and having that real dialogue versus the cost of construction and whether or not there are certain areas or all areas these new requirements will be imposed. We at first have to, of course, figure out, are they really more expensive? As I think there's some discussion this morning about, no, it's not necessarily going to be more expensive, or it might be nominally expensive, but we have to really break that down. And then lastly is the vegetation issue. In zoning, vegetation can be regulated. A lot of people, I think, have looked at me and said, no, you can't. But if you look in the zoning requirements, look at any discretionary permit that was done for a large-scale development, every single one of them, I guarantee you, not everyone, virtually everyone will have a landscaping requirement. And you should always be suspect of landscaping requirements here in Hawaii. They can be good. They can require things like native species. But historically speaking, you look at the landscaping requirements, it's palm trees and plumeria flowers, right? It reinforces and promotes, perpetuates this postcard Polynesia idea for the tourists and for, worse, the global speculative buyer, right? Like, those are horrible policies to have in play, and we're requiring them hard and fast in our discretionary permits. And then even beyond that, a few years ago I came across the HOA bylaws, and they had prohibitive plants. So it's regulating landscaping when you can't plant. And in it, was listed Moringa oleifera and citrus, I wrote it down, I saw it this last week, microcarpa. Anybody know what those two species of plants are? They're commonly known as marungai and calamansi. That is some racist ass shit right there. Well, if they're gonna live here, we're certainly not gonna look like a Filipino neighborhood. And so my point is if we use landscaping policies in land use to do some pretty horrific things, maybe, just maybe, we can look at landscaping policies from a fire mitigation standpoint. On a side note though, I can say I spent 8 hours in Dr. Jack Cohen's class yesterday, and that was mind-blowing, it was wonderful, but his whole focus, right, was we kind of talked about this morning, is don't attempt to code the vegetation. The wildfire issue is a structural ignition problem, and you need to focus on the home ignition zone. My team spent the past 3 months drafting up code that could possibly work from a vegetation standpoint, and that, of course, threw a whole new wrench in the system where, I don't know if we're going back to square one, but it definitely serves to say, are we putting our resources in the right place? Sorry, just got a long way.
Thank you. Same question to Bethany. If you can explain some of the current efforts you're working on to incorporate wildfire safety into the planning process.
Sure, thank you. And first of all, Kaina, thank you for just like laying it out there for all the things. So we, for Hawaii County, we're in the middle of updating our general plan, which is our comprehensive long-range plan for the county. Its projected horizon date is 2045, so it's called General Plan 2045. And within that plan, hazard mitigation has always been a focus for us. We have, lived examples of having to evacuate for wildfires, having lava flows flow through our subdivisions. So hazard mitigation is really important for our island. But within that, I would just offer, we have draft language in there that talks about wildfire suppression and control, establishing and maintaining evacuation routes, enhancing community communication and education, and of course partnering with our amazing partners in this work. But I think what's been really interesting is we are adopting that plan, and so we're going through our planning commissions right now. And we just went through our Leeward Planning Commission, and they sort of like reopened the book and said, where are we addressing wildfire? Where's wildfire? That's not good enough. We need stronger language. We need to prioritize things. So they really took the time to dig in and provided some really good recommendations for making it more robust. But it was great to see, this is our planning commissions are volunteer community members, and we asked them to do special meetings for this general plan above and beyond what they already do. And in some cases, like this last one was on Monday with the Leeward, it was all day long. It was from 9:30 until 4:30 with a lunch break. But they were really digging in because they see the value in making sure that our plans address our health and safety needs for our community. So that was really inspiring just to see. So while we have, of course, language in there, it's only going to get better and stronger because community members are recognizing the value of that planning tool to make our future a little bit brighter. I think the other thing I wanted to share is, and kind of touched on it a little bit, I'm in the long-range planning section, and so people say that we are dreamers and we are, aspirational, our feet are on the ground, but I think the hard part for our profession is that we have existing development that was not done to the greatest standards. And certainly when you look at hazard mitigation for Hawai'i Islands, we have single lot subdivisions that are sprawling with 1 acre, 3 acre lots. And they're surrounded by could be forested areas, but predominantly it's by invasive species that surround these communities. And so we have to figure out how do we address our existing development patterns. How do we adjust to make those hazard mitigation and wildfire mitigation techniques work for us, while on the long-range side, making sure that future developments and future subdivisions are designed in the safest way. So that's sort of what we got cooking on our hand.
Exciting stuff. Thank you, Bill. And up next, Nancy, if you could share a little bit about DHHL's role in the planning process and how Department of Hawaiian Homelands addresses wildfire safety through your future plans.
Sure, and yeah, if you wanted to queue up, I asked for special dispensation because one of the things I realized was that maybe not everyone here knows what Hawaiian Homelands is and what DHHL does. So we develop master plans and new homesteads for Native Hawaiians for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920, which was passed prior to statehood. At statehood, the state agreed to take on the responsibility of administering the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. We also care for our existing homesteads. We have 10,000 lessees and their families, and they're living within all of the counties. So I also wanted to give a shout out to our homestead leaders and beneficiaries who are here. Mahalo for sharing your experiences and stories of bringing your homestead communities together to be safer and more resilient. We can't do this just ourselves. We have to partner with our beneficiaries. So also the homesteaders from Wai'uko on Maui and Kalama'ula on Molokai. We're looking forward to working with you folks to do more resilience work. I'd also like to give a shout out to our chairperson, Collie Watson, and his executive assistant, Richard Hope, for their leadership on wildfire mitigation, and Richard will be sharing more about their efforts tomorrow. So, if you want to go to the first slide, is that coming up? Okay. The planning system. Okay. Back. The second slide, did you get the second slide? Oh well, anyway. We have a planning system. It has 4 tiers, and the first tier is the general plan, which we updated in 2022, and that plan actually has integrated throughout it climate change and hazard mitigation language. So that's been really exciting for us. We have, because of the location, topography, and hydrology of a lot of the tracts of land that were originally included in the Hawaiian Homelands, wildfire hazards are high for these lands in a lot of cases. They can be dry, windswept, remote, and difficult to access. So we've incorporated wildfire hazard mitigation measures and awareness into our land use planning, land management, and development processes, trying to manage risk and protect beneficiary and public health and safety. Because all homestead developments are on state-owned land and trigger Chapter 343 environmental review, climate change, site constraints, and hazards are also addressed through the master planning and environmental assessment process. This gives us the opportunity to incorporate best practices in wildfire mitigation and fire safety into homestead design very early on in the process. In addition, we're in partnership with our homestead community members, we're pursuing multiple watershed restoration and community resilience planning efforts that focus on watershed and hupua'a restoration, intended in part to mitigate wildfire hazards and in turn reduce erosion and sedimentation of coastal waters. So we are, we have the general plan update, then we have a Hawai'i Island plan update, that's in process right now. Multiple areas, it's a huge island. We have the largest amount of Hawaiian homelands is on this island. So what we're doing to implement the general plan with our island plans is we're recommending land use designations that are based on risk and land suitability analysis. There's a URL there if you want to find out more about that update. And particularly for this island, wildfire hazards criterion will be of primary importance. We also have a homestead planning and development process. And as I referred to earlier, the master plan and EA is critical for that process. We're going to be incorporating hazard mitigation into all of these phases. Referring to some of the things that Ka'aina and Bethany were speaking about. It has to happen early and often that these concerns are incorporated into the planning process to be successful. So let's see. Then some of the projects that we're pursuing right now are, we are partnering with the Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization to do wildfire mitigation and fire-wise management and planning with our homesteads, and this is happening statewide. We still need to locate resources to implement this and give the support our homesteaders need to do this. We're also doing community resiliency planning on an ahupua'a level, so watershed level, including multi-coastal homesteads, community resilience plan, and implementation strategies. We're also going to be initiating a statewide DHHL disaster and hazard mitigation plan process. Now, all of these plans, what's crucial for their success is that we do beneficiary consultation at every level. So we have to bring our beneficiaries along with us, both homestead lessees and those applicants who are still on the waiting list, especially when it comes to land use planning. And we did sponsor some of our beneficiaries to attend this summit. So we try to help on a bunch of different levels. We have the Aina Mauna Legacy Plan. I believe Kuli Ikamara is here. And he's been implementing that in Humu'ula, which is one of our largest tracts of land in the islands. We also have a water policy plan. So we're looking at ahupua'a and watershed restoration, fencing, ungulate management, native plant restoration, and then again, supporting our homesteads with wildfire mitigation and maintenance. It's one thing to build a fire break, it's another thing to maintain it, as was recently today pointed out to me by one of our homestead leaders. Disaster preparedness is really important, and evacuation planning and coordination, and community resilience planning. So not only are we planning for new homesteads, but we're also looking at our older ones, how to make them safer, how to retrofit. And then finally, last slide, it takes a village. Again, for any of this to succeed, our beneficiaries have the most important role. So we're trying to conduct community engagement throughout the planning process, build trust over the long term, to do what we say we're going to do and to follow through, to form healthy working relationships and partnerships with our associations and other organizations that support our beneficiaries, including the counties, very important partners, and including our beneficiaries that are still on the waiting list. And then be inclusive and employ a holistic adaptive planning approach. We need to be flexible. We know the conditions are changing. We know that these high-risk events are going to continue to happen. It's a trend. And so we need to be able to make changes as we go. But we have to communicate and be transparent. And so that's our goal at the planning office.
do a quick lightning round. So one final question for each of you, including Doug. If we could come back to this conversation 5 years from now, what's one measurable change you'd hope to see in how planning addresses wildfire in Hawaii? So please keep your responses short. Let's start with Mr. Doug.
Thanks, Cody. If I could come back in 5 years, I would probably, I guess my hope would be that the planning departments are giving full support from the fire departments, that there's not a gap in communication, that there is not siloing of data, that they work closely together, and not only initially, but through the entire process of implementing those things, and realize the importance of what the planners are doing, because in the long run, it's going to help the fire departments by making safer communities so they can fight those fires, have space to fight those fires, and make a difference to the community. So,
excellent.
Real got to say that 5 years, one of the most important tasks we're doing right now is taking, planners got to map things, we got to figure out what the lines are. So taking the CWPP maps, which are at the kind of 50,000 scale, and granularizing them and bringing them into the 1 inch to 400 scale, so we can actually see those lines as they interact from a regulatory standpoint with the built environment. And that's what we're working on right now. And with that, whichever policies we're able to spin on, there's associated policies with it. And I can say this though, that I'll kind of throw this up to my fellow plan directors that are here. In the next 12 months, if each of the respective planning departments has not looked at its subdivision code at a bare minimum to grab accesses and emergency accesses they can be, just gravel roads. If we haven't done that in 12 months, that is bullshit. Like, hands down, absolutely
Maybe 5 seconds each. Okay. I think we're about at time.
We have to do implementation, and that takes political will, it takes courage, and it takes our community members showing up and advocating for what needs to be done to make sure that our zoning code, our subdivision code have these updates and can go through the processes to be preventative. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see all our planners trained up on hazard mitigation and cross-trained, and then in turn building community capacity, that all our plans address natural hazards throughout, and that we also emphasize traditional ecological knowledge.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Cody, and thank you, planning team. If I could get my land management folks up here, we will get started very quickly. Okay, thank you so much for bearing with our transitions. We are reorienting to the land management and wildfire resilience session. I want to say first mahalo for being here today, for staying engaged in the summit. My name is Sarah Gabrielson, and I just recently joined HWML as the regional coordinator for the Pacific Fire Exchange. And I have the great honor of being the moderator for this session. I just also want to acknowledge that I'm continuing a legacy of many folks, many of whom are here in the room, who have been part of the Pacific Fire Exchange. And I feel like I'm, buoyed upon their work and the collective resources that they have built. So most of this work, the vast majority, is not mine. And I'm here representing that and hopefully bringing that to your attention. I'm going to give just a really brief overview about kind of framing where we're at in terms of land management and wildfire resilience. And then I'm going to hand it over to our awesome panelists who are going to tell you about some of the real depth of work, decades-long work that they have been doing in this realm. So for the last few decades, really the vast majority of the work in terms of wildfire prevention and mitigation has been focused on land management. We are starting these conversations about planning and codes and the built environment and all these things we've been hearing about this morning. But we have a huge wealth of materials developed on the land management side of this. So our panelists are going to kind of showcase that and share some of that depth of knowledge. We know that this is a lot and we're cramming a lot in. We also know that we could do an entire summit just on land management. And so I'm just going to bring your attention to the program. On the first page of the program here, these QR codes are a little Ask Your Expert QR code. We are gathering your questions. We are going back and having sidebar conversations with these folks and all of the folks that you've seen up here this morning. And we'll make sure that that information gets put out back to you in various different forms of communication. So please use those Ask an Expert QR codes. You can scan the one for today. If you have questions for these folks that we don't address today, we really want to emphasize that as a way to engage. Okay, so we know a lot. We know a lot about active land management, and I really want to emphasize that word active. So what we mean by this is a huge breadth of methods. They may be appropriate in some areas and not so appropriate in other areas. They may need to be tailored to your side of the island, to the ecosystems that you're working within, to the folks that you have on hand to help you do this work. But we have a lot of those tools. And so this active engagement in land management is going to include agriculture, it's going to include meat production, it's going to include native species restoration and seed orchards. It's going to include creating fuel breaks and fire breaks within our communities, using green fire breaks to kind of reduce the spread or the movement of the fire. We have all of this experience and breadth, and that's really what my panelists are going to showcase today. And because we have been doing this work, we have a lot of materials as well, and those are kind of embedded or sheltered under the program of the Pacific Fire Exchange. If you don't know about this program, the program is jointly run by the Hawai'i Wildfire Management Organization and UH Manoa through the Cooperative Extension Program. And this program is really a program focused on fire science communication. So we want to make sure that our fire scientists are talking to our land managers, that their science is guided by the needs of our managers. And we also want to make sure that when they're producing research and they're producing materials, that material is getting back to land managers in a format that they can use and implement on the ground. And so that's really what this program is built for, is to be a bridge between these communities. I also want to emphasize that we are funded by the Joint Fire Science Program. This is a funding agency that actually funds 15 fire exchange programs across the United States. So ours is the Pacific region. It covers Hawaii and the Western Pacific. But there are the same sorts of organizations doing the science communication bridge across the U.S. And they are also, the Joint Fire Science Program is also a funding partner for the summit here today. So here is just a smattering of resources that are on the Pacific Fire Exchange website. Please refer there, reach out to me. We are building, we are creating these resources right now as we speak in the background, and as part of all of our communications that we're having within this room. So we have a depth of knowledge, and I'm going to dive into some of that experience with my panelists. We have 3 folks that have been working in land management in the land management zone for truly decades. And then we have a representative from the Maui Fire Department to address how land management intersects with fire response. And I'm actually going to come sit down here with you guys so I can chat a little bit. Okay, let's see. So, my panelists, hello, welcome, thank you. Before you answer, if you would just introduce yourself, if you would give a little bit of background about kind of where your perspective or your expertise comes from so that folks know kind of where you're coming from. I'm sure they're familiar with many of your faces. And a reminder to the audience as well, full bios for all of our speakers and panelists are on the website, so please check out the website as well. Okay, Dr. Charnick, can I start with you? Okay. You have been working from a research perspective to understand wildfire risk and trends in Hawaii and across the Pacific, largely to inform this active land management and action on the landscape. Can you share with us an example of how data-driven approaches have informed risk reduction efforts in Hawaii or in the Pacific?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Clay Charnick, and I'm working at the University of Hawaii Manoa in cooperative extension, so part of my work is research and part of it is extension, which is pretty much education outside of the university. And so I'm not doing land management myself, but I work with a lot of folks in the room and outside that do that. And so we've been just trying, through work like the Pacific Fire Exchange, to inform what are some of the best strategies that we can apply. And when it comes to well, any of this, actually, I think it's important for us to just understand the context, and you laid it out very well, but this idea, and I really love the earlier attention paid to the built environment, but one of the big differences for us in Hawaii is that we've seen the fuel or the fire environment, the fuels around our communities sort of change under our feet, right? So, I mean, full disclosure, my background is plant science and ecology, and so the focus has been on that. A lot of the focus of the impact of our fires has been these ecological impacts, right? So forests burn, all these things that Elizabeth was talking about earlier this morning. And so when we're talking about risk, it's a function, it's a symptom of negligent land use, right? Just letting these lands go fallow. And what that really points us to is larger structural economic problems that really disincentivize investment in the actions that it's going to take, right? So just kind of take that with a grain of salt in the sense that, yeah, we need to worry about the built environment, but we have to understand that these changes that are exposing us to this risk have really been within the past couple decades. And that argument to change the fuels is more about building a bigger resiliency, right? Like food production, thriving ecosystems, all of these things that we want to see, clean water, and so we have to keep both sides of that coin going, built and the natural environment. And so when it comes to data use, I'll try to keep this brief, but it really depends on the time scale and the spatial scale that we're talking about. And for land management, it's long-term, right? It's got to be long-term planning. We've got so many of these watershed partnerships and projects on year to 3-year grants, and it's really hard to do that kind of work when we should be thinking decades out. And so, but for data, that it allows to clarify some things because it moves us away from sort of the most sophisticated use of data, which is arguably real-time prediction, right? So all this investment in up-to-date weather models and up-to-date fuels models and what's actually happening, to the minute, into really using data to help prioritize areas, to take action, to figure out which areas would be suitable for different types of land management, types of mitigation. And that's, again, at different scales, you can use data to prioritize, where should the actions happen. You can use it also, which is some of the things we're working on with UHERO and folks at the University of Hawaii, to help project costs, what is it going to take these actions and change these landscapes. Labor inputs, plant material inputs, water inputs, animal inputs. So that sort of simplifies things, and I think when it comes down to the mitigation actions that we decide upon, you really get down to the nitty-gritty, and I think what we're finding in so many cases that it just requires getting out on the landscape and really at the local scale, what's suitable, what's a suitable land use for this place, what does the community want to see in this place. The menu of options is not endless, right? You can farming, grazing, fuel fire breaks, kind of the conventional approach, you can do restoration, the things that you're laying out. And so that's really where data comes into it. It's what can we kind of look at these large scale levels to prioritize areas where the action needs to happen most, and then which actions are suitable at the local scale. And I'll just end with this, is that what I think we found after Maui is we pretty much got caught with our pants down in the sense that we didn't have a lot of that nitty-gritty stuff done. Like, we knew suitable actions, which was all spelled out in PFX and other wildfire information things. We had these really awesome community wildfire protection plans that start spelling out what is appropriate, what do people want to see, but it has to get down to like the parcel level of what can be done where. And I think that's where we're all sort of converging towards now. Both built environment and the fire environment, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm going to come back around to you for some more questions, but I'll move to Mark. Dr. Thorne, can you talk to us about your experience with grazing and how it relates to wildfire risk reduction?
So my name is Mark Thorne, and I'm a range and livestock extension specialist with the University of Hawaii. I've been in the position for 21 years now. I'm also a long-time board member for the Hawai'i Wildfire Management Organization. Is it better? Yeah. I've spent a good number of years working with, mainly working with livestock producers across the state on improved grazing management practices. And I think over the years, when I talk with my ranchers and I work with them and I talk to them about, good grazing management, we're trying to prevent adverse effects to the natural system. We don't want to lose our grasses. We don't want to encourage erosion or weeds or those kinds of things. And so we have some, rules of thumbs and some guidelines in terms of how much forage. And so, when we talk about fire fuels, if we're going to talk about grazing, those fuels are actually food. So I kind of tend to go back and forth between fuels and forage, depending on how I'm talking about it. But when we're looking at grazing, those fuels are food for the animals, and we want them to be able to consume the right amount, but not too much, because we don't want to have those adverse impacts. So, we have a rule of thumb, basically take half, leave half of the biomass that's there. When I started to think about fire management, grazing and fire fuel mitigation, I used to think that we had to spend some time doing some research to determine exactly how much of that biomass needed to be removed to prevent that fire from roaring through an area. And so I always in my mind thought that there was some kind of balance, and there's a reason for our take half, leave half rule, and mainly it has to do with the recovery of that grass and the stability of the soils and the rest of that environment. But with fire, you don't know, because, well, if I just take 50%, is that really going to stop the fire? We really don't know until the fire actually burns through there. We can model it, we can do a lot of things, we can suppose a lot of things, but until the fire actually burns through there, we don't know. And so I thought, well, we needed to do some research to look at that and look at different grazing intensities. Is it 50% or 60% or 70% of that biomass that reduces that risk? And as I've thought about it more, and then following some work that Clay and I did a few years back to look at, and we did an area, we actually did a grazing trial. We put some cows into an area, we let them graze for a certain amount of time. We pulled them out. We have done pre-vegetation measurements and post-vegetation measurements. And I think now that really it's not about how much total biomass we actually remove. It's more about how we change the continuity of that vegetation over the landscape. Can we reduce the vegetation height to reduce flame height and flame temperature? Can we open up that grass canopy and create holes in that continuity of that fuel, so that it doesn't carry from one plant to the next, which is what's going to move that fire across the landscape. So changing the continuity of that community is probably the most important thing. What we found actually in the work that Clay and I and some others did is that in that time we actually had less than 30% of the biomass that was actually consumed. But we changed the fire profile, we did this through modeling, from traveling in over 10 chains an hour to less than 1 chain per hour with just 30% removal of the biomass. And it is simply because we'd actually changed the whole structure of the plant community through that interaction of that grazing. We didn't change the species composition, but we changed the profile of that community as far as fire was concerned. Now, I think the other thing is that it's really important that you understand that it's not a one-time thing either. Grass grows. So if you go in there one time and you graze, you're going to have to, and you come out, you're going to have to go back in. And the other thing is that you can't just leave animals in there forever, because the quality of the forage decreases, the quality of the resource decreases, and so you have impacts on both the animals and the resource that you don't want. So it has to be managed. So I think the other aspect, if I could real quick, is just, it's not just any kind of grazing, right? I mean, there's deer on Maui and Molokai that are wreaking havoc across the landscape, and that's bad kind of grazing, right? That's unmanaged, undirected grazing that's causing huge impacts to the resource, and we don't want that. So when I talk about grazing, livestock grazing, and using that for fire fuel management, I'm really talking about targeted, planned, and managed grazing. We want to make sure that we're controlling that, and there's a lot of reasons for that, and again, those are extremely important issues.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that emphasis right on the active. It's not even just that we engage once and we put some cows out there and we walk away, right? It takes that constant and the continuity and the intention to really make those impacts that we want to make. Yumi, will you give me a little introduction? And then would you tell us some about the wildfire mitigation work that you've been doing, especially with your volunteers and community?
Aloha, my name is Yumi. I'm the program manager for the Hawaiian Mountains Watershed Partnership. And a lot of our work is focused around wildfire mitigation efforts on the west coast of Oahu. And we primarily focus a lot with really supportive partners like DLNR, Honolulu Board of Water Supply, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, HWMO. Clay has come out with us from even before we were a watershed partnership actually to assess the conditions out in Waianakai Forest Reserve. And a lot of our surrounding communities, we work a lot with the schools in Waianae, Kapolei, even Central Oahu to do the work that we do. And those volunteers are incredible. The priority for us as a watershed partnership really is to incorporate the community in every aspect of what we do. And part of that is to start planting seeds in our future conservationists. So that includes all of our students that work with us, planting those seeds in their minds and their hearts to be aware and mindful of their island home, and if they want to continue being here and raising their own children and their grandchildren here someday, that they all have a very important part to play in all of that. A good example of that is we start them from everything from seed collection with us, to native plant propagation, to coming out in the field with us to do service trips, as well as outplanting with us in our vegetative field break areas. So we have built some really cool schoolyard nurseries on their campuses, and the students work with us year-round to learn about native plants, watershed threats, the threat of wildfire, breaking the grass fire cycle issue that we have here in Hawaii, learning about historical and cultural issues that have happened for the last 300 years or more. And having them think about how they can contribute positively to change those things over time. I think one of the things that a lot of our kids are used to nowadays is instant gratification. So they're used to seeing changes happen right now or getting something right now. And so working with us year-round, they're able to really see how much effort it takes to bring back the forest from a fire that's happened in an area like Waianakai. For us, as far as lessons learned in the area, it definitely takes more than a village. Other people have mentioned that as well. In our case, it takes a whole mountain range and a collaboration between all of our landowners and various partners. Even those that don't own land in the Hawaiian Mountains are supportive of the actions that we do. We have groups like HICO that come out with us and have volunteered and worked really hard to help restore some of our areas and put native plants back into these areas. And trial and error is really important. That's something we have learned over years. If you don't try it, you won't know. Each place you have to remember is site specific. It could be two valleys that are right next to each other, but they're entirely different when it comes to land management in those places. So really learning the places that you're working in and not being afraid to try and making some of those mistakes is really important and something that we have learned over time. And last but not least, be open to all different kinds of suggestions. I think listen to the people that live in that community, that are there, that wake up there every morning, and notice those subtle changes that we may not see over time, and incorporate that into our land management as well, and areas with our volunteers.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's awesome. I love that analogy of planting those seeds in our keiki and in our communities. I love seeds in general, so we'll just
Seed for seed.
all of that. We'll come back around to our seed chat in just a minute. I'll have another question for you, but let's move to Chief Otsubo. Could you give also a little intro to yourself? And then I just want to sort of juxtapose, we just heard from some of our natural resource managers, and would love to kind of hear from you in terms of the fire department perspective and what to focus on from the vegetation management.
Hello everyone, Ryan Otsubo, Assistant Chief of Support Services for Maui Fire Department. First question, I have a short answer for. So, what is the fire department's perspective and focus when it comes to vegetation management? We need to follow the fire code. And the fire code is made and designed to protect lives and property. So if you look into it, it's clearances from structures, it's clearances from roadways, it's clearances from other things like propane tanks. These are things like that. So as Gary Hamel said, our current fire code is NFPA 1 2021 edition. And how it works is we all start with the model code. All the fire preventions from the counties come together. We make changes to make the state amendments. And then after that's adopted, each county again takes that model code with state amendments and makes their own changes. And each county is a little bit different with their manpower, with their population, with their configuration of homes. So they all make changes according to what their county has. So just know that every county may have slight differences in the fire code. And thank you.
Chief, can I stick with you for a minute?
Yes.
So we know that Maui County has been working on their code updates and on their education and their mitigation. Can you tell us a little bit about what you guys have been doing specifically?
Okay, sure. So after the Maui fires, we, Gary Arnold brought in a ASIP training class along with HWMO. And there we learned a lot about how structures ignite from wildfires. And it came down to two main causes. It's kind of like vegetation or brush growing too close to structures. And then the second one was embers flying in or near homes, like on your roof. And so what we did was take that information and come up with a plan. So this was a three-part plan. First part was adjust our fire code, make it clear for our inspectors and the public. So what we did was we reached out to all the other counties kind of brainstormed. We reached out to HWMO, also Carl from ICC, Gary from NFPA, and then we kind of made our code depending on the height of fuels is how far you need clearance from structures. So for example, from 18 to 3 feet would be 30 feet away from structures. From 3 to 6, we have 50 feet. 6 to 9, 75 feet. And then farther and farther, up to 100 feet. We also made changes to our rates and fees to align our warning and violation letters that we can collect fees. And then so we were able to adopt that code in December of 2024. So part 1 was done. Second part we had was developing a fuel break plan. So that one we worked with HWMO to get the risk maps. Once we got the risk maps, we worked with our GIS team to, I guess, put in all of the TMKs associated with these maps. Also drawing in fuel breaks around areas where large vacant lands lead up to these developed areas. So we were able to get that, and I think we have a slide. Oh, we don't have a slide? Okay, just imagine. You have a subdivision, and then in this subdivision we have the TMKs with each property owner. And then along that we have the fuel breaks in place, and depending on the height it's going to be either 50 feet or 100 feet. And then with that information, our inspectors can go out and verify that these areas are cleared. So we brought it down to about 100 different landowners. And those 100 landowners are all on the spreadsheet. And right before summer, inspectors are going to go out to verify that all of these areas have their fuel breaks in place. So that was part 2. Part 3 was, what are we going to do about the ember ignitions? We have that information. How are we going to, inform the public what they need to do? So an idea was create an educational brochure, and we were able to complete that brochure with the updated fire codes on one side, and the other side, what can homeowners do with a checklist of preventing ember ignitions. So that is now completed. We have the funding for it, just working out some minor details, and should be going out, I think, anytime next month. So those are the 3 things that we did, and that's all I have.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's also, it's my bad. Chupo Subo is so on top of it. Before a lot of our other presenters were sending me information, I got his, and I apologize to you.
No problem.
No.
Some of the information is all in the brochure where you can find the codes, and I can meet with you later if you want to learn anything.
Great. It's really exciting to hear kind of the current updates, right? The things that are happening right now. Yes, absolutely. Also, put it in the QR code. We'll get that information back to you. Just the updates that are happening current, right? This is just a couple months ago in December that this was implemented. Now we're coming out with this new information. And for me, as a spatial thinker, I think I start to think about how this connects across the landscape, right? That we're sort of at this interface of where land management is maybe happening in the uplands area. Maybe it includes some of the grazing that Mark is talking about. Maybe it includes some of these data-informed maps that Clay is working on. Maybe it includes some green breaks that are labor implemented by the school kids that Yumi's working in, right? That like we're putting into perspective kind of all of these different land management pieces to work together. I want to circle back around to our seeds, and this is a question kind of both for Yumi and for Clay. Could you both talk about some of the work you're doing around seed orchards and seed gathering and kind of how that connects to your broader land management work?
Sure. I think, there's some people that are really interested in small scale as well as large scale, seed orchard or seed stock ideas. And I would say, even if you have to start small, that's fine, just start now, is I think my biggest thing. For us, a few examples of things that we're going to be starting in the next 2 to 5 years is really looking at changing the landscape of some of our school campuses. There's a lot of ornamental plants that have been used in school campuses and in our communities for years, for decades, right? A lot of our trees, like our 4-foot blue lilies, our county tree is not even a native tree, right? So what we're trying to do is change that, the visibility of native plants. And so at our school campuses where we have nurseries, we want to slowly change the plants that are on their campus and replace them with native plants that can be multi-purpose. So educational platform, teach students how to use dichotomous keys and do plant identification. Not only that, but also utilizing those plants on their campus as mini seed orchards so that we can collect those seeds and use them back in our school nurseries in preparation for fire events on the Waianae side. Each one of our nurseries that we do with the schools produces between 3,000 to 5,000 plants a year. And in addition to that, we have an extra seed that we store from the plants that they produce. So we're talking, if every school participated in something like this along the line, we're talking about thousands of plants growing and thousands of seeds being collected and stored for the purpose of post-fire mitigation or post-fire response in those areas with native plants. Because we all know, especially larger plant producers, like if a wildfire happens, we don't have the capacity to produce all of the plants to go into those areas immediately after a fire. And this is something that brings the whole community in together. Another example would be to also change the landscape of our plants in our communities. So things that are used in setbacks or near sidewalks and things like that, like why aren't we using our native plants in those areas as well, and then being able to have conservation organizations go in and collect seed from those public spaces for seed stock too. And that kind of helps us because we're on an island ecosystem. We have really limited land space, right? And so this is utilizing existing areas that would beautify our neighborhoods, but also serve a dual purpose for seed and native seed stock and plant sources.
Yeah. I can add that one of the big strategies, especially in the context of fire, post-fire response, is direct seeding. And there's some folks in the room here that have been working on some really exciting projects, White Willow Dry Forest, Taylor Marsh, hey, there he is, right? And what they're finding is that we can start to transform our approach to restoration if we have adequate seed supply. And so really literally making it rain native seed down in these places. And this is not just for post-fire. This has potential application up higher in the mountain when people are doing these restoration, just weeding all the time. But in order to do that, we need industrial scale production. And any of you are out here, there's a bunch of us that do work in these places up on the tops of the mountains. We can't stress out these populations any more than they are, right? So we need to kind of let those guys do their thing and not tax them by taking all the seed that's up there. And to give you a little bit idea of scale, I just did some back of the envelope calculations. Over the past 20 years, we've had about 36,000 acres of native forest intersect with fire. So we don't even know, did they recover? We can't actually assess all of that. But if you were to take that and kind of just look at an annual amount of seed to direct seed, just the native forest footprint of burned areas, it would be about 144 million seed per year, right? So this is right now our seed collection is caveman in the woods, oh, here's this plant, It's very opportunistic. We don't really have a systematic approach to it. The exception being for Kaho'olawe. So we do have some stuff to build on, the NRCS Plant Materials Center, and really talking with them and talking with Paul Higashina a lot from who's been doing all the restoration work in Kaho'olawe. Got me and some buddies at Army Natural Resources Program thinking that we need to do this at scale, and so we've been raising money, mostly federal grants, so it's all kind of like, maybe we'll get it. But we've got a big chunk of change potentially coming in to do essentially what Yumi's talking about, but at bigger scale, right? So we can start kind of saying, well, let's look at a Waianae scale range of, say, ali'i, for example, that we can do on acreage, right? So planting these plants, producing these plants on acreage, talking about mechanized harvesting, large-scale production, so that when the next time, you know, Maui has a big fire, maybe not the next time. It's going to take years. I mean, I think we need to understand that. But we won't be worrying about, like, using buffalo grass seed, for example. We maybe have access to native seeds to do a lot of that post-fire response. So, and there's a whole system to get there, but we're starting. We're just really starting right as we speak. And what Yumi's doing is super cool because you can tailor it, you know, and if you got Nanakuli High School that just wants Nanakuli seed from their valley, you can do it at any scale you can imagine, right? So from that pocket of, you know, the Ahupua'a to the whole island if you really wanted to do so.
Yeah, and that was kind of our intention too, is to bring natives back to their native home range.
Yeah.
So that was another important aspect of the way we wanted to approach it.
Yeah, awesome, exciting stuff. Mark, can I switch back to you, and then I'll do just a little wrap up with everyone. Can you talk to us about what you see as some opportunities for kind of expanding or improving upon using grazing as a wildfire mitigation strategy?
Yeah, well, I think I think here in Hawaii, there's a lot of opportunities. It's kind of a I mean, there's some folks right here in this room that are actually using you know, sheep to graze in their solar panel systems as on a contract. We have a few folks that are you know, grazing sheep for protecting their home lots and their homes. So, you know, I think there's a lot of there's research data out there. There's anecdotal evidence that, you know, to point to the fact that livestock grazing is an effective tool to reduce the fuel loads and change the behavior of fire in the landscape. So I think number one, it can be implemented in a lot of different places here. There's obviously some challenges, and those things, and I think there's a lot of aspects tomorrow. I'll just put in a plug for my talk tomorrow, but I'll talk in more depth about all of this because it is an important issue, and it's not exactly all straightforward. Again, it's not just putting animals in some place and then letting them go. But I think importantly, the grazing for fire fuel management shouldn't happen in isolation, right? I mean, it's one tool among many across the landscape that need to be put in to protect our communities. And so it's just one tool, and so it needs to be looked at in that regard, I think. I think that there's state land, there are county properties, there's private property, there's a lot of fallow land. I mean, if you start to step back and you think about, you know, in the state we have something around 1 million acres of grassland. About 750,000 of that acres of that grassland is actually under active livestock grazing. You know, our ranchers do a wonderful job managing our resources. But it's that other 250,000 acres, that last little 25% that was taken out of sugarcane, taken out of pineapple, that exists around a lot of our dry leeward communities, that really puts a lot of these places at risk. And if we don't start doing something to manage them, we're going to have other incidences that are, you know, these catastrophic incidents. We've got to do something else. You know, and butting up against that built environment, I think, you know, if we don't start managing those fuels pretty intensely, I think the point was made that once the fire is in the community, it's no longer a wildland fire, it's a community fire. And so, but the fuels on the outside of that community are what ignite the community. So we've got to manage those. I think it's important. You know, there's a lot of aspects to this, so I think there's a lot of things that could be done.
Great. Yeah, thank you all so much. Yeah. I'm going to stop this there, and I just want to really encourage you all about a couple of things. One thing is that there are a couple of different sessions tomorrow that are going to address some more of that stuff. So Mark just put a plug for his grazing talk. Yumi is also running a panel with a bunch of other watershed partnership folks. So you've got a bunch of different sort of land management pieces kind of weaving back in tomorrow. Again, plug for the QR code. Please ask your questions there. I'm sure that you all just sparked a lot of interesting thoughts. So shout out to our panelists, and we will get that information back to you. Thank you all so much. I think we're at our break.
Having updated community wildfire protection plan processes, which actually we built in funding to keep folks engaged over time regularly per region, so that we can have ongoing working groups to keep on unpacking and coming up with the exact shovel-ready projects. But our CWPPs are also modeled on the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy categories, which really has helped us to think through our different issues, concerns, recommended actions, values at risk, and also it aligns really well with grant applications, and that has really helped us a lot. So that said, a community wildfire protection plan is a mechanism for learning and sharing and working together to co-develop a strategy on where we go next and to understand what everybody's priorities are. And for us, we've used them to build a culture of knowledge and communication and collaboration, and to have them in place so that we're eligible for funding. The tricky part is it's not a plan in the normal sense of what you might picture as a plan. I wish this wasn't named that. First of all, community means everybody, not neighborhood. And plan, this is not a plan like this is exactly what will happen and where. This is like all the things that could happen if we ever find money, because they don't come with money, they're not mandated, they're not enforceable, they're non-binding. But it does provide a baseline of information for project planning over time, because we understand where everybody comes together and agrees, and you can get a lot of support, and it's actually going to really check a lot of people's boxes for what they want to see happen, because we did all that convening and all that co-development. So as an example, this is, we identify the project area boundaries. This is what we did for East Honolulu. We identify the communities at risk within that area. We look at where we might consider the wildland-urban interface. We define that. We look at the kind of topography and expected fire behavior and where the fuels are and where the built environment is. We then look at fire history. We load our CWPPs with maps and information so that they can be that foundation for project planning in the future. So this is fire history. This is, looking at different fuel types. And again, they are organized into the buckets that are the cohesive strategy, which we talked about yesterday: fire adapted communities, safe and effective response, and resilient landscapes. So as we sit here, all of the pink areas are covered by a CWPP. Some of them are new, but most of them are aging and old and ready for an update. We've been funded to update most of these by the Community Wildfire Defense Grant, although now it's all frozen and we're not sure if we're going to get that funding, but we're hoping that it pans out. And if we do, here are the ones that have been selected for funding: all of Kauai, 4 in Hawaii County, 3 on Oahu, and 3 in Maui County. So what we don't want is plans that nobody looks at. So that is why we built in this ongoing action coordinating group, so we can keep these alive, because prior to all this interest, it was really just forestry and wildlife and Hawai'i Wildfire that were trying to do projects within that, and that everyone else gave their ideas but didn't continue to participate, and that takes ongoing effort and coordination. So we're really excited that that's been funded, if the money does come through, to actually host and facilitate working groups, in addition to all the other things I mentioned. So with that, hopefully we get funding and we get to update, and we have all new plans in the state sometime pretty soon. That's it. Thank you.
So, Keith Smith, the National Association of State Foresters, Senior Director of Technology. And I'm looking at Elizabeth. All of these presentations are going to be available to the participants here. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So I want to talk first about bacon. Bacon is miracle food to me. Amen. Anything that you can feed garbage and slop to, and it comes out miracle bacon, it's a miracle. There are others that are imposters, like turkey bacon or tofu bacon. They're not the same. I saw some last night eating around the restaurant that I was at, pigs eating that garbage and slop, and I know it's going to be miracle bacon at some point. The thing I want to bring up about that is, and you'll see in this slide, miracle bacon or data. By the way, there are stickers in a lot of the gift bags, and there's a couple of t-shirts in one of those gift bags too, so if you see those, and there's plenty, I think, a lot to go around, so feel free to, I don't know who they ask, but you can get those. You cannot feed data garbage and slop and have it come out miracle bacon. It just doesn't work that way. You have to feed good data, good information. So my entire career has been 40 plus years of wildland fire and data search. We just look for good, authoritative, awesome data. Not junk data, not tofu bacon. We look for good data. That's all we do. And why do we do that? We need to tell our story, a good story. I meet with people on Capitol Hill, OMB, Congress, other senators, things like that all the time. They ask us, what are you doing with the money that we give you? We want to make sure that we're letting them know that we're making good decisions, investments in a good location, not making random acts of mitigation. I want to make sure it's compelling, quantifiable, nationally consistent. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that we've gone with. So many years ago, I was involved in a study, one of many studies, but this was a dispatch effectiveness study, efficiency. I was assigned to a dispatch center. I went in and sat next to a dispatcher, made them very nervous. I was not allowed to speak. And all I did was observe their actions for a full day. What did they do? Took time, all that. And then we just met together and said, let's look at the data and what happened. One of the things that happened through, push the button too soon, but that's okay. Latitude and longitude was entered 27 different times into 27 different systems, each requiring a username and password. So that's what dispatchers would have to do. I don't know, you have 2 or 3 fires in a day, you spend all day logging into systems, entering the lat long perfectly every time. And that's why we have fires in the middle of the ocean. So that's what was happening. Stop the Madness was a call that came from DC. We need to come up with some way to integrate that data to make that happen. That was the creation of Irwin. If you've heard of Irwin before, this integrated, you can't log into Irwin, it's a data broker. Basically what it does is says, somebody, some system somewhere has the most authoritative source for a piece of data, lat long, for example. And then we'll all agree as part of the community to assimilate that piece of data into our application. Is that left? Oh, and in mobiles. You're going to get it really fast. Inform is one of those free applications that you can get, fire occurrence reporting. It's a suite of applications. 2 of them are Esri applications, Survey 123 and Field Maps, where you can go out on the field and enter fire occurrence data. The other one is it's called Inspector. It's an online application. So Irwin is the center core. A lot of other systems talk to Irwin and integrate that data. It doesn't have to be Inform. It can be, I think, some of the local governments may use something like Image Trend or ESO or which was emergency reporting for Stewart, one of those that are all connected. IROC also receives data from integration from Irwin. And so what's important about that is incident qualification system, which we manage. That's where all the non-federal responders have their qualification data in. To get data to be able to be mobilized through IROC to a federal, to a national incident, you have to go in through one of the qualification systems. IQCS is for federal employees, IQS is for everybody else. There is a qualification system in CAL FIRE, but that's only for CAL FIRE. I want to talk a little bit about Grant Accomplishment Reporting Portal, which is GARP. That's a process that we're going through now on some additional data, and I'm going to go really fast. NIFPORS has been sunsetted. The state agencies no longer enter data in there about prescribed treatments, CWPP data, communities at risk, volunteer fire department applications, and what was the funding that was available for them. The goal was, and we received clear direction from Capitol Hill, was we want to see where on the ground that those investments were taken, by fire district response boundary, by treatment locations, or by a community that was assisted, and what was actually done. We've combined all that data together, and we have those on layers that are available through garphub.org. This, for example, is the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Dashboard. It's available in live. This is the authoritative source for the grants and what was received. The green triangles facing up are the successful awardees. The beige or tan-colored ones pointing down are the ones that did not receive a grant. You can click on each one of those and you'll know exactly what the grant was for. For the state of Hawaii, 34 total applications for round 1 and 2 were applied for, 9 were awarded, and that's the funding request was $67.4 million, and the amount was 5.6. And I think there's maybe a little more than that. Anyway, we hired a staff, and they went around and called every single fire department in the country and got their fire district response boundaries that is being used to help fund and show where that information is at. This data is not available on GARPHub yet, it will be soon. We also shared this data with U.S. Fire Administration for their new nearest project, and this is their ground layer for that purpose. So then we have the local fire response modules. If you receive a VFA grant from the state of Hawaii here, and you receive some money, then this is the grants and the money that's going in there. Am I out of time? Excellent. You took less than 5 minutes, so. We have, this is the National Field Treatments screen where we have assimilated all the national treatments, all the state agency treatments, so you can look in the state of Hawaii. The ones we have is only federal fire treatments, field treatments in the state of Hawaii. We're working with a couple of other groups. If you have those available for the state of Hawaii, I am all ears. Contact me and we'd love to harvest that information. These are all live data, most of them. Somebody in a state agency puts a field treatment in and we receive that data instantaneously. And you can click on any one of those polygons and it'll tell you exactly what the field treatment was, the type of field treatment, and all of that information. So one of the first times in the country we've been able to see you and your partner's field treatments side by side on the landscape. That is available at garphub.org. We've partnered with the Reshape group. They're out of the Sweary group. They have been given a task to model the effectiveness of field treatments. So that's the Highlands College in New Mexico, Northern Arizona, and Colorado State. And that Reshape tool. So we're sharing our data, and then we're going to have some of that information available at garphub.org. And then all of these report modules, GARP stands for Grant Accomplishment Reporting Portal, or all the different ones, and so we can go in there and say, what are all the, and down here you'll see, I don't know if that's showing up my mouse pointer, can you see that wiggling? Probably not. There's some tabs across the bottom. This is Volunteer Fire Program, what's been funded across the country, and what did they buy, clothing, training, so on and so forth. I am almost done. So this is garphub.org. You can, that's the website. You can go in there and look. There's all kinds of information. Right now, they're pulling up the training for those that will be responsible to enter the CWDG grant awardees, and that information is going in. So that training is coming up. You can sign up for email with that information that you'll be getting periodically on the different modules. And to make it easy, we're QR code rich in this environment, so there's the one that you can use to subscribe to receive that information. Oh, I'm done.
All right, now we're going to take it to Chief Drew Smith, and I know that we're using his experience within Los Angeles County, but there's other counties in the area, in California at least, that we know that they have similar pre-attack plans and that have attempted to address this same issue, maybe in a slightly different way. But this is one way, and the most recent modifications that he's done to prepare.
Perfect, thank you, Chief. And once again, aloha mahalo. I really appreciate being here. This is, I go to a lot of conferences, and this one has been absolutely outstanding. So thank you for allowing me to give you a little glimpse behind the curtain of what we're doing in LA County. And Keith, Mom said to clean her room, by the way. He had the coolest race car vet growing up. It was unbelievable. All right, so going into our pre-attack plans, so we talked about CWPPs, and what I like to call CWPPs is the good idea fairies. Everything that we're supposed to do, but then how do we operationalize it? Where do we get the money to do it? So as a fire department, we have to come up with all this horsepower, workforce to mitigate what the potential is. And so we want to use the term what our vulnerability is. What is our vulnerability and what are we going to do about it? So this is within my division, out of the 2 battalions, out of the 3 battalions I have, and this pertains to the Malibu area and the Santa Monica Mountains. So within that, we know that we have 100 years worth of fire history. We know we burnt down close to 32,000 homes in 100 years. Where history keeps repeating itself. So what playbook do we go to? We know that the story's been told before, so we saw earlier, this is when those environmental conditions are there to give us a fire danger element. But now how do we operate in that environment? What do we do to operationalize what we're going to do? So here we have a complex 231-page document that is actually a pretty easy read. So meaning that what we've done is we have different elements on how we want our people to perform, of what to do and how to do it. It only gets good with practice. So one thing that we do is we give, the way this book is laid out, is if we know where the fire is, and if it's in the city of Malibu, guess what we did? We put a tab there. So you just go to the Malibu tab, and there's about 12 to 14 pages, and just gives you soup to nuts on what to do. It's pretty easy. But we start with the overview of command and the way that we want our people to perform. So this happens with our cooperators too, because when we go to a fire, just like in the state here, can you have more than one agency going to a fire? How many could you have in the state? You could have 4? Okay, I asked a question since you made eye contact, sir. Is everybody always on the same page? Does people you look like, what in the heck are they doing over there? Well, I guess they'll figure it out. So, and we'll talk later on some of the elements of command later. So, we give an overview of command and how we want our people to perform. We also give them control objectives and how that looks. So here, just looking at this, assisting agencies, ordering points, and direct protection authority. What's a direct protection authority? Whose fire dirt did it start on? I like when they start on 10% of mine and I send 90% of it somewhere else. That always makes it easy for me on cost apportionment for sure. But we also look at how does that transition and where we're going to. Who's going to be the ordering point with organizations. So if it's not my fire, why am I going to order all my stuff to fight your fire? How does that look on an ordering point, or who has the ability to send stuff? So with us on this document, we have 4 different organizations that are going to come. Ventura County, LA City, National Park Service, and Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority. So here, if you look at some of the language, is what we do. This sets the expectation based upon where the fire starts, who has direct protection authority, because then it can either be a single command thing or it can go into a unified command thing, right? So how do we operationalize? So here it gives an element of building your incident organization. What's the expectation of the incident commander? What's the expectation of the ops chief? What's the expectation of a branch director? And the expectation of the division or group supervisor based upon this. So this is how we operationalize it. We know that we have relative risk. We know we have a fire danger element. We know we had a fire start. And it's easy if it's just your department, because if you're in charge, you can swing a big stick. But if you have multiple agencies coming, you have to have an understanding in relationships or what it's all about. So way ahead of the fire, you have to be on top of this. We even give, and this all goes into how we operationalize our pre-attack plans. This is in every component of everything. So if we go to, is it redundant? Yeah, if you read every tab that's in there, but if we have a fire in Malibu, all this is listed in here that knows what the expectation is. We even have a communications discipline on who talks to who and how it's done. We have different organizations that have different radio frequencies and platforms. We know that for the wildland industry, it needs to be a VHF platform. So I can't send out a comm plan. You send out a different comm plan, and everybody's on a different comm plan, right? So this gives the communications and actually what your role is on that fire, who talks to who and what you talk on. Has anybody ever been to a fire where say, oh man, the communications were great? No! And it makes it worse when you don't have discipline, because it sucks. We also give an expectation on what we want people to do. Has anybody heard the word tier? Anybody know who John Wayne is? Anybody know what going rogue means? We're my truck company people. They're the best at it. They go to the road and you don't know what they're doing. So here we look at, hey, what's our goals? Protection of life, stabilize the incident, defend property, the environment. And those can be flipped, right? We look at resource performance expectations. In the absence of specific direction, units facing a particular set of circumstances during a high-tempo operation should execute best practice for that situation, which is for us, we call tier. And that's take initiative, engage, and report. We want our folks to go there because are all fires what I like to call gentleman fires that are an acre and everybody can see everybody, you can circle it from a road system, and then you're having lunch 2 hours later? No. On a high-risk stakes, wind-driven fire or something that has a lot of complexity, organizational control is tough. Very tough. So what can we do is incident commanders, ops chiefs, or the fire chief, and set an expectation for our people. And this isn't just LA County living in a silo. This is the expectation for those agencies that come to play on each other's dirt. So with that, we look at how that tier component helps with that incident stabilization until we get organizational control. And we don't get organizational control until a couple things happen. We get overhead. Because can the incident commander, how many resources that come in can you handle efficiently until you start delegating, and then what does your incident organization look like to do that? So here we even go into incident command by type, because there is types of different incidents. You don't get into an incident complexity and type until you're going to produce an incident action plan, and I heard it yesterday, you take in the 305 class, right? Talked about command general staff members. Right now, if you had to go to a fire that went to extended attack, do you have the people that are going to put together the incident action plan? It could be a challenge. So here it gives us a, hey, it is a Type 5 incident, it tells you what a type 5 incident is, tells you what a type 4 or type 3, but it also gives expectations for our organization and how I or we want our people to perform. So, with all that expectation stuff, let's talk about some city and community information. So, this is like, everybody kind of knows where Malibu is, right? So I didn't pick some rogue city that you wouldn't know, so I want to kind of keep it, put the city of Malibu in the news. You capture the world, it seems like. So with the city of Malibu, we have this is one of the pages in there. It kind of lays out, if I'm the initial attack incident commander and I have to set the stage for an expanding incident, what do I look for? If it's a type 4 incident, here's the expectation from the initial attack IC. Pick a spot, you can get 10 command vehicles in. Because if you're not the first 10, you probably don't need to be there. Right? Then you get those curious non-producers that show up, that have no stakes in the game, but they're there. Right? So, or if we have a type 3 incident command post, meaning we're going to extended attack, and it might last a day, it might last 3 days. So here's pre-designated spots so we all know where we are going to go because we have a pre-designated type 3 incident command post. And if we go back to this piece, tells you how many people are usually at those type of incidents based upon size and complexity. You know, I don't want to pick on one of my mentors, Joe Sutler. How many people could be in a type 1 incident command post, Chief?
Okay, 4,000.
4,000. You need a lot of real estate. On this last Palisades fire, 5,700 people we had assigned to that thing. This also, going into a type 1 or 2 complexity, means you're going to have more people, a lot more workforce that you're going to need, so you need more area to maneuver when you set up camp in a box, right? So all this on this pre-attack line, this is how we operationalize if we go to the show. This is how we want our people to perform. This also gives a little blurb in the City of Malibu Operations section, Chief Considerations. Identify your structure defense needs and place leadership to manage it. Name the division supervisor for perimeter control and or the structure defense mission. So I want you to think about that. We want our incident commanders that assign our division supervisors. It is very easy for me to say, hey, you have division alpha, you're taking the perimeter control, and you're dealing with all the structures. Got it? Okay, boss. Or do I outgroup myself based upon communities as making a bunch of structure defense groups? Because the more that you do that, the more people are going to compete for your time as an IC or an ops chief. So here looks at operationalizing is in Malibu. It's divided into 3 geographic areas, central Malibu, west and east, and it gives where how we want to look at staging locations where we can put people to come and help. So we have 2 different things. We have staging and we have holding. Staging, we'll send all the resources there. We'll have a staging area manager. They'll be checking them in, and ops can pull from that bench, right? If we hold our people there, that means that they're kind of hovering, just waiting until we insert them and you don't use the staging area manager. So this gives us where all the staging locations are. So this is pre-identified, so there's not an unknown, and it's in the playbook. Then our evacuation is a big deal, a little bit. So this also gives an evacuation overview. So just reading this here, during a major wildland fire, road closures must be identified early in the incident. The complexity and the time to evacuate civilian population will vary depending on time of day, day of the week. So this gives it, in the city of Malibu, they have a population estimated at 11,000 broken up into 3 quadrants. And the first thing we do is we make sure that we have law enforcement who's responsible for the evacuations at the incident command post. So with that being said, do I want just a 2-year boot deputy there? Or do I want somebody with authority that can swing a big stick and say, hey, this is what we're going to do based upon the fire department recommendation on evacuations? So, and I don't know this for the state of Hawaii, but in California we have 3 different components. We have an evacuation order, a warning, and a shelter in place. Each one of those come to the element of time. It is a tough decision when you have a fast-moving fire to say, hey, we're keeping these people in this area sheltered in place. People lose their mind. But at the end of the day, do we want to smoke anybody on the road in their car? No. So, let's talk about the home hardening. Their home may be the safest place if they've done their defensible space, they've done their home hardening. Those are their knowns. Their unknowns is when they get in the car, they got the 2 cats, they got the dog, they got everything else. You know, the 4-year-old wants to take the goldfish. It's a mess on evacuations. And do people do it in a timely manner? No, because they don't want to be inconvenienced, right? So with that time element, if we know that a fire is going to progress to a certain area over the course of time, we shelter them in place. And I'd rather send Big Red helicopters and whoever to do the structure defense mission if we can. But building this built environment, as we're talking about, what does the homeowner do and what's their responsibility in the case of a wildfire? They need to do their preparation. So the evacuation warning gives you more time, or evacuation order is that time that we can evacuate people safely to a safer location. And then there has to be a known of where we're going to send them as well. So we use, is anybody familiar with what used to be called Zone Haven and now it's called Genesis Connect? Anybody? Anybody? So we use that platform there. And so with evacuations, the sheriffs have the ability to manipulate the button and say, hey, we're going to put this area in an order, these ones in warnings, or we're going to put these areas in a shelter in place. The fire department has that ability at our dispatch center. The sheriffs have the ability to do it, and so does Office of Emergency Management. Do you see something that can go wrong there? Somebody can push the button. No, I didn't know you were doing it. Oh, I thought. So we say, who is going to be responsible for highlighting areas? So we push it to where it's Office of Emergency Management, because we get co-located, we talk. It's communicated to our dispatch centers, communicated to sheriffs, and OEM is going to be pushing the button on evacuations. And so with those evacuation plans, and look at the 4 zones in Malibu, it gives within this Genesis Connect, and I may say Zone Haven, I apologize, that's what it used to be called. It gives you all kinds of statistical information in that area on what it looks like. And so as this is also on your iPad, you can have it. It's a layer in, we're using a platform for dispatch and such called Tablet Command. If you're familiar with that, we can look all of our resources and all that. So those are layers in our Tablet Command feature that we can say, hey, we want to evacuate Malibu Zone, whatever it is, 111. Also gives estimated how many structures are within a certain zone and any information. So it's really, really, really good with that. So with that being said, we look at how we operationalize these pre-attack plans. Because when we all come together, this also is a bigger component when we have an automatic aid agreement with a couple more agencies. And I don't want to overwhelm anybody, but I can say when we have a mutual threat zone or initial action zone, we can get a first alarm response from 3 different agencies with over 51 pieces of ground equipment and 9 aircraft. It's like Pee-wee soccer out there. That's what it's like. So how do we have that organizational control? So if we're teaching to the script, and we even have job aids that streamlines this. So for our people that come into those automatic aid areas, that they know that they go by the script of what needs to be done. And shame, we put shame on our people that are working an overtime day, our battalion chiefs that are working an overtime day. This is made available on a hardcover book. We have it on our platform for our department website. We have it on our iPhone. I'm going to tell you, with all the stuff that we're going through, somebody give me one excuse that the information isn't available to us in one way, form, or another, whether it be the National Weather Service, whether it be anything that we do every day. We, as fire managers or people in public safety, it's hard to hang your hat when you got to answer to somebody saying, well, I didn't know. Well, why? So the expectation from my people is they can't give you that I didn't know, because it's there. Shame on them when we train to it all the time. Also, what do we do to operationalize these pre-attack plans? And I'll go back in time. How many times, Chief Alconis, do you think we did a Malibu staff ride in the past, 25 years?
How many times did I participate?
Yeah.
At least a half dozen.
Half dozen. So what do we do as leaders? Was we bring out all our chief officers and we do staff rides, and we talk about if a fire starts here, this is what you do. So we have different locations that we go to, and we go through the playbook. And we teach you it, because with our organization that has 180 fire stations, you can get, there's people on job I don't even know. Some of them I don't want to know. But anyways, that I don't know. But they can be coming from a long distance to get to us. So we bring all of our chief officers from the battalion chief level to the fire chief. We do these annual staff rides. And we go and pick a critical area that hasn't seen fire frequency and say, ooh, this is what we're doing. And we get in the soccer mom vans and we drive to different locations and we talk about it. We go to structured defense issues, what the challenges are. We go to different things about talking about using our dozers, hand crews, air ops, all that stuff. We go through elements of command all day, all 3 shifts. We do it 3 times. We even have a makeup day. We're so lucky to do that. And so what I'd like to do now, I know we're going to go to a panel discussion. I think I bought us some time. I like coffee, by the way. And so, is there any questions just for me right now on stuff that you may have seen, or things that I'd like to kind of work the room a little bit? Boy, rough crowd. Yes.
Hi, aloha. I work in the water and wastewater sector, and I hear a lot about pre-planning within the department. How much does pre-planning take place with the water utility?
With the what?
The water utilities.
Our water utility companies?
Yes.
Ooh, a lot, because we have, so I'm going to talk to our water utility companies, and we could have multiple. So with our water utility companies, we are in close conversation with them. Because what happens when, where's my Edison buddy? Or, excuse me, Hawaii, the power company. Hawaiian Electric, that's it. Oh, weird, he left. So when they do public safety power shutdowns, so does it affect our fire stations? Does it affect utilities? Can it affect communications? It affects our water systems with pumping. So we have to have emergency backup generators in places. We have large tanks in the hills that will feed through gravity, but also we have to pump it up to the hillsides in Malibu to get it there. So with our public utilities, we're in close partnership with them, and they're part of those conference calls, actually, that we talked about this morning. They're part of that listening so they can be in preparedness. It's all connected, isn't it? That they're in preparedness to say, hey, we have X amount of generators that are up. We got, so there's no surprises with our water systems if there's a failure. Does that totally not answer your question?
Well, not here in Hawaii particularly. So I represent the small utilities here, and most places don't realize that there are smaller water utilities that service areas. So they only recognize the municipalities. But there are systems across the state that are smaller communities that never gets caught into these conversations.
So we have that same thing. We do have quite a few small water delivery companies that are brought into that. But one thing that they do have is a coordination team with county public works that kind of, with the utility companies, water and power, that they coordinate through the county public works. So they reach out to any of their service. So there's a hub there, but they're also involved with us because we have some smaller utility companies that do, with water, that do service areas that have high-risk issues.
Maybe 5 people in this room that is part of the water utility sector. So I'm hoping at some point we can get more of our water utilities into these discussions ahead of the game. I live on Molokai. I ran the utility on Molokai. Our island is so small. We all talk to each other. My cousin was a fire chief captain on Molokai. So we all knew what our resources was before any incidents occurs. I'm hoping that those can resonate throughout the state, that it's great that the bigger systems have that relationship with the department and with Public Works and NEMA, but there's also the smaller guys that need to be brought to the table. And I'm working on those discussions within our industry itself, as well as trying to get our emergency management, as well as Public Works, because that's where it starts, right, on the local level, to recognize that these communities do exist.
Yeah, coordination, those relationships, they're huge, they're everything.
Thanks.
Good, thank you. Yes, sir.
I was wondering, in the evacuation pre-plan, there could be a plan for people before they evacuate the home to turn off their main so that would preserve the water. Because, you know, when the house burns, the pipe bursts and you waste a lot of water. And it will prevent future contamination of the water source.
So that's a great question. So how do we train the public? So that is in our Ready, Set, Go publication, the expectation of the public. If you leave your home, this is what we would ask of you to do. Yeah, you can take that proactive approach. We have some earthquakes there, so what do you do in case of an earthquake? You may need to evacuate a wildfire. So it's Edison off, water off, electricity off is what our expectation is. So we do that through public education on the expectation of what we want them to do. That's a great question. Am I like them with time right now?
No.
Oh.
I thought you were about to finish, so.
I can. Well, jam on up here. Perfect. Yeah. So we were talking about public safety power shutdowns and how it affects us all. It can affect your fire departments, and I don't know. I know that out of my 22 stations that I have, I can only put emergency power generators on 4 of them. And so everybody goes into radio standby, and that's how we operate, you know. Ice cream melts in the refrigerator, firemen lose their mind, by the way. So it does affect us all. It affects any of the water systems, it affects other utility companies. So the question is public utilities.
Thank you.
Yeah,
excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Okay, so I got a little bit of background on the question. So specific to Hawaiian Electric, you know, we stood up a public safety power shutoff program in about 4 months in 2024. So it's a very, very quick process. But like as the chief was saying, a PSPS program isn't just an electric utility program, right? Because electricity or the interruption of it can have wide impacts, right? Big consequences, including the melting of ice cream, apparently. But that really underscores the criticality in creating that program and operating the program for your local electric utility to work very, very closely with your first responders, with other utilities that use electricity, as well as with emergency services, community organizations. And that's exactly what we did and tried to do in each of the 3 counties in which we have a PSPS program. So working with DM on Oahu, right? Hawaii Civil Defense, MEMA on Maui, the local fire departments. This is how I met this guy, right? Last year, working with EMS, with the nonprofits that support communities. With Ernie, is Ernie in here? Yeah, it's with Ernie Lau, right, and Kido Komodo for the department and boards of water supply to understand, number one, where we're looking to create our programs, what communities and areas will be affected, and then overlay on that, then what other support and emergency services might be impacted by a shutoff, and how do we work together to coordinate our activities to get ready for a PSPS. And then we had a specific communications group to make sure that as we stood up a PSPS program and we were going to activate it, how do we all work together to make sure we're on the same page in our operations, but also how do we get on the same page to communicate out to all the citizens and all the community members on what collectively we're doing. So one of the things we established, which I believe happens elsewhere, but happens in all of our 3 counties that we serve, is that when we are in a position where we're seeing our forecasts and our conditions are such that we think we're going to activate to get ready for a PSPS, we contact our county and state emergency management agencies, and they either activate or partially activate their own emergency management system. We activate our incident management team. We put guys in the local centers to make sure we're coordinating, and then we coordinate our messages. And that's been very, very helpful in the 4 times that we activated over the course of 2024.
One of the things I wanted to clarify for Chief Smith is, well, not for him, but for all of us. The city of Malibu is in the county of Los Angeles, as is the city of Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles includes Palisades, which is where the fire started on January 7th, which is in the city of Los Angeles Fire Department jurisdiction. It did extend, as we saw in the news, it ripped through the city of Palisades, or the town of Palisades, which is in the city of Los Angeles, and it extended into the county area as it moved east into Malibu. So these plans that he presented, but it was in the initial action zone of both, right? So they were both there. It's the reason why we have these type of very complex plans, is to understand where we're going to engage resources as fire managers. So with that, we're going to move into our panel, and we have Greg Funderbunk and from NPS, and Steve, Jay Hatayama from DOFA, and Chief Ito from Honolulu Fire Department. So the question is, I mean, we see what a well-developed plan, and that's not, these things are always in flux. They need to be changed constantly. So it's not like this is the be-all, end-all. It's where they landed today. But it still needs improvement. So the question of the panel is, where are your agencies in developing these type of plans, using what exists already, either from a CWPP or other wildfire risk maps that show you where those hazards are. So whoever wants to jump in first.
Mic check?
You go.
Okay, check. Awesome. So Greg Funderburg, representing the National Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So, we are not unlike DOFA, both a land management agency and a response agency. So we'll just kind of start at what our process is and some of the tools that we're currently using. So, the idea with the pre-attack plan, being able to provide guidance through the initial attack of a fire, guidance for those initial resources responding, into extended attack, which could be long duration landscape scale fire. So being able to carry ourselves all the way through the progression of the fire. Really the first thing we look at is I'll take a step back. So our objective for fires, luckily in Hawaii, it's relatively straightforward. Keep the fire as small as possible while protecting the values at risk. So the first step of that is identifying those values at risk. First of all, will always be people. So that includes the public and the firefighters. A fire may get larger because we don't want to put firefighters in an area with unexploded ordnance. So that would be a reason that we might not be able to keep it as small as possible while protecting that value at risk. Next we have property, both private and public property, as well as infrastructure, identifying that infrastructure, whether it's the power grid, whether it's water sources, other structures around the fire environment. Also, especially for the Park Service and the Fish and Wildlife Service, the protection of natural resources and cultural resources. In our West Hawaii parks, they have significant cultural sites. Those sites are far more vulnerable to the impacts of fire suppression than they might be from the impacts of fire themselves. So we might not do bucket drops on a hay owl. We definitely don't want to do bucket drops on a hay owl where fire is burning right adjacent to it. Let the fire get a little away from the hay owl and put it out in a more appropriate area. Also part of our pre-attack planning, identifying important locations. What are our water sources? Potential dip sites, the location of hydrants. What are our access points? Are there gates on those access points? What are the combinations to those gates? How do we get into those? Also evacuation routes. If we have people, where are there likely to be people? How are we going to get those people out? In many places in Hawaii, there is only one way in, one way out, being aware of that. And it may be the most important thing is getting those people out that are in harm's way. What are the hazards that we may face in that fire environment? On a small scale, are there propane tanks? Are there major transmission lines? Other hazards, the unexploded ordnance, those things that we need to know about. And then what type of fuels work has been done? Is there defensible space around structures? Are there strategic fuel breaks on the landscape? Places that will give us opportunities to stop a fire with the limited resources that we have. The next thing I would say is an important element, and it's an element I know I can do better, and I think we should all strive to do better, is communications. In Hawaii, we still have struggles with common radio frequencies, common systems, common frequencies. We're generally able to overcome those, sometimes handing off radios. That's a great solution in the field, but from a planning perspective, we need to do better. We need to make sure that we have each other's frequencies, we know how to access those frequencies, and if they're different systems, we understand how those different systems operate. Also relationships. I'm duty stationed at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. We have Station 19 from Hawaii County in the park. We have 19 Alpha, the volunteers in Volcano Village. We know that the park engine, 19 and 19 Alpha, are very likely to be the initial responders to any incidents in the park. We should know each other. We shouldn't be introducing ourselves on the fire ground. We should know each other, build that trust so we know how we're going to operate once we get there. If a fire does go into an extended attack, using the ICS system. ICS training, scenario planning, those are great ways to get to know those responders that will be showing up on the fire with us. Understanding the jurisdictional responsibility versus the response agency. Our West Hawaii parks, we're a couple hours away at Hawaii Volcanoes, so we do know that Hawaii County is going to be first on the scene. So just recognizing that, making sure we're having those conversations ahead of time, that they understand the park may have unique requests and to protect those cultural resources. We don't want to run a bulldozer through an important park site, so we may ask that the fire department be a little less aggressive with their tactics in the national park. So Derek, I do have a slide that if you can pull up, yeah, you've got it up. So some of the things I want to talk about are some of our pre-attack planning tools. For the Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service, we do have fire management plans. It describes the fire environment. It describes the actions that we might take, what our organization looks like. This is actually a response map. These are for some of our smaller West Hawaii units. I think one of the files was corrupted as we transferred it. Apologize about that. The goal with these response maps would be sharing these through a QR code or other mechanisms with the battalion chiefs, with the captains that might be responding to these areas. Front load them, recognizing that they're likely to be the first resources on scene, understand some of the important things, some of the mitigations we have for these particular units, huge, significant cultural value to these sites, so we really want to make sure we protect those. But in addition to what we need to protect, it also identifies the hydrant locations, the gate locations. The first thing on the list of mitigations is the phone number to call. That's our Pacific Area Communications Center. That one phone call can then get spread to all the people that need to know that that fire is happening. So that's a really good tool we put together. I did bring the wallet-sized versions as well. I'll put them out on the table if anybody wants to take a look at that. After, you can look at it in more detail, maybe even also offer some suggestions on how to do those. We do have a staffing plan and fire danger operating plan, as was discussed in the last session. The tools to inform us of what our fire risk is, how do we communicate that through a fire danger rating to the public, and we adjust our staffing appropriately. Sometimes in the wet season we'll be down to 5-day staffing, but we increase that up to 7-day staffing during the hot, dry summer months. Some other tools we have: structure inventory and hazard assessment. As the National Park Service, we've done really well with that. There's some databases that you can go into. You click on an individual structure, you can see the building materials, the roofing material, the fuels surrounding it, and a relative risk rating. Not only does that help in fire suppression, but it also helps inform our fuels management decision. Same thing with the mapping of fuels treatments. And then the biggest tool we have in terms of incident management, we use a tool called the Wildland Fire Decision Support System, commonly called WFDIS. It's a whole database of spatial information. It also allows us to enter our incident objectives, our course of action, our rationale for that course of action, and if we go into an extended attack fire, that is shared with the incident commander of an incident management team, and really helps them understand what the goals of all the jurisdictional agencies involved in that particular incident will be. So I'll go ahead and stop there.
I think we got the perspective from the federal side, and now let's move to the state. So Jay, if you can tell us, share the story of DOFA.
Is it on? Yeah. So as Mike stated earlier, we are not a full-time fire agency. We are a natural resource management agency that does fire when we need to. As such, some of our pre-suppression work includes monthly maintenance of our fire vehicles, annual training for 52 full-time firefighters, and the maintenance of 2 fire catchers, 1 in Hilo, 1 in Waimea. On this island, we manage approximately 700,000 acres. That is in our jurisdiction, basically, and then we have cooperative agreements with every other agency on the island. So if needed, we'll respond anywhere on the island. We do have fire management plans for primarily our west side forest reserves, Puanahulu, Puawa, and then the south slope of Mauna Kea. And then we're currently updating the Puawa and Puanahulu ones as well. Sorry, my eyes are bad already. We do fire break maintenance in those 3 forest reserves, Puawa, Puanahulu, and Mauna Kea, and Kohe game management area. And we're currently widening the breaks within Mauna Kea and Kohe. We're trying to eventually slowly work it up to about 50 feet on both sides of the road. Just primarily to protect Palila critical habitat in those areas. We do mapping of our roads, our sites, caves that we know of in the West Hawaii side. And then we in those 3 forest reserves as well, we do road signs and maps of those roads as well. I think in Puawa, we have in excess of 200 miles of road. So it's kind of, it was an old ranch, so every fence line, there was roads basically, and it's crazy. So identified the main ones that we're going to use as fire breaks. We'll maintain those and then map them and sign them as well. We maintain a fire vendor list for heavy equipment. Unlike the park, they don't like to call us to the park fires because we come with a D9 in tow. A lot of our, I mean, it's our primary fire areas are rock, so you can't cut handline in it. So we're using D9s and D10s. And after the fire, rather than close them up, we'll just maintain them as breaks in the future. So eventually, we might have just 100% fire breaks out there. Where it's on fire. We can only wish. We do have the ability to close forest reserves during high fire danger rating times. And then Puawa, we also utilize grazing. I don't know if you guys drove Highway 190 lately, but the contractor we have in there now is doing a pretty incredible job reducing the fuels, but I think Mark Thorne would argue that we're overgrazing it just a bit. But nothing can start over in those areas right now, which is great for us. We maintain 8 ROS stations currently, and we're adding 6 more within the next few months, so hopefully fill in some of those gaps. And then we're also, with the help of great guys, we're trying to develop a fire danger rating system for our islands. We've been developing a bunch of static water sources in Puanahulu, Puawa, and Mauna Kea. And we just had a CIP several years ago, actually, like $4 million to upgrade the water system in Puawa. And we recently had one of our, I think it's a 500,000 gallon tanks blow up on us. So we lost half of our water holding capacity up there, and we're trying to get, I think the latest estimate was 2 to 3 billion to replace it, so unfortunately. And the kind of post Lahaina, some of the changes to the way we do things. So during a red flag watch, we'll kind of keep all of our staff back in the base yard. If guys have to go out, they'll take their fire gear with them. We'll get all of our fire vehicles ready. And as we enter the warning, we work with the county to submit like a preemptive RFA. So if anything does happen, like I said, because we're not a natural, we're not a full-time fire agency, our response times are normally, like if we get there within 2 hours, that's awesome. So with the RFA in place, I mean, our guys are there on the equipment ready to go, and we can respond, within minutes, hopefully. We'll also pre-position all of our equipment within the coverage area of the red flag warning. We'll patrol our lands and some of the South Kohala areas as well. Just we know the county guys gotta stay in their stations and aren't able to just drive. I mean, help prevent arson. Just having a presence out there will help a lot. And then we'll also close our lands within the coverage area as well, the red flag warning. And the other thing that we've changed since Lahaina basically is we will respond to all fires in our lands, whether it's contained or not, and we'll just sit there and monitor it until we feel that it's controlled and we can handle it.
That's in your lands?
In our lands, yeah. And if county requests us for anything outside of our jurisdiction.
And how about the feds?
Yep.
Any help?
Anyone, yeah. And just one other thing that we have on this island, I think that's great. It's been a great talk about relationships, but we have the Big Island Wildfire Coordinating Group, which consists of all the fire agencies on this island. And I think the MOU within the group calls that we can call on anybody, and the first day there's no cost exchange or anything. And pretty much all of our MOUs between the agencies as well as taking care of all the financial services.
So that first operational period, you're just volunteering your services. There's no cost apportionment afterwards. Excellent. All right, Chief Edom. Okay, we're down at the county level.
Good morning, everyone. Keith Ito, Hawai'i Wildfire. So, just to start out, we're fledgling. We just started out our brush fire program back in 2017. So not really comparing LA County to us. But, they're very forward facing and they've been doing it for a long time. So for our side, what's going on with our development is we just basically finished doing CWPPs, our assessments for the whole island of Oahu. And then what that looked like was we had our first in area companies do the assessments, which helped them with their pre-planning, as well as get to know the people. So the CWPPs were just completed on Oahu. And with that, this past year, I'm sorry, it was due at the beginning part of 2025. We had each company or each first in area, administrative area, they prioritized and they ranked the 10 highest areas of concern for them for brush. And then if it's on the highest level, and this is ongoing at the moment, what can they do to mitigate that or to drop the level down from the highest level down to a high? So that's in the works right now. We assisted parts, so like Jay referred to, they have a lot of acreage to clear. So we assisted Parks and Rec in prioritizing their areas so that they can do fire breaks and maintenance on the highest areas. So that was another thing that we helped out with. And then evacuation considerations. So we're working with HPD and DEM, which is evacuation on Oahu is a bear. And it is like everywhere else. There's so many one way in, one way out. They're on top of ridge lines. These are all islands, and there's all ridges all around, so it's really concerning. So we're working with them on evacuation concerns. But then, a lot of the issues that are being brought up, we have that city working group that I mentioned yesterday, that the mayor had mandated. So a lot of the issues are being addressed. They're not to paper, but we also have a Hawai'i Wildfire coordinating group that has been reestablished last year, and then that's any response agency on the island that will respond to the island of Oahu. So it does include DOI, Forestry Service, the state, and there's MOUs there's verbal MOUs at the moment. We have written MOUs, but on the working group, we established the contacts again, which is really, really good. And then on our side, our response, I won't go into the initial response. That's on the first engines that come in, and pretty much Greg had mentioned that. So we follow pretty much what they do. What we did recently was, instead of just having one engine go out to a brush fire, we upstaffed to 2 engines on a tanker. That helped a lot. And then we also, during red flag mornings, we augment the staffing. We do a little bit of pre-positioning of apparatuses. And then also fire weather watches and high wind warnings. We also kind of track that and then augment the staffing for that. But that's about it. Thank you.
Well, we have some time to take some questions. So think about the questions you might ask. I know I have a question. Anybody? Okay, I got a question. So in terms of coordination, there's a lot of area to cover, a lot of vegetation out there that's bumping up against the wildland-urban interface. Can you give us some examples of where you've had to coordinate and whether it's necessary to work with? Are there experiences where you have a county, federal, and state agencies on fires?
Okay, this is for Honolulu County. So one of the concerns for us was we respond to federal installations. So we go out and like Luolole is one of them. go out there and we're initial attack. We'll go over there and then if it burns off, so on the island of Oahu, basically unless we have a specific MOU with the other agency or department, we'll just respond to ours. So we only respond to county, state will respond to state. And we do move around within each other once it's asked, but the initial is with either county, state, or the federal. And the issue is that, for us guys, is that the turnover after it. So we might start on federal land, and then trying to turn it back over to the federal government is an issue. Also, once it burns off onto our county roads, or onto our county or state, and that's a concern right now, and that's an issue through the Oahu coordinating group we're trying to hash out.
Yeah, I can add an example to good coordination. In 2018, we had the KFO fire up on Mauna Loa, a little shy of 4,000 acres, but the initial response was Hawaii County on that fire. Then the Park Service folks came over, and as we went into extended attack, transferred that to Park Service Command. However, recognizing the increasing complexity of the fire, we did actually ask the Hawaii County Type 3 Incident Management Team to assist for a few days with that. At the same time, DOFA folks were involved with that fire. It did burn into DOFA jurisdiction as well. So good coordination from all three of us to come up on that fire. We've also had PTA bring their engine over to support fires as well, and ultimately that KLO fire. It was as the hurricanes in 2018 were approaching, Lane being the second one. In advance of that hurricane, we actually ended up calling in a Type 2 incident management team to come in from the mainland to help support that fire, knowing that it was either going to be dry and windy or wet and windy. And luckily we got wet and windy, 20 inches of rain into the fire, but it was nice to have those folks, and couldn't have done it without the support of both Hawaii County and the state.
So you talked about, you have agreements between all of you, and then how do those, in terms of the wildland pre-attack plans, or any kind of pre-attack plans, have they been written in policy, procedure? Have they gone to that level yet, or is it in that process? Or where do you stand?
No, I think we're still really keeping our agreements up is really the main focus right now in terms of those pre-attack plans. Nothing's more of at the agency level, nothing that crosses agency boundaries like the one that you're showing.
Yeah. Jay.
If like you go right up here to where the new DKI comes down, you have one side of the road is PTA, and the other side is DOFA, and Makai is county. So we have like that Mauna Road fire burnt private lands, which was county, burnt up into Mauna Kea Forest Reserve, and then across into PTA as well. So in those situations, like it's a full and unified command between the three agencies, and we'll work together to assist each other. We had, I think it was in 2008, a fire started in PTA lands and then burnt into our forest reserve that we went into a unified command. County was there as well, and then we brought in resources from Maui, Oahu, and Kauai to assist, as well as the wildland fire team from Army Fire from Oahu as well. So it's safe to say we work really well together. And it's normally whoever's jurisdiction the fire starts on, is kind of in charge. But in a lot of times, we go into a unified command just to assist. From that Mauna Kea fire, we found out the hard way that when we do go into unified command, we need to have one one PIO kind of controlling all the information, because we had two different messages going on. One said the fire was contained, the other didn't. And once the fire was declared contained, the air resources from the National Guard started billing us. And because of that, I think we got like $80,000 or $90,000 helicopter bill. Yeah, so we learned the hard way that when we go going to unify, there's got to be one PIO.
One PIO. Yes, ma'am. So the question is if you have many different land areas and the fire is burning across those areas where the land is owned by different entities, the state, feds, local Hawaiian homelands, whatever it might be. And then how do those resources get distributed to those areas to adequately protect them? Did I get it right?
Correct.
Okay.
There was a lot of confusion during the time frame where it was this happened, this happened, this happened. I can listen and hear, but then you kind of want to hear everything, right?
Right. Well, let's ask them. How are the resources distributed in that case where you have different land areas?
I can't, that was my son had COVID, so I was put on COVID quarantine during that time, so I was not able to respond to that fire. But I can't speak for the county, but I would assume that majority of the resources were going to structure protection at that time. Until the structures were secured, then it addressed the wildland fire that was going on also. I don't know. Yeah, thanks.
For that fire transition from an initial response, everybody's fighting fire, so there's multiple divisions set up. To that fire, they ask for incident management team. So when that happens, everybody is in one plan, and then the resources, just like they said, will go on the fire and that will what's our objective and what we need to accomplish that. So it stayed in that same divisional format, but we had to get a dozer boss. The chief pot said 29 dozers, you can't track that, you need a dozer boss. So both assigned a dozer boss. But it just, as it gets bigger, and the management team comes in, and now there's an actual document describing everybody's playing on the same thing.
And it goes back to the priorities too, probably, right? Life, incident stabilization, property conservation.
Yes. So what you probably visualize is on the initial response, everybody's here, there's a fire, and everybody goes here. And that's really what happens until the incident is managed. There's you stay over there, we're going to put some resources there, you're staying there. So that's just the natural 911 system. Oh, there's a fire here, we're going there. Oh, there's a fire here, we're going there. Until the bigger scope of it is captured. Because that's the 9161 system versus a formal fire. Where we take now that area, basically call it a box. So geographically, this is now everything in here is going to be managed by this team. 911 is going to function outside of the box.
Well said.
Yeah, and to add to what Troy's saying, just, that is the incident command system with an incident commander and operations section chief and then the hierarchy underneath that, describing how resources are allocated across the landscape through divisions or through functional areas as groups.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the need for how you manage information on incidents. I'm curious if you use the concept of going to the information center, if you have a JIC, if you have, who did it work for?
I'm not sure how they did it on the Monterey fire, the Monterey fire, but it's, the question is, who would they work for?
Yes.
It would, the IC, whoever the IC is, they would release the information to that joint PIO, and that PIO would disseminate to the agencies one single message, basically.
It's pretty simple here, Chief. So basically that works out of our civil defense. So our information dumps to the EOC, and you see either the mayor's PIO, that's where, like, our team doesn't have a PI, so we don't really have a J, because there's one for the whole island. That message is solely out of the EOC, where we have representatives, PD does, this is management team funnels and the messaging comes from county management.
One more question over here.
Yes, through this whole conference, I haven't heard the word volunteer. And I know they play a big role in wildfire fighting. I understand that on the continent, there are as many volunteers as paid firefighters. And Hawai'i Island is the only island that has volunteer firefighters. So I want to have you explain to the Hawaii audience how big of a role does volunteer firefighters play in wildfire suppression?
So I'm just speaking generally on the west side, that's where I function. And I've seen some of our volunteer captains here. So they will get toned out any large incident like a brush fire, and they fit right into our system. They get tasks and assigned jobs because that's what their training is while in firefighting. If it's something that butts up into the interface, definitely that resource is not used. So they stay in the wildland, and if you're going to get into a structured environment, that's where the incident commander now has to ensure that his resources are split up on a village, which is kind of the job of the incident commander or ops chief. So they get toned out to all of our big incidents.
Yeah, I'm aware of how it happens here. I just wanted to hear it from
Oh, the mainland, I'm sorry. Well, we have, I mean, in terms of volunteer firefighters or volunteer folks that assist with emergency evacuations and that. So for firefighters, at least in LA County, we have paid call folks, like on Catalina, for example. And I guess you can consider them volunteer. I mean, they are trained as firefighters, but they're not professional firefighters. We also have that same group of individuals out in the high desert regions and in parts of Malibu. And they're paid call, meaning they volunteer, well, they get paid to do drills and they get paid to respond. And they will staff apparatus. It's been a difficult program to maintain because there's not many people that want to hang out and do that. So it's been a challenge. You have something to say about that, Drew? No? Okay. Did I get it right?
Yeah, you got it right.
Okay, yeah. I used to be responsible for that group, and it's not as substantial as we would want it. In Catalina, it functions very well. It's the island out 26 miles off the LA County coast. There's not many firefighters there. They need something like that. Those people have rallied around the objective, so that's the challenge. Okay.
Locally, when we talk about fuel treatment, are we really talking about fuel reduction, removal of vegetation, or are we on occasion talking about the treatment of the fuels with retardants? To be done over a large area much faster.
Yeah, I think so far in vegetation management, we've been talking about the treatment in terms of removal or thinning. Yeah, not operations where we're putting retardant down on top of it. Okay. Yeah, we're going to move into the next section because this one's going to be cool. We got some new technology to introduce to you, and I'll let Elizabeth.
Okay, so now we're going to do something interactive. And Sarah's gonna get it all loaded up here. If you haven't not done it before, it's called the Mentimeter. It's like an active, kind of a polling sort of situation where we're gonna have you scan this barcode or whatever it is, QR code with your phones. If you could all do that, it'll open up like a little survey kind of thing that we're gonna do just to sort of unpack some of what we're thinking. To sort of think through and have some reflection on what we've just talked about and learned about. And once is everybody sort of on that, on your phone? I see some people working on it still. Waiting for presenter.
Yes. I'm just gathering everyone so that you can scan that QR code. The code at the top will also be available on all the slides, but the QR code is much easier, so I'd say go ahead and do that right now. And then once we go forward to the next slide, your questions will pop up.
Everybody pretty ready? Almost. We only have 12, 13. Okay, so it's getting on me. We'll wait. So how this is going to work, and actually we can sort of start this now while everybody's loading that.
And it's anonymous too, so we don't know you're participating.
It's anonymous.
And there's no wrong answer. And you won't be called out. So is it better?
Yeah, you all get A+.
You might get a treat afterwards.
So what we wanted to talk about, and you can talk amongst your neighbors for a minute before we actually ask you the question, is we want you to think about, as we are thinking forward and trying to develop, wildfire pre-attack plans and have some preparedness and planning going on ahead of time, sort of optimize our ability to respond in given high-risk areas or extreme event situations. We have some different needs. We have infrastructure needs, we have operational gaps, we have other things we want to make sure that we've addressed ahead of time that we can already get working on, even as we're also trying to get toward having sort of an idea or plan ahead of time. And so the first thing is, could you please just for a minute talk amongst yourselves about what kind of infrastructure improvements we probably need to have in place before we could really nail it on having a solid pre-attack plan where everything's in place for us to actually be able to have what we need. And so when we say that, we mean things like access, water, emergency shelters, whatever it is. Just what kind of infrastructure really helps that we probably could think about moving forward on concurrently to our effort. Yeah. Oh, well, I was thinking they could talk about it with each other first. But if you want to just go ahead. Oh, she did it. Okay, so actually, yes, please talk with each other for just a minute or two, thinking about Hawaii's needs or just things that you know about in general. And then we're going to let you move on to the slide. Oh, we messed it up going back and forth. I'm sorry. You're our guinea pigs. Yes, you're talking to each other right now. You're not doing this. We didn't open it up for you yet. We want to talk about infrastructure. Okay, now we're going to move this along so that on your phone, you will have the option to rank put in some kind of order, a priority order for this infrastructure that you see here that most needs improvement. So go to your phones and put these in the order that you think we most need to address to improve.
So some of our votes are coming in.
So if you look at the screen, we're seeing the data come in real time here. Looks like water sources is winning with a close second, ingress and egress. Makes sense. And keep in mind, when water sources is somewhat limited too by just the way they build a water supply system for an area. It's usually tailored to the population, and so you always will have limitations with water supply. There will never be enough water when you have a conflagration. But we should have adequate water, adequate infrastructure in place where you can perhaps segment off or augment with other sources when you do have a conflagration, or an alternative source altogether.
Or uses of water that provide more suppression per gallon than dropping 1,000 gallons on one spot response.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we're pretty settled. This is where it's settling down, so if you want to look at that.
So it looks like ingress and egress was number one. Oh, there we go. Which that also makes sense. And there's a lot of best practices and evidence-based practices on evacuation and what needs to be in place to have an effective ingress, egress capability within an area. That's a whole science in itself. In fact, the U.S. Fire Administration has devoted a lot of energy toward that same topic. You have third, looks like emergency access, road conditions and turnarounds, which also is gate systems. Which, when you get these large fires, oftentimes you have roadways that are cutting through the vegetation, and those are just to maintain the vegetation, to get through certain areas. It's important to have that locking mechanism where it's a Knox box or some sort of access where everybody has access. And those are known areas where you can use to egress in an emergency. It says fire breaks. Yeah, maintaining those fire breaks. I mean, many of the areas on the mainland, you have a mandatory checking of the fire breaks starting in May, June, July, somewhere in there, where you're actually going inside, traveling on each one of those fire breaks and making sure that they're accessible. And if they're not, then you got to get out there and maintain it. Or the property owner has a responsibility of maintaining it. So those roads can serve as fire breaks. If we get a large fire in the west and you're cutting a fire break, and let's say you've got an 8-blade wide fire break that you cut, then you're responsible for actually making it so you have to pull the vegetation back on it to rehabilitate that area and make it grow over. So we don't maintain large fire breaks on ridge tops forever. It would look ugly if we did that. And so we rehabilitate those areas. But the roadways, another story. We try to maintain those.
So Derek,
sorry.
To what degree are we defining a fire break as something that would have stopped fires 10 years ago from what stops the types of fires we see now?
Well, I think it just depends on the vegetation size, right? I mean, if you've got 30-year-old vegetation, you need a 5-lane highway, if not more. That thing's, it's been growing 30, 40 feet tall. I mean, that's the case definitely in California where you have the chaparral. Here you have the annual grasses, a little different. I know they do a lot of roadside clearance here. Those roadways are acting as fire breaks essentially. But I was just having a conversation with somebody earlier today about, what is the vegetation management strategic plan for the state? Where do you sit? Like, where do you prioritize your efforts to maintain those breaks?
So Derek, we gave our next activity actually right after this. It's 2 parts because we recognize in your conversations you might not have only selected or talked about the things that were pre-loaded. So we have an opportunity here to ask you what else is missing that wasn't on that list. So if you want to put that in right now, you're welcome to, so we can see what didn't make it on the voting survey.
By the way, you guys are mentor metering. So if somebody asks you, what were we doing? It's called mentor meter. I didn't know that word until today. I thought it was polling. So what infrastructure needs were missing from the previous list? And you say, it looks like we've got some.
I dare you to read
Yeah, it's
it
getting
as it
smaller.
comes up.
Yeah, that's impossible. There you go.
We have a lot of communication parades coming in.
Yeah, you think about the communication infrastructure is part of infrastructure. How you communicate via either just the phone line or the cell network, different cell providers, and the AM/FM radio, which is a big way to communicate an emergency, especially when you've got towers all down and you don't have any cell signal, and your internet infrastructure is gone, and there's no way to get any kind of messaging. So turning on that AM/FM radio is a big deal, and which plays a role in these high wind events and making sure that our populations understand that going to the AM/FM radio may be their only source of information. And that's something that we found, during speaking with those folks in Lahaina that were impacted. I don't think anybody that we spoke with, we spoke to about 100 people, mentioned the radio. Most everybody lost cell connectivity. And it's the same way in Los Angeles. We've kind of drifted away from relying on the AM/FM radio. But that is a network that stays active even during these events.
So maybe Sarah can read us a few that she's seen coming through since it's so tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a lot of power and water responses, backup power for water for communities to use. There are, again, with the communication, multi-agency response, coordination between multi-agencies, and then we have some home hardening. Then there's a fair number of aircraft-related things, helicopter landing zones, specific aircraft needs. Yeah.
And actually, all of this data is saved, and so we can make it available. Let's go on to the next one, which is in 1 to 2 words. We're switching from infrastructure to operational gaps. What operational gaps can you identify, or do you want to make sure that we think through and note? So these would be things like all the things you would need to actually develop your pre-attack plans and then make them actionable.
I agree. Pre-lance.
Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna read off some ones that are coming in. Heavy helicopters, widespread notifications, we have satellite phones. We've got clear joint ops procedure, aerial supervision, effective communication again, drones. They start to move.
Yeah, the communication interoperability, I mean, that's something that was called out in the 9/11 Commission, that we were all supposed to be working, we were all working on it. It's not supposed to, everybody was working on it. But it's something that I don't think many states, counties have achieved. And I believe Greg mentioned it. I mean, being able to communicate on the same radio frequency is still a challenge, using the same radio system.
So for time's sake, we're going to move more quickly on, but again, we'll make this available. We're going to have a lot of communications coming out after the summit. So now, last one. What are some possible next steps for you or your organization that, after learning all of this stuff or thinking about it a little bit more intentionally, that you think that you might be able to take? You can answer multiple times too.
These ones are also free response, so you have a little bit more space if you want to write a longer answer.
Yeah, so they're coming up here. Community buy-in, continue collaboration with various entities, implement, like just one word, man, action. Let's get busy here. Fuel management on the fire operations side, better integration with forecasters, continue to build interagency relationships. I can't speak more about that, but it's really important. Let's see. Closer working relationships with our partners, which goes along with the building interagency relationships, engaging the public more, wildfire water solutions to Hawaii, staffing increases to do much needed work. Lobby against politicians getting into the weeds. That probably meant weeds. Joint trainings with other agencies, a lot of good ideas here, a lot of good action items, right? I mean, many of these things can be made into a work plan, and many of these items are actually included in both the state and the county 10 priorities that came from the AG's report. So those, like I mentioned, those items there have been, the 84 findings and 140 recommendations were distilled down into 10 priority areas, and you hit those on this list as well. Communications plans, messaging to the community is so important. And I think the intent here is for HWMO to take all these responses and make sense of them and see where they fit into action items that you can work on. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So we will make all of that information available, and if it makes sense, we'll cluster like items so we can kind of see the whole, like all the buckets across your ideas, because part of what we want to do is incorporate those into things that we can do to help support, and then you can also have that reflection back for your internal planning. And with that, I think we're going to sort of tie up this particular session and move on to a word from our sponsor. And Katie Lighthall is going to introduce him.
Okay, let's do that. Well, this is the session that is right before lunch, so we're going to make it quick and fast, and I think that it could not have been set up more perfectly than the conversation you just had around what some of the gaps are both operationally and structurally. So I do want to acknowledge first up that we don't have anybody here from Perimeter Solutions this week. At the last minute we found out they would not be joining us, but I did want to acknowledge them as a sponsor for this event. And if you picked up a bag at registration, I think it says FOSCheck on it, maybe it says perimeter, I can't remember, but FOSCheck is a perimeter solutions product. So with that, I would like to introduce Mike Eccles, who's the CEO of Wildfire Water Solutions, and Joe Stutler, who also works for Wildfire Water, but some of you may know him from his previous roles, one of which was County Forester at Deschutes County, Oregon.
Thank you, Katie. So I'll get to the point management here. In addition to being the senior advisor for Wildfire Water Solutions, I've been in the wildland fire game. I'm about 45 days into year 57. So when I started, Lyndon Johnson was president. So I've been doing it a long time. And about 3 years ago, some people approached me with what they thought was a better idea. And that better idea was, how do we significantly increase water delivery on wildland fire events? I took a look at their idea and said, I think you're onto something, but if you're really going to do this, here's things that you should consider. And so they have followed through with this. So what I see is something as profound as we added chainsaws to Pulaski's. When we replaced old air tankers with the modern air tankers, we're talking about, for every mile, 22,000 gallons of water. That's progressive. And we're talking about water storage in the millions of gallons, being able to put water in places that you've never imagined on the ground. If you can put a dozer there, they can get it there and bring it back. Plus, get a 20-person acre with it. That's a module. Very, very impressive stuff. So I made it a habit of not over-promising and under-delivering. And so most of you are visuals, so we're going to show you some visual things. I'm going to introduce Mike Eccles, the CEO, and take him there, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So on the slide here, it says transforming water into a force multiplier in the fight against fire. That's a big statement, and it covers a lot of ground. And if we go back to our IRPGs, this is what I call our sort of leadership intent, right? We believe to be more successful and add to the existing success, we need more water, we need to leverage that water. And the desired outcome is for it to be a force multiplier in that fight against fire. And so what do we mean by that? We really are talking about things at scale. We all heard over the last day here from a variety of sources, you know, it's getting more frequent, it's getting larger, more catastrophic, things of that nature. We heard from Chief Roper all the great things that are being done at the micro level, individual homes, home hardening, field vegetation, you know, zone 0, zone 1 type stuff, right? But it takes time for those investments to pay off. It's working through the building code, it's working through the community, and this is stunning, the amount of engagement this community has. Really impressive to see, but it takes time. What do we do between then? And that's where we really fit in. We think on things at scale, at the macro, entire communities at a time, not individual homes at a time. And this business was really put together by a couple of key disciplines, really leveraging the expertise in wildfire from those like Joe and other professionals that we work with. It's really looking at the water conveyance side. This is, you know, people say this is new technology. It's not new. It's been out here for over 20 plus years. We've just never adapted it to use it in this industry before. And so through a joint venture with our public parent, we are the leading provider of sustainable water and recycling solutions to multiple industries. We did it in mining, we've done it in energy, and now we're doing it in fire. And all of this is enabled by our critical water infrastructure, recycling, and treatment assets. And the most key thing here is the common thread of it's mobile, it's portable. And to give you a sense of how unique the size and scale of these assets are, you know, I've put a couple of key things on here. On the industrial water conveyance, you know, we're talking about pumps that go up over 1,000 horsepower. Joe talked about our progressive hose lays. They're from 10-inch diameter to 16-inch diameter. We're talking 20 to 35,000 gallons per mile. It's a lot of water compared to what we've normally seen out there. And just because it's big doesn't mean it's slow. We're averaging about an hour per mile on the flat. We work a lot at elevation, and so it's running about an hour and a half per mile because we're dealing with so much elevation. Right now, across all projects in all industries, we have well over 1,000 miles of hose deployed, and as Joe said, we can put it anywhere a dozer can go, so it's pretty significant. Mobile water storage, same thing, 3,000 gallons to 3 million gallons. That's from small helo dip sites all the way up to water treatment and recycling for desalinization or dealing with brackish as well as contaminated waters, and with water storage as well. We do that strategically where it's needed, and or again for that water treatment and recycling. And all of this is operated by qualified wildfire professionals. We're all initial attack Type 2 certified. And we take a holistic approach. This isn't just suppression, right? We do spend some time there. Our product is standardized. The pumps are standardized. It's all 800 horsepower pumps. It's all 10-inch lay flat hose. It's running it at 270 PSI. It's moving it at close to 4,000 gallons per minute because we're dealing with elevation. That's where we've compromised and done that there. On the preparedness side, it's much more open, and it depends on what the situation requires and needs, and it's tailored to that. So there we can go from 10-inch all the way up to 16-inch. We'll operate at 100 PSI versus 300 PSI. We'll go up to 8,000 gallons per minute. We'll actually do desalinization and water access to make water usable and applicable wherever it's needed. We have automation for water monitors. We work strategically with Active Grass. We leverage Starlink as well. We can put water monitors every 660 feet. And that can put water high in the air. We can control the droplet size, the pattern, the elevation, the rotation. Also, we can put it in the wind to disrupt ember casting. As we heard yesterday, the problem is that all of the structures are actually more flammable than the actual vegetation itself. And, this isn't fire as we heard, right? It's really a storm out there. It's snowing ember and ash and everything else out there. So how do we disrupt that ember casting? How do we provide more macro protection to those structures and then support the folks on the ground? So that's how we look at it. And the two main themes here is one, think of us, as you've heard, I come from a military background, so supply chains win wars. It's about having a more efficient supply chain. We'll bring the source to the destination. We can bring water from up to 50 miles away to wherever it's needed. And then from there, we can put it in the hands and tanks of those on the ground and in the air so that they can apply it. So think of us as the vein in the arteries versus the capillaries with all the other assets. We're not here to replace anybody, we're here to support them and help them accomplish more, be more productive, more effective. And we're not just an idea. We've been out in the field for several seasons now. Just in 2024, we deployed for over 45 days. Our average pipeline laid are about 18 miles. A lot of that's going from source to destination, but then once we're there, it's deploying completely around and through the community and setting up monitors. In some cases, like the mud fire on the right, that was a lightning strike and a peat fire. It was burning underground and going beneath the containment and the dozer contingency lines. And it was an FS Pro modeling about 95% probability of a 25,000 acre fire. So DOI, Fish and Wildlife, brought us in to help contain that. And we had to put a whole moat around that, let it sink 10 feet down, and then we could go direct on it. And actually, because of the unique situation, we had 24 to 32 inches of ash on top. We actually had to go direct with a 4-inch line, swedged or reduced down to 2-inch. So we had enough water weight and enough back pressure, so we get a good 30 feet of throw, so that when the water impacted, it cleared all that ash out so we could get water deep down where it was needed. Because otherwise, anything less than that was mixing and capping and baking that heat and pushing it deeper down. So it's really critical, but that's why you see the length of deployments there. We put over 20 million gallons. I actually think it's closer to 30 million gallons last year. I would argue probably more than any other singular resource in wildfires last year. And we had some really spectacular results from that. So thank you. Really appreciate you guys listening here. I think there's a lot that we can do in helping Hawaii gain access to more water, helping make that water much more usable, and also making a difference. So I think we got a video here we can show you real quick. I don't think the sound's working in the venue here, so you'll just see kind of the images, but this is a demo that we did here in 2024, so you can kind of get a little bit more of a sense of what we're talking about. And the last thing I'll leave you with is cost. This is not expensive. Last year we did this for about 5 to 10 cents a gallon. This is running anywhere from $15,000 a day to $95,000 a day on emergency suppression rates with the crews and 20 miles of equipment per module. So this is not super cost prohibitive. And if you think about your water delivery system today, you're already investing a ton in it. It's really a modern bucket brigade, and you're using your aircraft, you're using your ground assets to transport more than apply. We're here to help you put more application. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for your partnership this week and for your sponsorship. And as you all watch this, I hope that you're taking some of the information you've heard about science and data and technology, and even though he said this is not new in terms of an idea, it's just another way that we are reframing how we fight wildfire. Somebody should sing.
Yeah, sorry, the sound green thing is not working, but there is sound in this moment.
Thank you all. Yeah, so much. It is lunchtime.
In Los Angeles County. Again, I mean, it's not necessarily the best. It's only what's been practiced and exercised. They've learned from a lot of failures. Did you say that? Yep. And it's a work in progress as well. So we'll hear from Drew, and then the Hawai'i IMT. We've got the members of their team. We'll introduce them when it's time. So Drew.
All right, well, thank you again. So we've been through the component this morning is, hey, well, how does all this information get delivered? We talked about, okay, now we have all this great information. We have it in a job aid, if you will, a book that helps us out. But once the bell goes off, now what do we do? I can say for our organization, it's somewhat militaristic, so we have a different set of expectations to perform, which at the end of the day, ICS is ICS. It really is. And how does it all come together? And so looking at how ICS comes together, we want to get operational of this. And I'm going to go through, and we do this with everybody. By any stretch of the imagination, are we experts? The answer is no. I mean, all the landmines that we've stepped in the past, if you don't share those experiences, somebody else is going to step in that same landmine. Why would you want to do that to your friend, right? So just remember one thing going into an incident. The size of the incident doesn't necessarily equal complexity. Think about it. The size of the incident doesn't necessarily equal complexity. So I'll go down with some of our tribal elders in the room, as I like to call them. I'm going to look at, where'd Don go? Darn it. Well, I'll pick on Joe, the Chief Sutler, Type 1 IC. Well, they used to have, for different teams, they had fire use teams. So there was more of a land management practice. There was less values at risk as far as property or life. And so then it came into what? Multiple management objectives, you know? And so you have to have the right, then they have different management teams that handle things. But at the end of the day, all fires start out small, so how do we build? So this is how our organization teaches to what the expectation is once we get a fire. We're going to do some decision stuff and do some tactic stuff, and there's no right answer. But please just look at it, it's like, ooh, how does this fit for what we're going to do? So, because once again, ICS is ICS. So, the initial attack incident commander or operation must set an understandable and realistic incident objectives. Assign the right person for the right job. Allow your assigned overhead and resources to perform and get field intelligence. Gather intelligence from the boots on the ground to gauge if your objectives are being accomplished. So that's pretty direct. It doesn't say you shall. It says we have an expectation to have our people to go out there and perform. And if they go out there and perform, how does that get back into the incident organization to build on that expanding incident? So with agencies, and I'm hearing it today, that you have multiple agencies that come together. True or false? It's easy when it's your own organization, but here, if we go to something, the first-in-chief officer engage and take command to stabilize the incident. That's an expectation. The first-in-chief officer shall validate the communication plan. True or false? If you have 3 agencies, can you have more than one communication plan because nobody's communicating on who dispatched it, how it's looking? So I'll ask the group, anybody that wants to make eye contact, how can that look if you have a fire? Can one agency send out a different communication plan, and how do you fix it? Ready, go. Give them a radio. Okay, so do all the agencies in the room, are they all operating on the same frequency? VHF platform or UHF platform? So it's a UHF platform, right? Ultra high frequency, so 800 megahertz, right? How about a VHF platform, 1.5 something? You guys doing that? Probably the feds are. What's the industry or national standard for wildland fire responses with mixed agencies? If you're your own agency, you can talk on those walkie-talkies. You go to Disneyland and attract your kids if you want. But if you go to a fire, what is the national standard for a wildland incident? VHF pump plan. So we got to look at, because our agencies that we go with, we have some that are on VHF and some that are on UHF, 800 or 400. We're on 400, so we don't use them for wildland. We are strictly a VHF for wildland incidents. If the command channel is failing, fix it. Follow-up report to your communication center on your administrative channel. If you go to an incident, do you talk to your dispatch on a separate channel than what the command channel is? Sometimes. So there's inconsistency, right? So sometimes. So here, assign resources, identify the need for a unified command, and I heard that come up. Identify the incident command post, an area that is functional for the size and complexity of the fire. So, our expectation on a small fire is something for 10 vehicles, but that's the initial attack incident command post. Can it be moved? Sure it can. But you need to circle the wagon somewhere to formulate that plan to get it to the right spot. Because I know I've been on type 1 incidents, we've had to move 2,000 people before. It happens. Identify the fire size potential, know where the resources are holding or staged and waiting for an assignment. And consider assigning an ops section chief if needed. And we'll get to that. So does every fire need an ops section chief? Right? Need somebody in charge, and we'll talk about that, and I want to bring it up from the group. So once again, this tells us what incident complexity types look like from a type 5-4, which is what we do in our daily business. We go to traffic collision, person trapped. That's a type 4 or type 5 incident. We transition into a type 3 incident when we're writing a plan. So as we talk about the type 3 or better, I can say for us, on a type 3 incident, an LA County Incident Management Team or short team may be activated. Do you have any terminology on a team or a short team, and what does a short team mean? Section leads, right? It's kind of hard to put out a fire if you don't have food or fuel, right? So it just might be something you need a logs person there. You might just need a plan section chief to write the plan. You may not need a finance section chief. So you pick, it's kind of nice. You get to go to the restaurant and pick what you want from the menu, right? That's what we're looking at. So as we go through the incident complexities, this is some good framework just to know where you're going with this thing. If you know that you're going to have a footprint the next day to deal with a fire in a mop-up endeavor, our organization, regardless if the work is minimal and it's mop-up and the troops are kicking rocks, we're writing a plan. It's an extended attack incident, and a lot of times, you know, these fires are only fun for about the first 4 hours, right? Then it becomes work, right? So, what does your incident command system or your organization look like, and where does it need to end up? So this, on what we train to, is we do a captain's academy for our newly promoted captains. We put them through 2 weeks of a captain's academy, give them the expectation, not on wildland fires, but all kinds of stuff. We're just going to focus on wildland stuff now. Things that we tell them, keep to the basics, don't over ICS your incident organization. So, does anybody know anybody on the job who loves to sound sexy on the radio? Yeah. Right? This guy. Yeah. Yeah? That sometimes you over ICS your organization, you're on, dude, too many moving parts. So we try to keep it as simple as possible for what we want to do. And then we'll talk about unified command or single command. And then as we look at, I'm going to pick on the ICs here in a minute. Just remember, there's only one person moving all the personnel or overall personnel on the incident, right? If an ops is established, should the IC be moving tanks and soldiers? No. But do they? Of course they do. They got to stay in their lane. I was making eye contact with you, Chief, because I know you don't. Great delegator right there. It's called, if you get out of your lane, it's a boot. What's the term they use? A boot in the Okole, is it? Right? So people need to stay in their lane. So one person's moving all the tanks and soldiers, and if it's an IC and there's no ops, you own it. If you make an ops, he or she owns it. If you make a branch director, they own it. Division or a group, depending on how you build it out. Because one thing with ICS is if you don't know the framework of it or know how it works, people will get out of their lane. So staying in your lane is very important. So hopefully this doesn't look too busy, which I know it does, but we're going to walk through it here. So we have a couple different worksheets to use that we train. And everybody tracks things different. I'm a stenopad person. I'm a stenopad guy. I can run a pretty complex incident on a stenopad. And that's how we train, but we have these job aids, and I'll just take you through the bunny slopes on this thing. So what I'm looking at where it says the communication plan. This is where our ICs are, we set up the incident command post. We have our cool little Suburbans. They slide out the back. And they open this thing up, and you have a scribe there. You hear angels singing. You know, everything's going great, right? because you're going to track resources. You're getting all these inputs. This just keeps you on point, right? Where are my paramedics in the room? Nobody? How's your handwriting? Horrible, exactly. Right? So this kind of keeps us on point with what we're doing. So on the comm plan, what's the administrative channel? That's a known. The command channel, the TAC, the primary TAC, secondary TAC. For us, we have a proven dozer net. We have an air to ground. Now we can fill out our incident organization that's expandable. Who's the incident commander? Is there a safety officer assigned? So you can put out that you have a liaison officer. You have a PIO, which you talked about for the unified messaging. So you can add on to this. Who's your ops section chief if you established it? This, it says division soup, a little box. Well, if you're Division A, we put a little A in that box with the name, or a Zulu, we put a little thing. We have a crew coordinator, because on all our fires we have hand crews, and we send a minimum of 4 to each fire, so we have one of our superintendents that shows up at the ICP who handles my aircraft, my dozers, my hand crews. This is where I have coming, this is what we're doing, this and that and the other, and I assign them so I can work on that. So that's a link. The Helco is who the helicopter coordinator is, there's no one. But we get down to it, the point of origin is there. We have on the bunny slopes here an Alpha and a Zulu, and I assign my engines, I assign my crews. We can do that. If you have helicopters, what their tail number is, you write it in. Where the helispot is, where they're dipping water, you can write it in there. And this just gives a guideline of what our first alarm assignment looks like just on our fire. So I can say that most of us that do this, we don't carry around these sheets. I mimic this on a steno pad, and I fill it in, and I got like 7 blank pages of just these blank. So if I go to fire, I can fill it out. So expanding the incident becomes pretty clean. On the steno pad, you can fill those things in as you go, and it keeps you organized. And everybody's head works a little bit differently, so you have to find out what works for you. This is just one of our other command worksheets, depending on how people want to look at it. So here, talks about the incident name, who the incident commander is, what the staging location is, who the staging area manager is, the observations along that column. Hey, what's the size of the fire? What time is it? What's the fuel type? What's the rate of spread? What's the topography? What's the wind direction? What's the miles per hour? And whose land is it? Is it LRA, local responsibility area? Is it a federal responsibility area? State responsibility area? Is it in the initial action zone, yes or no? And then it just gives you these other components that are relatively the same. And then, but it also talks about the ordering point. If you all go to a fire, and it's a single fire with one organization, that department has the ability to bring whatever they want to the table, right? But what if you need more? How does it look? So I'm asked the group. So if the chief is running a fire, and he needs more stuff from somebody else because you still have to deal with the 911 calls back at the station, but you know you have something that is expanding on that, you know you're going to solve the problem, you need a workforce, who do you call?
So for Hawaii Fire Department, we also have volunteers that we can bring out. We also have partners in PTA, Department of Forestry and Wildlife, and National Park Service that are available. There's certain restrictions in geographically where they go and where they don't go and what's going on, but generally we reach out to partners and get beyond that. Then we start looking on other islands, so we have Maui Fire, Hawaii. A little difficult to bring them in, but they have some specialized resources we can bring in, and then after that it's military.
Understood. So, where is your call made to order those resources?
There's a back of the room, there's probably a guy in town who's sitting down.
Yeah, exactly. So is it at a dispatch center?
EOC.
EOC. Okay, so you do have an ordering point. Is it everybody's ordering point the same for all resources?
At least for this island, everything we're doing send in some pre-orders, stand by, but be ready to respond. And we have a web POC, which is an online system we're trying to get better at, and orders will come through there, and after, from the park, we want to have to stand by or similar. Sometimes, there's some phone calls go along with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you definitely do a lot of brokering. I understand how that goes. Sure, we can do that. Until the fire chief gets pissed at me at $9,000 an hour for a Blackhawk I sent him, somebody else. But he's my bro. He's my friend, man. But yeah, so meaning that there is a process for ordering resources, because if then somebody else needs it, it comes to you. You have to make an informed decision if you can let it go. Because you're in a high risk, even though it's somebody else's problem, you may not even inherit the problem, but they need your toys. Those are big person decisions that need to be made on what you're able to give up and how that looks. Those agreements need to be in place quick. I just took a screenshot of my steno pad. This is the one that you see is the blank one. The one on the right looks like should go on the refrigerator for my 7-year-old, but nevertheless, that's the kind of stuff we do on the fly, just on a small little fire, on how that looks. So as we go into an expanding incident, let's work a fire, and at the end of the day, and I'll get some polls from you all, that we know that let's work in this fire, we're going to anchor the fire, we're going to look at those control opportunities, realistic control objectives, and we'll see what our actual ICS structure. Does this fire look familiar to anybody? Well, good then you didn't work there. So, you have that point of origin you see in red. Yeah, always have a left flank and a right flank, agreed? So now I'm going to ask the group, where my fire chiefs you don't count because you're an agency administrator, but where are my BCs or my division or assistant fire chiefs? Where are they at? Okay. So most likely you'll be the initial attack IC. After you're done, getting your coffee and everything, the engine captain sized everything up and everything when we decide to get there as chief officers, right? We don't like to be interrupted. We got important stuff to do. But now we have a fire, so your engine company captain gives a great size up and you have resources that are showing up. Now let's start working the problem. And if you look at this fire, and this goes into all those pre-planned stuff, is this a high-risk day? Let's say it's a high-risk day. So we have all this intelligence that came in us. Man, we are going to the show now. How are we going to balance out those resources once they show up? So what's a realistic expectation? We'll just use this island. And let's just say the county's jurisdiction for a first alarm assignment.
3 engines, 2 brush trucks, maybe a tank. We call them tankers.
Yeah. Okay, you're going to remember all that because I'm going to pick on you because I already forgot. Okay? So, verdict. So you have these things coming in. What's the expectation from your captain?
To give a good size up.
Because you want to know.
And get some action on the fire.
Okay? So, how do they assign the resources now? So you have engine, you pick the number.
16.
16's coming in. Who's the next engine coming in?
9.
Then what?
14.
Perfect, you got it. So, with that, they start assigning them. How are they going to divide that up and give an expectation? Do you go to divisions right away? Or do you left flank and right flank it?
They usually will not division it up right away.
What do you need?
They'll
You need overhead. And if you don't have it, don't do it. Suggestion. Right? So your captain, how many are on the rig? 4? 3? 2 or 3? Yeah, welcome to our world too. Is that, so now you have there the anchor fire start working the left flank. So, and you're the BC, correct? Or division chief or assistant chief? BC, lucky. Is you come in you take the fire. What are you looking at as far as how you're going to assign your engine? So you have one engine that transferred command to you, and now you put him or her to work. Second engine comes in, where do you put him? Okay. 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 So what do you think going into this, and I'm not playing Punchy the Clown with you by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. Is that we put them to work left flank. I can tell you for our organization, I do not make an Alpha and Zulu until I have somebody that I know can handle that job. So my engine company captains, I'll assign them, hey, I want you to take the point of origin. Engine, what do you need, 14 first? No, 16, close. 16, I want you to take the aim of the fire, work the left flank. I want you to progress the close legs, go direct. Boom. So if I need to call that person, I'm going to call my engine 16. Hey, engine 16, I got engine 14 or 9? 9 coming in. Let's say that you don't want to put them because they need help on that left flank. Let's assign them to you, engine 16 on the left flank. They're working for you. You still just call an engine 16, right? So until you get the right overhead there to make sure they can do that organizational control, I would kind of consider. So just looking at the fire, do you think you have some, you mentioned the box. Do you think you have some containment opportunities just looking at this fire? We all see that, right? So how do we communicate that? And what are we looking ahead of? So we heard values at risk. What is the value at risk? Anything. Let's name some. Right? Right? Could be cultural. So if you have agriculture of some sort, there's going to be a significant amount of economic loss, possibly to that farmer, rancher, etc. Right? So I can say when we go to fires on the mainland, and Chief Suller can contest to this, is sometimes we get involved with the timber companies at $1 million an acre of loss. Sometimes we have to deal with Cattlemen's Association to have a bunch of cattle that we have to move. Anybody ever had to move about 4,000 head of cattle ahead of an advancing fire front? Yeah, that's kind of a tough one. But those kind of things go on, so those values are risk. How about communication sites? Telephone, utilities, right? All that good stuff. You got to say the power company. Where's my power company? I like picking them. Because they're going to charge us if we burn down their stuff. All right, don't our rates always go up? So looking at the perimeter control and structure defense mission. So when do you pick that you're going to make a structure defense group or roll it into that perimeter control obligation of what you want them to do? What are we thinking on what works best? There's no right or wrong answer.
Just what the fires are. First you want to map what the fire is, where it's going to go.
Right? So if you have 3 houses along the left flank, say, hey, I'm going to give you the perimeter control, try to keep it in the road system. Hey, keep it out of the structures. Right? That's pretty simple. And you let your people perform. They take action, right? They take initiative, engage, and report back to you. So your organizational control, assign to the flanks, or do you assign to a division, or when do you start transitioning into being an ops, or just keeping it as an IC? Do you have a rule of thumb or anything that you use for any of the organizations? Span of control, right? So I can say for our organization that I don't look at building or making an ops until I have 4 or more. And it's not necessarily span of control, it's because people will compete for your time on the air. So as an IC, you have to move the tanks and soldiers. You got to get the phone call from the fire chief who wants to know what's going on because they're going to be missing their golf, right? Tea time, right? So all these questions, you maybe got your EOC people that are coming in, you got all these other inputs, but if you need somebody to run the machine, and you have 4 or more is what we use as a guideline, we make an ops. So then the IC now can handle IC stuff. So let's talk about staying in our lane. An IC's responsibility when you have a fire should be very simple. It's a situation, progress, and needs to the troops on the ground based upon an ops in your divisions. Because your divisions are going to say, ooh, I'm running out of tanks and soldiers. I need this. So you as the IC, you're going to go, cool. Well, I'm going to order it. Or you're going to be the bearer of bad news. Hey, you're on your own. We're not getting anything to deal with it. Does that ever happen? There's not enough? I know, I just dealt with it. I ordered everything. And we ran out. That's the way it works sometimes. So thinking about just having 4 or more is when I talk about putting an ops section chief into place. Because what happens is people compete for your time as an IC. And then you can focus on IC stuff. Because as the IC, you're also going to have somebody coming up to you. You don't have a liaison officer there yet to be your handler, because they are your handlers, right? So, as an IC, if you can punt it to an ops, that's what you're going to want to do, if you do it. So, as we look at an Alpha and Zulu, and that's easy. Sometimes you might want to be in, if you have wind shifts and you know your area, it might be an Alpha and X-ray thing. Because if it swings behind you, you don't have to move the division break. It makes it pretty easy, right? So this is just one thing, is we know that we have the right overhead. We usually do an Alpha, Zulu, and anything at the advancing fire front, we put a division line. And then that gives us the ability to expand if we have to put in more overhead for stuff. It helps with that balance of work. We have to look at those control objectives. And we talked about the incident commander or ops section chief rule of thumb, 4 or more on expanding incident, or communications is competing for your time. And then let's talk about this as an IC ops. When do you guys get 2 tactical channels and a command? Or how does it look? One tac, and then your regular command channel. So we have to have a command channel and a tac. If you have to handle an IWI, how does that look? I know it always looks really bad, but how does that look? And are you prepared to deal with that based upon a command channel and a TAC channel only? Questions? IWIs are real. I've dealt with a lot. I know Chief Nutler has dealt with a lot. So do you have the ability as the incident commander? How do you ask for additional TAC channels? Who owns them and where are they coming from? And I don't know how many VHF channels that are out there and who owns them. It's probably the feds, I would guess. Yeah? Does the city and county have VHF channels?
Only has their own radio system.
Do they? Are their VHF frequencies?
VHF, 2 operational channels. We actually have 2 TAC channels we can jump to. But usually on our incidents, it's just maintaining our 2 operational channels.
Got it. Can everybody get to them without handing a radio?
Not multiple. Some of the agencies have capabilities, so we're working towards that.
Yeah. No, we have big operational issues as well. When I think Derek mentioned it, one of those other cities within the county. Oh yeah, that's right, Los Angeles City Fire Department. So we have troubles with them quite a bit too, because they operate at 800. It's hard to wrangle them onto a VHF platform. It gets kind of challenging. So listen, don't think you're special, because you're not. We have these same issues every day with stuff like this. So let's talk about the IWI component. Who handles that? You have something that happens where, heaven forbid, you get, one of your firefighters goes through, it gets freaking, has anaphylaxis, you just got stung by a bunch of bees or something. You got a legitimate rescue, because he or she's going to be sounding like they swallowed a squeaky toy really soon. How do you deal with it? Is that a command channel issue? Attack channel? How does that happen? Okay. So on the incident channel, so I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have that standard terminology? This is the command channel. And this is the attack channel. And do you separate the command from the tags? So earlier, not that anybody remembers, like a couple slides would say, hey, who talks to who? The IC, ops, divisions, or the divisions, engine companies on TAC business and what's command business. When you run your IWIs, it's got to be a command function. It's got to be delegated to a TAC to run it. And only whoever's running that incident needs to go to whoever's in charge on that command channel. Something to think about, because I'm telling you now, it will happen. So look at your IWIs and your comm plans, because it will derail you. Because what's going to happen is people are going to get frustrated. They're going to go to what they know, and you're going to have a whole different incident inside your incident running on a different set of channels. And somebody else is going to be landing a helicopter, and you're going to be going, what in the heck is going on? So just be cautious on some of that kind of stuff. So, as you need more resources, how does it look? We talked a little bit about ordering point and how it's done. What's the cleanest? I can tell you that for us, if I go to a fire with LA City or the Angeles National Forest and it's their dirt, I go, ooh, are you going to take the ordering point? They go, yes, okay. And we have an agreement, and I heard this talked about earlier, we have an agreement with the Angeles. They get, which is a great deal for them, because they get anything that we own for 12 hours for free. Right? So if it goes extended, and they need our stuff, who's going to pay for it? I'm not. It's your fire. And so, we go, hey, Chief, you want this? Got it? Here. You want this many engines, this many aircraft, this many hand crews? Here's on a 213, sign it and push the order through, because we'll be waiting for it, and I'll get them in round. That's how we do it. Because I can say with our organization, we get taken advantage of. And people have amnesia, as I like to call it. After you go, wait a minute, we talked about this. So think about how, what agreements you have in place. Mutual aid, and I did hear that you do have mutual aid agreements, or for how long? And then how is it going to be ordered if you need to assist your partners? And then you have to think about what your bench depth is with routine 911 calls. And how about an agency representative? Is that pretty common for you if it's somebody else's fire? When you want to peek over the fence at somebody else's fire, you kind of go over there, be that agency rep to see if there's any assistance. Is that pretty common over here? To have a designated agency representative? Kind of?
Whoever the lead is.
Right. They're the agency rep. Yeah. And they can help you. And then do you have something that if you need to order, is it done through an agreement with assistance by hire? Or is it under master mutual aid? And how does the billing go down if you are going to give them 3 engines for 2 days? That's a good one to dig into, find out how that money works. Follow the money, see how it works. And how about an FMAG? Who's putting in for the FMAG? For an incident management team, it's kind of timely. You want there, you got to get in early before your threat is gone, otherwise you won't get the money. So think about your FMAG process. Okay, I know I'm down to 2 minutes now because you're getting ready to hold it up. I have an internal clock working. So how about qualifications? How does that look? So I can say for us, we have a track for every firefighter that comes on the job, that they have firefighter 1, firefighter 2, driver, operator, captain, or engine boss. And then after you get the engine boss level, we have an expectation from our battalion chiefs to be task force leaders, strike team leaders, division supervisors. Then above that, we want them to be operations branch directors, ops chief 2, and then type 1 ops is the expectation from our organization. So we have that upward transition, and it starts with a task book. So we have those task books, and then as you go up in your quals, for us, that peer review is internal agency up to the boss level. It goes to the area for a strike team leader or any type 3 qual. It goes to within Office of Emergency region 1 that we're in, division, ops branch director, ops 2 or ICT 2, and then case 5. So I know I said relationships are everything, but you don't get qual till you go through peer review. And then you're looking at people that are type 1 qual. So I know with the way to get your type of qual, it has to go through case 5, region 5 peer review for that. So kind of the roadmap for us is where you begin your training, you get your experience, you get nominated, you go to these classes, you put in an application, you get your task book, you gain that experience, you do it through performance, and you're qualified people to sign you off. Then you have to put an application, you got to go through a peer review process, and then you get qualified in that position. I can tell if you're looking to build people to type 3 level or above, just as an expectation, it can be challenging on the island here for us. Us, depends on fire frequency on stuff, but it takes quite a while. We put our people through the paces quite a bit for the qualification. Because we have a lot of great people. If we didn't go help anybody else, we didn't need any qualifications. I can do whatever I want with my people. But for the cost recovery, I have to send somebody out as a qualified engine boss. I have to send somebody who's out on an overhead request, a qualified division supervisor, or anything else on a plan section chief, SIC unit leader. They have to be called in that command or general staff position. I'm just waiting for you to just put up the stop. Just, oh my gosh, keep going, keep going. I'm just so nervous for crying out loud. So I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I just gave you a little glimpse of stuff. By no stretch of imagination, I'm an expert. I've just been exposed to quite a few things. I was fortunate enough to be on an interagency incident management team for 22 years as a fire behavior analyst and ops chief. And so some exposure to this, plus with LA County, who contributes quite a bit. I've just been fortunate to have some good experiences with stuff. So, and I just want to leave this. Did I leave my information up there? Oh, foolish. And no, I'm serious. Just if you want some of the information, give me a call. I'll be glad to help you with anything. And if you can acquire, steal, borrow, whatever it needs to look like, I'll be glad to help you with that. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for having me.
So Drew gave us a deep dive, then he pulled it on back and kind of gave us the overview of what LA County uses to keep people qualified. And it's a process, and it does require resources, funding to maintain something like that. And we're sensitive to your situation. Like launching right into something like that, it may be, we didn't get there from, just rolling out of bed and all of a sudden get to this point. It's an evolution. It takes time. So anyway, we're going to have Gary Hudson, Solomon Kanaho, and Patrick Porter from Kauai Incident Management Team give us an overview of what they're doing in the island of Kauai, or the county of Kauai.
That was a tough act to follow. especially because I keep thinking about bacon after the morning session for some reason, and pork lau lau. Anyway, so my name is Solomon Kunomo. I have 28 years of firefighting experience. I retired as the Assistant Chief of Fire Operations for the Hawaii Fire Department. And I spent the last 2 years as the XO for the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency. So the reason why I'm up here right now is, I'm not sure if I'm on screen, I apologize.
You broke it.
That didn't take long.
It wasn't me. Well, that's okay. We're kind of locked up. But I'll just keep talking. So, you know, Chief kind of went over through the type 1 through 5 incidents, the ICS structure. I see some faces. You guys kind of followed and understood that. For those of you not within the fire service, right? It's just a way to make sure that everybody's kind of following what the plan is, to make sure the truckies aren't kind of doing their own thing, like, oh, squirrel. And it's done for safety reasons, right? For everybody, for public safety and fire personnel safety. So, what the EOC can do is, oh, here we go. So that's what we're going to cover, is just how the Emergency Operations Center or the Emergency Management Agency can support the boots on the ground, right? The personnel that are out there responding. Gary kind of mentioned that yesterday. So what is the EOC? It's basically just like a room like this. In fact, our EOC is maybe about half the size of this, and we have a big screen that we can put up, and we can kind of monitor the situation. You know, we put up things from updates from the National Weather Service. We put up the FAA radar and camera information up there. Anything that we can track for our situational awareness, so that we can kind of prioritize things and help the incident commander. At the EOC, we don't run the incident, but like Chief Todd had mentioned, if he needs assets, if they exceed equipment or personnel on island, and if there's something else that we can get for them, we can do that. We have a vehicle through our emergency management system, Web EOC, where we can order additional equipment from either the state or the counties through Web EOC platform. For all the gray-haired folks out here, previously the emergency management agency used to be called the Civil Defense Agency. And then back in 2014, HRS 127A was created, and that gave the governors and the mayor, and then trickled down to the emergency management directors, the authority to mitigate, to come in, and especially for the mayor to create emergency proclamations that help free up emergency funding, and then also to acquire or to request National Guard support for any kind of incidents. So we do try to follow and track that. And then Chief kind of went over the difference between what an EOC is versus what an IMT is, right? All the players that are on the ground trying to mitigate the incident. And instead of hearing and listening to me for the rest of the slides, Gary's going to come up and do the next portion of the presentation.
Okay, so we all got EOCs, we all do things, you know, how we do them, and everybody has a little bit different way of doing stuff, so we've just been asked to share how we do what we do. So our IMT is mostly, I want to go back one slide. This one, you said it started in 2014. I did want to touch, I kind of wanted to give a shout out to the 2014, those first bunch of classes. That's where I got my first sip of the Kool-Aid out there. And that was, I have Chief Ventura to thank for that, and Chief Hine, the time they were our instructors that came out, and they taught us 300, 400, and 305 after that. So, like I said, that's kind of our baseline in there. So, that was the beginning for us on Hawaii, was those classes. So, thank you for that. So, our IMT, we're a small island, we're a small group, we know each other, we fish together, we hunt together, we're all buddies, we've built relationships. And through that, we have a lot of support for each other. And for not swearing, when things go bad, we tend to run into our EOC and try to help out, right? Instead of running away, we got a lot of good people from lots of different departments come in. We got Public Works who come in, Fire comes in, police comes in, and like I said yesterday, all these decision makers are coming into our EOC because they can sit there and make real-time calls and decisions based on what the guys out in the field are looking at, what they're feeding us, or their communication to us and stuff is vital. So that's super good, and that's how we work for us, and it works really well. The other thing that helps for us, like I mentioned the other day, is the mayor gives directives for the department heads to come in. So we have a good base, a good following. If guy number one can't make it, guy number two, what was that word? Tertiary? Tertiary. The third guy will come in. Yeah, that many guys, so we good team. So we got a lot of help and a lot of backup. Now, we don't have, I forget what the term was, we can't put 2,000 or 4,000 people out on an incident. We don't have the campers and the trailers, and we can't set up camp. So our EOC sort of sets up like that for us. Okay, so it's a locally placed, it's in where all the government department guys are at, and we can gather around there and help run the incident. And then we also, since the EOC is right there, we can try and say, hey, can you get me a helicopter? Yeah, sure. Then we make a phone call. The phone call goes, and while the phone call's going, we're greasing the skid, right? Then we do the RFA and do the actual paper document stuff. So that's how we get stuff done in there. Yeah, our INT, we can go small. We can actually use a couple of people, staff members from our EOC to maybe do a finance or write up a plan real quick. But if it's going to go longer than that, then that's where we're going to start bringing in the team members and write an IAP and run with it like that. Yeah, so manage the incident, that's what we're going to do. It's kind of it's a hybrid system, and I'm going to allow Saul to explain it really good about that for you guys.
Yeah. I'm just going to do it from here. Hey, boy, can you advance
So,
the next screen? Oh, here you go. Maybe advance to the next screen. So, this is how our EOC looks like. And in the emergency management world, we have all of these different agencies, Department of Education, Department of Health, police, law enforcement. They're designated as emergency support function, ESFs, and they all have different numbers. So coming from our fire world and ICS, instead of having everybody kind of siloed while they're working in the EOC, we wanted to have, and like how Gary mentioned before, we're a small island, so out in the field they can't really do the IMT thing. So the hybrid system is we bring it into the EOC and we structure everybody like this through the ESF functions. So all these departments that come in, they go through the training program, they go through the 100, 200 to 300, 400, and then the G191, the EOC operation class. So for us, this hybrid system makes it work a little cleaner and better for us. And I just saw the 5 minutes, so that's it. It just works for us.
Wait, I'm not done.
Well, you got 5 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of how we set it up, and you can see it is ICS. We do have like the human services group, and those coordinating ESFs would be sitting at that same table. So it's kind of a hybrid blend that Elton O'Sheel guys have kind of come up with. So, and it works for us. Being a small island, not having to be able to pull lots of people from lots of places, this works for us. Just real quick, in when we activate or based on triggers, like our warnings or threats and stuff like that, it can be expanded or contracted just like ICS names, right? Yeah. So that's all I really wanted to touch on. So just kind of wanted to paint the picture. Local guys, small stuff, we come running into the EOC to stand up and to help out. And we had a nice incident in July or 15th of last year that Mr. Porter is going to talk about kind of what that looks like in full action. I can click the button for you.
Okay, aloha, Pat Porter. So, you can just go with that. So, we figured we'd show you guys this scenario. This happened earlier or last summer. And it's a good example of the importance of a properly functioning EOC. So I'm not going to get into the fire and the response. I'm just going to talk about all the players involved and why the EOC was so important in this scenario. Okay, so if you look up at here, there's a subdivision here. There's a lot of fallow cane land here. There's an old plantation camp right there in yellow. So I just go through the scenario. Fire started up in where the red square is on DHHL land. Okay, so I'm going to go through each of the players. So fire started on DHHL land, adjacent to a community with county roads. Okay. Down here is the state highway. The land between where the fire origin is and the highway is all fallow state lease land. And the plantation camp is Robinson, private land. Okay, so fire started around 12, moved Mackay to the highway. About 2, I think we closed the highway, did evacuations of the plantation camp. When we closed the highway, it affected the ingress egress, right, of the whole west side of the island. Okay, so that's why now, poles burned, we shut off the power, which shut off power to all the communities west, which included a hospital, which included schools, all of that. Okay. So those are all the players. Okay. At the same time, there were summer fun program going on. So now we've got 200 kids on this side of the highway that are separated from their families. Okay. So you can see all the players involved. In this one fire, not anything particularly different about this fire. That's why it's a good example of how many players are involved in one incident like this. So now we look at the EOC now. So in the EOC, we have all of those players sitting at the table in the EOC. Utilities, state and county departments, DOE, parks. So they're all there. And without that coordination in the EOC, there would be a lot of things going on, but they would not be coordinated. They would be just in their silos doing their own thing. So it's kind of a list of all of everyone else involved. But that's basically what we're going to show. All the players and the importance of a functioning EOC that supports the IMT that's out in the field. Yeah.
Just a real quick, this is one of the FAA cameras that were filming captured the fire that day. That's what we had up on the big screen inside the EOC, so we're getting real-time information that way. This is another thing that we put on our big screen at the EOC. This is spider tracks. For those of you know, that's the helicopter's flight paths. So from the EOC, we can also gather the hot spots and the places that were being, targeted. And we also have on our PAC radios, we got GPS now, so we can see actually the guys in the field and where they're targeting their attack. And you can see in this particular photo, they're making defensive stance along the streets inside the Kamakani camp inside there. So the fire burned right up we lost one shed, and that was it. The rest of the house, the fire guys made a hell of a stop right there. We also had 7 birds in the air from our local Air 1 down to National Guard and PMRF. Federal guys were flying Chinooks and Blackhawks and everything we can get our hands on. We call in General Hara, hey, and he goes, we can get you a bird tomorrow. I go, I need it now or never, dude. It's like, send it. It'll be there in an hour. So like, we got that coming. There's the drones with the FLIR. We can fly around at night and see the hot spots and stuff as the fire was dissipating. And then there's a picture of the people inside the EOC. We got the guy with the hats, Public Works. You can see police, fire, police chief, Sherry Mann's on the right, DLNR. Porter's in there whispering in somebody's ear. Looks like the fire chief. So, anyways, just some stuff for you guys. That's what went on that day in that EOC. And like Pat said, all those people are in there and like, hey, can you shut the power off to the homes? And KI, our utility company, was in the room. They said, give me a couple of minutes. Turns around 5 minutes, their power's off. And we did relay that message to the guys, the fire guys, who relayed it to their guys. So that's how it worked in that real life situation, and that is what works with us. So that's what I got.
Thanks, Gary, Solomon, and Patrick. So now this is the engagement with all of us here, and the question is what's happening in each one of the counties, and in terms of incident management organization, and do we have developed teams within each one of the counties? How are they either coordinated with the state organization? How does that work? So if we can just kind of go, I know we have Hawai'i here that they talked about what they've got going on there in terms of the Emergency Management Agency, but why don't we talk about each one of the counties and the organizations that you have in each one of those, from the fire department perspective and the emergency management perspective. Chief Intern, you want to share first? I know you guys have developed, type 3 team, and so.
Two pork lala.
Yeah, that guy right now should be talking. So at Maui, we have our incident management team. If the incident reaches a threshold of standing that up, that usually means we're looking at something that's going multiple operational periods, which generally means multiple days. Once we establish that, and as was spoken this morning, we have various designated places in Maui County where we're comfortable setting that up. They're already established, whether it's our mechanic shop, our training bureau, Molokai Fire Station. We have various locations. Once those are set up, then we're communicating through our liaison at the EOC. And Maui being a unique district, Mima, who's not in the room because I've been texting them, they are, we have representatives on each island for Mima. So they might be, Hana has a representative, Molokai, Lanai, and then Maui, of course, Central Maui has our big space. Once they stand up the EOC, because we need support, then we send our liaison from the fire department to be one of the ESFs in there, and then that's kind of what the room looks like, and we can communicate our requests and needs. Specifically speaking to Maui though, we pretty much have the ability, just like Chief Todd was talking about earlier, to get as many resources that are available on Maui. We have direct lines to all. So whether it's government agencies or private contractors, that'll go through our ops chief, and that sometimes happens well before a type 3 team is even stood up. But once the EOC is activated and we kind of start exhausting our resources and our resource list that we have access to, then we would reach out to, through our liaison, that's Ryan, who's sitting here next to me. I'll let him kind of speak to what his experiences are in the EOC. If we have to reach out for something that we can't get locally.
Sorry I wasn't prepared for this, but I'll share what I know. I just recently put together a guide for all of our LNOs so that we're all on the same page. So what we did is explain, we use this WhatsApp, how we communicate to the IC. get initial information and share with the EOC. Chief explained about the resources. We do have a list in there. Once that's exhausted, then we use whatever the EOC has. Working with the EOC to identify what they can provide so I can transfer the information to the IC. We also have, I guess, some definitions of terms we use for wildfire, like statuses of advancing, progress stopped, contain, control, extinguish, so that we're consistent with media reporting with the PIO. Other than that, anything else?
How about the transition from, I know when Chief Smith was talking about, he got into details about running an incident, and he gave an example of grass fire, brush fire. Using that same example, like how does it go from being incident-driven with an incident management organization at the incident, transitioning over to the EOC? You can talk about that. How does that work?
Maybe I gotta ask a couple questions. So what transition is happening between the field and the EOC?
So I'm talking about, you have an incident management organization at the incident, right? Incident command post with an incident commander. They're running an incident to contain the fire, to do some evacuations. Does the incident management organization stay there, under the command of the incident commander? How are you using the EOC at that point? Like, they gave an example in Hawai'i about running basically the incident from the EOC.
Right. Yeah, we are not trying to run the incident from the EOC, especially with our geographical challenges. A lot of times we might be on another island, so we might be running it from a field post, and then it's just comms back to the EOC, whether they're listening to the radio or if we have cell service available. That's how we're running comms. But kind of touching on that communication point, that seems to be, there's so much hunger in Maui County right now after Lahaina for people to want to know exactly what happens. Like as soon as a fire sparks, they want to know where it is, what happened, what's going on. And sometimes that's not a realistic expectation because sometimes we're still driving to the fire and they want to know what's going on. So we're doing more on our end to try to message out to the public as quickly as possible, probably within the first 2 hours of an incident. A lot of our fires in Hawaii that we all face are just rapidly moving. And we're talking about doing evacuations in 10 minutes, not a day and a half. And so that's why the public wants to know what's going on. So we have to make decisions as incident commanders from our captain level up to our VCs pretty quickly so that we can push out that information to MEMA so that they can push the information out to the public real quickly.
So let's talk about qualifications. So that you have some qualification standards out there, NIMS being one, right? The National Incident Management System that's established by the federal government, essentially. You also have NWCG, and in California they have the California Incident Command Certification System, which is in alignment with NIMS and NWCG. What is the standard that is being maintained here in the state? And I know that's one of the questions I'm supposed to ask, is like, where is that going? Where is the qualification framework that all counties in the state is subscribing to? And anybody can jump in on that one.
Elizabeth, I think, wants
Chief Todd. I don't think there is one right now.
What's that?
There isn't one. There isn't like a standardized system in the in Hawaii. It is something that I think needs to be worked towards. There are in the Type 3 team out of Maui, Hawai'i Island Incident Management team had run their own on our island, but I don't think there's like a standard in the state where, that has been established, like this is how Hawaii State is going to do this. more or less, our different incident management teams have talked to each other and we work together and we handshake it out. But there's nothing written in statute or legislation that says we're going to use the NWCG books or that we're going to use the NIMS books or anything else. Mostly, our counties get together, we work together, and if Maui needs some of our guys, we'd send them over, and vice versa, they'd send over theirs and whatnot. But I don't know that there's ever been like a state-directed, like this is how it's going to go down, because we still are arguing that out a little bit, I think. Although I saw my battalion chief here holding up his hand, so.
So the teams all get on the Zoom every here and there, and what I think is kind of shaking out is using the AHIMT model and calling through them. So we have a regional director.
All hazards IMT model.
Yeah, so Troy Outrigger oversees Hawaii, and he's been working with us. Hawaii's been there. I was trying to figure out how I do Patrick, and that's it. It's the Zooms. But yeah, so the chief is absolutely right, but that is where we're going to drive and also accept the NWCG. Because DOFAL, we're a blended team over here, and they carry those certs, which is actually better. So that's where we're leaning, and that seems to be probably the easiest way to get us all in the same call system.
So you're using the all hazard task book that goes along with each one of those calls? Is that something that everybody's subscribing to, the all hazard task book? And you can, so you're like for operations chiefs and above, and all of that, that general staff positions, is it the goal to have type 3 status like about? Yeah, Chief Ventura, okay, you guys are down your head. And so those qualifications would be attained mostly through experiences within the state, or would you be leaving the state and getting those experiences other places too? And then how would you do that? Who would pay for that?
So Barb's in the room, right behind Chief Ventura. We have a master agreement that we're working on, so I'll pass the mic.
Oh, okay. Good. Where's the money?
While the mic comes across here, there's different funding sources that we have. We've used Homeland Security grants for this. So specifically speaking, the Maui's team, we've sent people to Arizona, Oregon, Washington, California, Georgia to run type 1 incidents and to shadow.
And we don't run the incident, but we train at the incident with the other incident management teams, and that's one of our goals when we sign off our type 3 personnel, to get them type 1 ink in their task book, which means they're being observed by type 1 instructors and members, and then they're at an incident that is much greater, hopefully, than they ever need to manage.
So, go ahead. Well, how you maintaining your rosters? I mean, that's a challenge, right?
Very challenging. At times you have more retirees than you have interest. So, but it seems to be a national trend, right? Yep. So we're pushing again, and we're getting the younger group in, and we're gonna try to get 4, 5, 6 teams in every position, so that when the call's made, that we have enough people on island.
Are there any incentives, any organizations like to encourage them to just?
No.
You
live in Hawaii.
You live in Hawaii. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good. Yeah, you bet. Go ahead.
Just add to kind of what Chief Troy was saying over there about, we're working as a state with the U.S. Forest Administration, and there's no U.S. forest in Hawaii. So thanks to Barb for trying to kind of corral all of us to create an agreement that is going to give us opportunities for training, and then possible support, in an event that we need to bring people from the mainland to Hawaii.
Any agreements or at least handshake deals with other counties on the mainland? Any?
Northwest Compact.
Oh, right. Which I never understood that. It seems like it would be easier if we go to the Sal?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
We did make an agreement, so a lot of the instructors that we brought in to teach these classes over the years were from the Pacific Northwest, and we made agreements with small counties like Cowlitz County, which is the south of Washington State, just north of Oregon, and they called us to a certain level, they red carded many of our members, not everybody in our department, and then if, let's say they were going to put out a straight team of engines, but they couldn't come up with 20 firefighters, they'd be able to pull us up there and throw us on their engines, and then we would get the experience kind of on the line.
And that funding would come through the feds to reimburse your backfill and all that?
In that case, it would, yeah, because through Cowlitz, they're in the system, they're in the IROC and everything, so they would get reimbursed and then have to reimburse us.
Right. Yeah, as you can see, it's maintaining rosters for incident management teams is a trick. And everybody throughout the country is having challenges with it, especially when you have a lot of baby boomers who are leaving their employment, retiring, and you have to be associated with an agency. So once you retire, if you're not hired by an emergency management agency or another fire department, then you basically give up your qualification, which is tough because in some cases these qualifications take years to attain. To be a Type 1 incident commander, I mean, that's a 15-year ride, right? And going on a lot of different incidents at that level. So I think, you know, Type 3, because most of your incidents are right in that range, occasionally bust a big one, of course, but that seems like a good plan.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
I did want to add one thing. So besides the Type 3 certifications and the task books that you guys were talking about in the emergency management realm, through the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, the umbrella organization for each county, we're also going through NQS and task books in the EOC as well.
Anybody else have a comment on this topic? Yes? We'll bring you the microphone.
Yeah, so just a couple of words. You know, just about our federal organization with the Park Service, we do have a communications center up in the park. Oftentimes when we have incidents within the park, we'll create our own incident management team. Our folks do use NWCG qualifications. Our law enforcement folks step more into the Department of Interior's all hazard qualification guide. Kind of parallel path with the NWCG quals there, and then oftentimes we'll bring in incident management team support from the outside to try and provide additional training opportunities. But those are for those incidents that are specific to the park, oftentimes like 2018, and then the Mauna Loa eruption in, what was that, 2020 now? You know, we had an incident management team in the park, and then we would send a liaison down to the EOC for their incidents as well. But I did want to recognize, as Troy mentioned, the work Barb has been doing to kind of spearhead the effort to get a statewide master cooperative agreement for the state of Hawaii, as Chief Ventura said, with the intention of getting some cross-training opportunities and the ability to bring federal incident management teams here directly through that agreement versus through ESF4 or something. So really appreciate the Chief's continued participation in that effort. It's been a long haul. We've been having a bi-weekly meeting for, I'd say, 18 months or more now. And we're getting close, so I just want to put in the plug to everybody to let's keep that momentum going. Let's get this thing across the finish line and then start to reap the benefits of it in the future.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg.
Good afternoon. So I just wanted to make a plug. I think a gentleman earlier had mentioned volunteers. So I'm here representing Team Rubicon, veteran-led humanitarian organization. And one thing that we do provide, because we have a lot of veterans and first responders, we have quite a few volunteers, 160,000 across the states, and we have an all-hazards IMT team. So we did that for Maui. We backfilled their EOC. It sounds like many other states may have the same problem. So you might want to look to your, state OAS. You might have an untapped resource.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you. Great suggestion. Yeah, I think some of the CERT team members actually go through the all-hazard IMT training and can plug in there. Mike?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on your question about why we joined the Northwest Compact.
Yeah.
It's because we were invited. So we worked with...
West Slugs, man. Where's Chief Smith? Come on, dude. Step up.
I go to the Western State Fire Managers meetings every year, and the Washington Fireman FMO Wrestling invited us out to, invited me to the Complex Incident Management course that they were holding in Vancouver, Washington as agency administrator. And then he said, hey, you know, I've been talking to the Compact folks and you should come to the meeting. And we went to the meeting and they invited us to join. And so DOFA was able to send staff out to Oregon in August to assist with their fires there and act as trainees in ops and plans and IC. And so some people were able to get some things signed off on that there.
The only challenge with that is that their fire season is when your fire season is.
Correct, and we've been in talks too with Arizona because they do kind of have that monsoon weather pattern there where we could actually go, and particularly in the off season there, in like if there's springtime kind of situations, fire up over there, we could go and help with them, and then you know they're kind of off during the August, September if they get their rains, so they potentially could come out here. And then I also worked on a grant application with Barb on specifically for the counties in terms of sending the counties out onto incidents or bringing in trainers here. So I just need to have get that plan moving forward with these guys in terms of allocating the funds for that as well. And so while we're kind of talking about the world of incident qualifications and stuff too, Keith Smith is volunteered to come out and do IQS training course for, I think he says about 12 hours, so split it up over 2 days. So if I can get the county fire departments to designate a representative for that, and then we can go all get trained, and then we can kind of figure out how we're going to organize the whole thing statewide. So.
Yeah, so IQS is an incident qualification system. That's the database that stores all of the incident management quals of our personnel. And that's a shareware application, free, which is kind of nifty. And the information is automatically uploaded to the regional system and the federal system. So, question? Yes?
Just one more comment. So, I work with the Hawai'i Water Association, and we provide training and technical assistance to our water and wastewater utilities here in Hawaii and across the Western Pacific. And we're part of the National Rural Water Organization. We work with all rural water systems and wastewater systems throughout the country. And we've been pushing for our utilities to get CSI, ICS, NIMS training so that we can help support operations when there is an incident happening in the rural parts of not just Hawaii but across the country. So that's been going on. And you know, coming from Molokai, small island, you know, we're always stepchild.
Chief Ventura doesn't feel that way.
We defend for ourselves before Maui even gets to our island, just because we know like resources are there and it does take time for that resource to reach us. So we're a community that is like, we're going to be proactive and take care of our families before we depend on, you know, our county agencies to get there, because we know it's going to take some time to get there. So I just want to make people aware that the utilities, the water sector, is really stepping up their game and trying to get operations personnel that is on the ground during these emergencies and is responding to incidences that happen so that we can provide the water for their fire departments to do their jobs and get people back in their homes quicker than if we weren't doing it. And you know, going through these trainings actually helps us speak your language, right? So in the water industry, we have our own language. We have our own acronyms that you may have, but it means something totally different. So we've been encouraging those types of trainings so that we can speak the same language and be on the same foothold with everybody else.
So are you taking, as the water resource folks in Molokai, taking the ICS courses? Like the introductory?
ICS, yeah.
NIMS, okay. Like,
And also trying to do the all hazards as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's room for you within the system. Water resource specialist, you can be a technical specialist. You would be welcome with open arms at any incident management, incident command post for sure. All right, any other questions? No, I think we have an exercise, and Elizabeth, you're gonna guide us through that? All right.
You may have noticed that we put Post-it notes across your tables. We have plenty more. If we didn't put enough out there, just let us know. If you don't have pens, you can ask for one. We have extras. So, you know, as we're doing all of this, we're collecting your ideas and concerns and all the things we did on Mentimeter, because we really actually want to learn from you, because a lot of how Hawai'i Wildfire figures out how to support, and we just learn where everything's at is through conversations like this. So as we put this together, all these activities that on both sides today are doing, we're going to share everything back as well, so that we can all have the same stuff to work from. So this exercise, you'll notice there are 2 posters up on the wall over there. So take a few Post-its, and we're asking for you to reflect on 2 things. And you can use as many Post-its as you want. You can write small, you can write big, you can, whatever feels good. The first one is, we're asking you to have your reflections on this conversation and on what you've learned about incident management or things that came to mind. And then, so we're calling it reflections and takeaways. It could be challenges, opportunities, things you've learned, whatever. And then the next one is big ideas. Where can we go next? That is like a game changer or would be super duper helpful when it comes to where we need to go next for incident management, EOCs, IMTs, all the stuff that we talked about today. So that's your assignment. You have as long as you need, and then we roll into a break right after this. But the idea is after you write up, you know, your different ideas, you can go over to the poster. You can put it on the poster, next to the poster. I don't know if these stick on the wall, actually, I didn't check. But, and then you can read each other's, you know, ideas. And you can put your name, but you don't have to. Usually people don't. So it's really just kind of like to collect ideas and to have that kind of conversation in a different way than just talking through. So take some time, think about it, write some different things. The labels are over there. I don't think we put it onto a slide. Let's see. No, we didn't. So reflections and takeaways and big ideas. And then if you need a pen, raise your hand and we'll come bring it to you.
And about anything that has to do with NFPA standards, ICC, if you've got any economical questions that you want to ask that have to do with codes and standards, these are the people. So don't hold back. Let's get into a conversation. The other thing that's really cool here that doesn't happen very often is you get a panel of 4 people here, and we're talking about codes and standards, but collectively across us, we've all spent time in the fire service, and there's about 75 years of fire service experience here as well. From Oregon to Montana to Virginia to Maryland, we've all spent a lot of time riding fire trucks. So you're going to get that perspective as we go through this as well. So I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to talk a little bit about how codes and standards came to be, have a little historical lesson, and then kind of bring that forward. And then I'm going to pass it over to Carl. Carl's going to get into some ICC and some big picture codes. then we'll pass it on and keep going from there. So, as by way of education, I am a fire protection engineer. So much like land planners and stuff like that, you're probably like, what the heck is that and what does it do? There's 3 schools in the United States that offer fire protection engineering as a degree. And once you become a FPE, you pretty much go one of 2 routes. You go to a code consulting route. So if you go the code consulting route, essentially what you're doing is you're helping as part of the design team to build every building that you guys have ever been in. So if we look at the building we're in here, when you look at the spacing of the sprinkler heads, you look at the size of the exits, you look at the illumination of the exit side, you look at the number of exits, you look at the travel distance to the exits. If this were larger, there might be a smoke management system, a smoke alarm system, the alarm system, all of that is engineered into every building to give the occupants the best chance of survival, all the way through emergency response to give the fire department the best chance of success possible to deal with that fire emergency. The same thing happens in the WUI space. There's fire protection engineers that participate as part of that code process that handle all the aspects of that WUI code to keep people safe, give them the best chance of survival, and give the fire department a fighting chance. So the other direction you can go is the research direction. So that's the route that I went with my engineering degree. What we do is we improve codes and standards. So we're constantly doing research to feed back into the model code process so that it can continually improve. So the more we learn scientifically, the more research we run, the more we can take that output and put it back into the process to make it as effective and efficient as possible. We also learn from tragedy. So unfortunately, if I look at my research career over the last 25 years, it's essentially studying one failure after another failure after another failure to learn from that, to feed it back into the code and standards process to get better going forward. So a lot of my early work was looking at firefighter line of duty deaths. One of the big things that was happening in the early 2000s was the evolution from dimensional lumber to engineered lumber in homes. And what was happening there was firefighters traditionally over time would have a fair amount of time to operate above a fire in the basement before there was a hazard of those firefighters falling through the floor into that basement. Well, with engineered I-joists, they replaced mass with math. So without a fire, it's great. We didn't have a lot of big trees anymore, so we started making a lot of I-joists. Well, the problem is the web of that I-joist burns through a lot faster than a piece of dimensional lumber. So we started having firefighters that would respond to a structure fire, they'd go into the front door, they'd fall through the floor, go into the basement and die. So we did a whole lot of research understanding what we could do to be able to give the firefighters that time back so their chance of dying in a structure fire went down. We did that research, we took that research into the code process, and now if you follow the International Residential Code, it requires drywall protection of basement ceilings to give firefighters additional time to be able to operate, give occupants more time to be able to escape. So there's this constant evolution that's going on in the built environment as well as the WUI space. As climate changes, as things dry out, things evolve. And as they evolve, we look to the codes and standards processes to be able to catch up to provide that minimum level of safety we think is acceptable. So, constant evolution. And then from a research perspective, so to give you an idea of some of the stuff we're working on right now, we're looking at a lot of windows. So as we were walking around the structures that survived in Maui after the Lahaina incident, there was a lot of evidence of the effectiveness of double pane windows, different types of glass, different types of frames. That became a theme as to why some structures survived and some structures may not have survived. That led to a whole series of research that now went into the NFPA 1144 standard to be able to change the construction of windows that get used in a WUI environment. So your double pane tempered glass windows hold up much better than your plain glass or your single pane windows. So now we have all the research. That research and that data goes to the standards committee. They look at that evidence, they vote on it, and they vote whether or not to put that change into the code and standard or not. All while looking at that, also looking at the economics of it. If this is way too expensive to be able to do, then it's not going to make it. So there's multiple aspects of that. The other thing that I want to talk about is kind of the history. So my organization, UL Research Institutes, comes from Underwriters Laboratories, which started in the late 1800s. So we're a little over 130 years old. In the late 1800s, there was a couple interesting things going on. The first one was conflagration. So we had the Great Chicago Fire in the late 1800s. And it was essentially compromising the entire insurance industry and making it non-viable anymore. So they had to come up with something in order to be able to keep going. Well, that something was the start of codes, model codes. Another thing going on was the introduction of electricity to the United States. So in the late 1800s, 1894 to be exact, they had the World's Fair was being hosted in Chicago. And what was being introduced at that time was electricity for the first time in the Electrical Palace, where they were going to demonstrate this newfangled technology, which was going to change the United States. Well, what had happened was everyone was trying to figure it out, and the increase in combustible materials, and all of a sudden fires were igniting all over the place. And then here's the insurance industry again. We can't have this. This is not sustainable. We need to shut this down. These things can't happen. Well, a student out of MIT was the first electrical engineering program that existed, came to Chicago, and came up with the concept of creating standards for equipment so that everyone had a baseline of safety that was expected for every product that went into a building to make sure that that building could then be safe. So here we are, 2025, and we have two major problems happening in the United States right now that are really compromising safety and possibly undermining the entire insurance industry and causing major disruptions. Electrification by way of batteries, and conflagration by way of these wildfire-initiated urban conflagrations that we're experiencing. So here we are, 100 plus years later, and we're trying to deal with the same issues that they were originally dealing with in the late 1800s. How did they fix them in the late 1800s? Codes and standards. Exactly how we're trying to address them now. So we've come full circle, we're making a lot of progress. There's a long way to go. But since we have some folks in the room that are not codes and standards experts, let me try and kind of relay the simplicity of this the best I can. So essentially what I just talked about was we take technical results. So we take some evidence that gets learned from an investigation, or we take some research that gets done, or we take some expert opinion that becomes available because new knowledge is found, and we feed that into the standards process, and we improve the standards. We take those improved standards, and we update the model codes. The model codes are really important. That way, every municipality doesn't have to create their own baseline for a set of codes. If every single town and every single city or every single island was trying to do their own codes and standards process themselves, we'd always be behind because we're not collectively learning from each other. So what those model codes do is they provide that baseline minimal expectation of safety in our buildings and in our environment. And then from there, we've got opportunities to modify or adapt them based on local conditions. So California just adopted the IWUI code as the baseline for their wildfire problem. Florida would have a hurricane equivalent to that. So their requirements for hurricanes would be very different, possibly, than the requirements of hurricanes in California, because it's not happening very often. So that's how they kind of locally get modified. So those model codes get adopted at the state and local level, and then they get updated. So what triggers those updates are other failures or catastrophic events or studies and additional knowledge. And this cycle repeats. And it happens on kind of a three-ish year cycle of updating. Sometimes that gets stretched longer, sometimes it hopefully could possibly be faster. And we work from those minimum sets of requirements. The important part is it's not legislated locally to change the model code or to put the minimum safety level in the hands of a bunch of politicians that want to argue what safe is, which can happen frequently and something that we try to avoid. And then a standard. I mean, a standard essentially is a building block of the code. So if you look at the room around you, you are surrounded by things where you live and where you work that meet particular standards that make things work. So if we look back at those sprinkler heads, how they screw into that pipe, what temperature they go off at, how it throws the water, how much water goes through it, is all done through standards and standard testing. The amount of light that comes out of these light fixtures, the rods that are holding those light fixtures up have to be able to hold a certain amount of weight to be able to work appropriately. The structure that's above our heads to keep from falling on our heads has to hold a certain amount of weight, has to be tested to a certain standard. The doors have to hold up to a certain amount of fire to be able to protect us. There's a certain amount of lumens that have to come out of that exit light so that you can see it through a certain amount of smoke. All of these standards happen without you knowing. All these products get built to those standards. They get tested and certified to those standards. And then the code tells you where all these products can go. So the code will say, well, that exit sign has to be above the exit with a particular distance. The emergency lights on the back need to be in a certain illumination of the space so that people can exit safely. And then those building blocks go into the code to make this building safe. So with that, I think it's, we kind of hit the basics. The folks that update the codes and update the standards or can put changes into the standards could be anybody. Any one of you following a standard process that gets adopted in the United States and is executed by UL or ICC or NFPA has a balanced committee of individuals with different associations. Fire service is one of those that we try and get on those panels to make sure it's balanced and the fire service has a voice. But anyone can submit, anyone can put in for improvement, and then that committee has to take that proposal, act on it, and figure out whether they're going to improve or not. So I'm going to stop there because these guys know a heck of a lot more about some of this process. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Carl so he can get into the ICC process and community wildfire.
All right, Steve, you're hired. Yeah, you can come to work for us anytime you want. You didn't forget all the lessons of school as an FP.
It's been a while.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see everyone again. I'm Carl Fippinger. Again, I'm Fire and Disaster Mitigation Vice President at the International Code Council. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about our Wildland Urban Interface Code today. We have 15 model codes and standards. We have several standards, but 15 model codes that are published that are all correlate with each other. But I'm only talking to you about one of those today, and that one code, the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, works with our International Building Code, the International Residential Code, the Fire Code, the existing Building Code, and even our Property Maintenance Code. So you can see that they're all interrelated and they tie together, and I thought Steve did a really great job of kind of teeing up this whole conversation around why codes and standards are important. The codes are essentially, they tell you what you need to do, right? The standards tell you how you need to do them. And that's probably the easiest, most succinct way to be able to say it, and those are some really great examples that Steve gave, but what I really wanted to do today was get to this whole point of like, how do we actually apply all of that thought leadership that's done in the models against this whole idea of mitigating community wildfire, particularly here in Hawaii. So I wanted to walk you through these 5 things, and it's going to be pretty brief because I want to leave it open for discussion today and Q&A. So Hawai'i Wildfire Shocks and Disruptors is what's going to start us off. I want to talk to you about community perceptions and expectations. I want to talk to you about the public policy playbook that you have in front of you now to take action and move forward on this. We'll summarize and wrap up, and then we'll get into the Q&A. The Q&A will come at the end of this after we pass to Gary and to Doug, but definitely want to be able to get to that. So let's start off with a little bit on Hawai'i Wildfire Shocks and Disruptors. What I wanted to talk to you about was the pictures up there, the headlines up there. You have all lived this, we have all lived this together through you and your experiences, and you continue to live this. I had a very interesting conversation with one of the members of the fire service here today, and we know that some of the challenges, the depression issues, some of the really key things that we're going to need to look out for our brothers and sisters in public safety and members of the community about start to crop up right around the 18-month time frame. And think about where we are and how far out we are from the fires in Maui. And it'll be a similar time frame for those folks in Los Angeles. But I bring this back to say this was a pretty big deal, as you all know. And we're all humble in public safety. As Steve said, we've spent a lot of time in public safety and the fire service together. And you've been through a lot together, and you need to be able to look in the mirror and give yourself credit for what you've done. I see fire chiefs in the room, I see community members in the room, I see leaders in the room, people who have done a lot over the last several months since this incident happened to move Hawaii forward, and the work is not done yet. In fact, most of the really hard work starts now because it's change management and it's changing behaviors and attitudes and cultural norms. But you can do this. You've gotten through the shock and the disruptors, right? And that's what we see here, and it's not meant to bring this up in a light of reminding you just how tragic this, we understand how tragic this was. And it's going to continue to be that way for some time. But you know what, at the end of the day, what can we do now and take action to prevent it from happening again? So, community perceptions and expectations. Hawaiian culture, I've learned a lot. I told a few people this, but I have godparents that live over on Oahu, and I have a god niece and a god son that live over there as well too. My aunt grew up in Honolulu, and then spent most of her life in the airline industry, and then moving from place to place with my uncle who was in the Air Force. They have settled, again, his last duty station was on Oahu, so they live on the windward side of Oahu over in Kaneohe Bay. And she's done a really good job at helping me to understand and appreciate, just as all of you in this room have when we've talked with you, about what really matters here. So, yes, I live in Virginia. I went to school in Washington, D.C. for college. I grew up in Connecticut. I'm not from here. I recognize and I appreciate that, and I'm not here to tell you how to do your work. I'm here to help you understand what the resources are and the capabilities that are here to be able to help you move through with the understanding of all of the things that you've been kind enough to help us learn along the way. Aloha, love and fellowship. Ohana, family, close friends, supporters, secondary homes and dwelling units. Aina, land and earth, and how much that matters here. Kahale, the home. Kuleana, responsibility and accountability. That's what I'm going to talk to you about here, because those are lessons that I've learned from you in the community here. We're here, we've been here with you. We've been with the Fire Council. We've been with the Building Code Council as far back as 2006, 2007. Today's 2025, we're not going anywhere. We're here with you to support you. So the local communities, you're the stewards of the culture and the environment, including the built environment. Yesterday we talked about why does the built environment matter? Well, that's why. It allows us a safe place to live and a place to work, and helps bring order to our lives and to our family. But in the wake of the Maui wildfires, the community believes that someone is taking care of wildfire mitigation and building community resilience. in the wake of this disaster. That someone is you. Those people, we hear that a lot in the fire service, those people, right? Those people are all of us in this room. We have the responsibility collectively to carry that torch forward. It doesn't stop now. In fact, it's really just beginning. So we'll talk a little bit about the public policy playbook and what does that mean. 3 after-action reports, there are more. There have been studies done and many other activities, but these are the 3 big ones, right? The after-action report from Western Fire Chiefs Association, the after-action report on the Maui wildfires from MEMA, and then of course the largest one of the 3, which is the UL Fire Safety Research Institute Lahaina Fire Forward-Looking Report. You've got the public policy playbook. In fact, as a public official, as a government regulator or administrator, even as a member of the community, you now have the backing and the resources of all of the information and the thought leadership that went into those now to be able to forward what it is that's important to you to get done. And we're here to help you. And let me talk a little bit about how that intersects with the International Code Council's work and codes and standards as a topic. There's a vegetation recommendation in there, vegetation management, a robust and proactive dispensable space code, inspection and enforcement programs are needed. That's recommendation 3.3 in the UL report. 3.41, planning, zoning, and codes. Enforce building codes and zoning regulations that require sufficient road width and access points in new developments. Better planning for future developments. I understand there are on the order of tens of thousands of new homes planned for Big Island over the next 10 years. Just let that sink in for a minute. Planning, zoning, and codes, again, review and ensure adoption processes meet requirements of state statute HRS 10728. HRS 10728 contains all of the things that talk about codes and standards and why they're important in not only the state of Hawaii, but how the counties have a responsibility to adopt, implement, enforce, and continually update their codes. 4.0, we get into the built environment. Adopt and enforce contemporary codes and standards for building construction in wildfire-prone areas. That's what the Wildland-Urban Interface Code does. It gives you a framework to do that. Update, implement, enforce codes and standards for fuel management and defensible space around structures. Adopt, implement, enforce stronger WUI codes, example being the International Wildland Urban Interface Code and NFPA 1140, the standard on wildland fire protection, or WUI structure parcel community hazard mitigation methodology guidance. Those are powerful words. The Western Fire Chiefs Association says in their report, review and adopt modern building codes that have a wildland urban interface WUI component to them. That's your mandate. That's your playbook. You've got to get that in front of the community now and get that in front of the decision makers and the policy makers. And frankly, they can't say no in terms of budget or policy. It might just be a matter of prioritization. Here's our piece to be able to get to, because you know what? You've already got a number of our tools and resources at your fingertips already. The International Building Code is already in Hawaii. The International Residential Code is already in Hawaii. Existing buildings are covered in Hawaii, right? This adds on to that. You have it there, it's the model code. It can help you achieve all of those policy priorities that I just talked about. So in summary, Hawaii's been on an incredible journey stemming from wildfire shocks and disruptors. Every single one of you all deserve credit for prevailing in the face of massive adversity. You're still here, you're still standing. Communities believe that someone is actively preparing for and preventing an incident like what happened on Maui from repeating itself again. We have seen firsthand, I have seen firsthand, setups that are much like what we saw in Maui right here on the Big Island. This could happen again. It's only a matter of time. so that someone who's going to do something about it is you. Those people, again, are all of us. Hawaii's got the playbook, you've got the resources in place to address the findings and effectively close those public policy gaps. Building officials are our members. Fire officials are our members. Emergency managers are an audience that I work with every day, and stakeholders to our process. You need them all to work together to implement after-action recommendations that are in those reports for codes and standards today. We're here, we're a resource. How can we help you? Thanks.
Thank you, Carl. Aloha, everyone. My name is Gary Hommel. I'm a Regional Director for the National Fire Protection Association. I want to just give you a quick primer on NFPA codes and standards and what we have to offer for Hawaii, what we've been offering for Hawaii. Really quick, the National Fire Protection Association is a global, for those of you that are not in the fire service, we're a global, self-funded, nonprofit organization established in 1896, devoted to eliminating death, injury, property, and economic loss due to fire, electrical, and related hazards. We started in 1896 because in the Northeast there was large industrial manufacturing companies, and they were losing their equipment and all their goods in large-scale fires. So they realized the importance of fire sprinklers, but the problem is one manufacturer had threads and piping that was different than the others, and they wanted to get together to make it all uniform, and that's how NFPA was formed. From that initial 10-page pamphlet, now we produce over 340 codes and standards that the entire world use. We're a global organization. Our mission and our vision is we are the leading global advocate for the elimination of death, injury, property, and economic loss due to fire, electrical, and related hazards. And you can see elimination is highlighted in red. That's a lofty goal, but that's what we're striving for. It may not be in my lifetime, more than likely won't, but hopefully at some point we can figure out a ways as society to make this happen. And our mission to do that is to help save lives and reduce loss with information, knowledge, and passion. Several years ago, NFPA came up with the Fire and Life Safety Ecosystem, and I don't know how legible that is, but you can see that there are 8 cogs in this ecosystem, starting with government responsibility. But if you look at each of these 8 cogs, and I won't take the time to dive into the minutiae of them, but you can see that the fire service is a part of this. Updated codes and standards, a skilled workforce, and even the informed public, because as we've talked about over these 2 days, education is going to be the key component to changing the societal views about how important this wildfire issue is and how we can address it as a community. So let's talk about NFPA 1, which is our fire code. Okay? It's Hawaii Administrative Rules. Those are the sections that give Hawaii the authority to adopt NFPA 1 as the state fire code. You can see that it's written right into the legislative rules, the charter for the government, and so that's what you work off of when you adopt our codes and standards. We initiated the code in 1971. It addressed all aspects of fire protection and prevention, and it points to other NFPA codes and standards. And that's important to know because in the fire code itself, if it says you have to put sprinklers in this building, well, if you try to put every aspect of the design, installation, and maintenance of those components, the fire code would be volumes. So they point to NFPA 13, which is the standard for automatic fire sprinkler systems. The same with fire alarm systems. NFPA 72 is the standard for fire alarm systems. So that gives you and I love the way Steve and Carl both said it, the code tells you what you do, the standard tells you how to do it. And other code development organizations all over the country use our NFPA standards for that expansion of what the prescriptive requirements are. So when they point to NFPA 13, they point to NFPA 72, that helps the design professionals and the trades build those systems up to some sort of a standard, and that's hence why we have the standard. And in 1971, we made the code, but we also had some standards already in place. So what we do is we extracted some of the language out of those standards to help people understand what the fire code was trying to tell them. Okay? In 2003, we published the first NFPA 1 that we called the Uniform Fire Code under the new format. We were in a partnership with the Western Fire Chiefs Association because they had the intellectual property, so we worked together and created what is now, you know, as the NFPA 1 Uniform Fire Code. One of the things that the fire code does in the administrative section, chapter 1, is it helps protect the fire service from being sued to do their job. I know there's a lot of concern about this. So this is a lot of language, I'm not going to read it to you, but basically what it says is if you aren't grossly negligent as the fire service or code enforcement official, and you are doing your job, if there's a fire, or God forbid somebody dies, you can't be sued from the fire department. And if there is a lawsuit, your jurisdiction is going to protect your back on that. And that's anything that you can see the fire department might do. Shutting things down and stop work orders, doing the fire department procedures and fire suppression efforts. All of that kind of helps the fire service know that they are covered from liability with this. And it also says that this code doesn't lessen the responsibility of the other people out there. So if somebody's doing something wrong, the fire code says you're not supposed to do it, but it doesn't mean that the fire department had to come and tell you, you have to do this, or the code officials come and tell you, you have to do this. It's kind of inherent that they need to take the responsibility for that. So in NFPA 1, there's lots of chapters that address a lot of different aspects of fire and life safety, but the big one is, for our intents and purposes, is chapter 17. The provisions in the Wildland-Urban Interface were added into the 2003 edition as part of the reorganization of NFPA 1, and we incorporated it into what's called Chapter 17. Again, we pull a lot of information because it's so much info to try and wrap your arms around that we pull a lot of information from NFPA 1140, and I'll talk about that in just a few moments, to help the prescriptive requirements, people get their arms around what the prescriptive requirements are. So with that, you can see in chapter 17, 17.1, there's 11 sections that just talk about the general requirements and provisions that you need to do to be adherent with the fire code as it relates to wildland fire. In plans, you can see that there's one whole section dedicated to how do you plan for these events. How do you plan your community? What are you doing for water supply? What are you doing for egress? What are you doing for fire breaks? What are you doing for emergency responders? And so that's the section in there. And then we have 17.3, and there's 9 sections of that, talking about wildland fire prone areas, and we'll dive into those a little deeper. Like I said, NFPA 1 refers to 1144, which in the new edition, because we did a standard consolidation document, we took 1144, 1143, 42, and NFPA 1035, which is the professional qualifications requirements for wildland firefighters. We rolled all those into a new document called NFPA 1140, and that is the go-to. It just combines all those ones, so you can just go to one-stop shopping and find all of those requirements inside the one standard. When you have an area where wildland fuels abut structures with a clear line of demarcation between residential, business, and public structures and wildland fuels. That's what the 2018 edition of 1144 says, and the updated version, which is now called 1140, is on there. The focus is on where, so we have the result in a concern about things that will not make a big difference in reducing structure fires, how the firefighters and equipment get there, type of fire equipment is needed, and the location of fire hydrants and water supply. Water supply being key, especially when we look at what happened in California, and even on Lahaina, when the fires rolled through there and the water supply was maxed out and couldn't do that, perform its function or expectation. Okay? The general requirements for 1144 are the planning, construction, maintenance, education, and management elements for the protection of life and property from wildfire shall meet the requirements of Chapter 17, and again, it points to 1144, which is now 1140. In cases which, and then 17.1.1 says, in cases in which the local jurisdiction declares that an area within the jurisdiction is a wildland-urban interface, as determined by an assessment tool based upon accepted fire service practices, or where new structures will be located in a wildland-urban interface. So those risk maps that HWMO has done a really good job of trying to put together and get there, they can use that, the authorities having jurisdiction, or your fire department, can use that as a determination of where are the risks there and where do we need to enforce Chapter 17 in NFPA 1 and the provisions in 1140. Are we talking about every building? No, we're talking about where they have the potential to get involved from exposure to the embers or flame front of a wildfire. Okay? The AHJ, that's your fire department in this case, shall perform or cause to be performed a wildland fire hazard assessment for each structure ignition zone in the development to determine relative risk, the extent of wildland fire hazard, and applicable mitigation measures. Okay? The structure assessment is, at a minimum, should include this following. Identification and documentation of the wildland fire hazards in the ignition zone for each structure within the wildland fire hazard areas according to the elements and conditions in Chapter 17, Section 1, Paragraph 4. Number 2 is determination of mitigation measures for vegetation, other combustibles, and the structure, including the periodic maintenance associated with such measures. It's all well and good to come in and do some fuel mitigation stuff, but as we know, these are living organisms, so they're going to grow back. So there has to be a continued maintenance of those things. Number 3 is establishment of priorities relative to mitigating the risks from wildland fire. Okay? Those priorities are going to be lined out in your fire mitigation plan. Number 4 is the evaluation of the site for conflagration hazards associated with the property to provide information for fire operation strategies should the site or surrounding properties become involved with fire. And we had a session this morning talking about pre-wildland fire attack plans, and that's kind of what we're talking about, evaluating the sites for what kind of staffing manpower are we going to need if things go sideways on us here. Okay, the structure assessment, and those of you that were fortunate enough to take Dr. Jack Cohen's ASIP class, this is all based on that science. It's based on fundamentals of science proven. So a structure assessment and elements and condition, at a minimum, the structure assessment shall cover elements and conditions such as overview of the surrounding environment, so that can be topography, type of fuels, abutment to other structures or accessory structures, fences, combustible fences, and that kind of stuff. Then you look at the structure itself from the top to the bottom, so the chimney to the eaves on the roof. What are you looking at? Where embers can be trapped and continue to smolder until they ignite into a flame. From the top of the exterior wall to the foundation. That's where we start talking about 1140's new requirements on what glass you can use in windows, that type of thing. From foundation to the immediate landscape area, that's about 0 to 5 feet out. What are you using to butt up against your house? Hopefully it's not juniper bushes, arborvitaes, those things right up against your house, where if they catch on fire, now they're going to be an exposure risk to the structure. And then from the immediate landscape area to the extent of the structure ignition zone, which we're looking at about 100 feet at this point. And all of those are addressed in 17.1.5 through 17.1.5.9. The nice thing about this is this says a lot of code speak, it's a lot of things that are required, but in the annex, A17.1.2, there is an assessment guide that is based on that ASIP methodology, the science involved with how structures ignite. And this you can approach your fire department. If you're not the fire department, please get with your fire department, have them print this out for you. It's free to use. You can just go in, print this out, and then you can do your own home assessment with this framework in front of you so that you know what you're up against and what the things you should be looking at. When you do the home assessment, then you go on to the wildfire hazard mitigation plan. And that is a plan and also a schedule to complete. And so you, the AHJ, the fire department, shall work with applicable agencies and organizations to resolve any conflicts between recommended wildland fire hazard mitigation measures and mitigation measures or objectives of the other hazards that you're seeing. Okay? This is where those of you that aren't fire service and are water purveyors, electrical utility providers, the general public at large, this is where you can help. Because you can go in and support your fire department for staffing, funding, and that to perform their duty, but also take the onerous onto yourself and say, we want to perform our own assessment and work with the fire department by using that checklist framework. You can go in and assess your structure and then work with your fire department to customize your plan, because like I said yesterday, every island has its own different topography issues and that. And so when you're looking at it, no two homes, whether you're on Oahu, Maui, Big Island, Kauai, Molokai, you can't predict by just using a blanket coverage of how those homes or structures are going to be impacted by fire. So each hazard mitigation plan has to be unique to the structure that you've looked at. And then the mitigation, implementation, and enforcement is the AHJ shall require the property owner to develop and comply with the approved wildland fire hazard mitigation plan and schedule according to 17.1.10.1. Okay, that's a lot of words to just say that the onus is on them to put the plan together. And then if there is an issue, and I liked what BC Absubo said yesterday from Maui, is that they come in and they do an inspection on a potential problem property, and they give them a notice of warning. Hey, this isn't up to snuff. You got 30 days or whatever the time frame agreed upon is. You need to clean this up. And then if they don't do that, then they can come back in and work harder, because as Carl and I said yesterday, every code enforcement inspection is an opportunity to educate, because that's what you want to do first. Educate them. Then, if you've educated them and enlightened them, but they still want to dig their heels into the ground and say, nope, I'm not going to play by the rules, then you know you can go in and start using heavier measures, fining, whether that's $2,500 a day until it's corrected, whatever that number is, that is going to speak volumes to those people that aren't motivated to do it because of the good of the community or the good of the fire department helping them out. And the other thing is you can't get building permits or any construction or alterations of it if the provision of this code are not addressed and satisfied. And that's another thing. So maybe the finding isn't going to be approved, but the just saying, we're not going to issue you a permit. We're not going to sign off on a permit for you to build because you haven't mitigated the problems that are going to make this inherently dangerous. And again, when you see your fire departments getting pushback from legislators, county officials, that's where you as the community at large, whether you're a stakeholder in the utilities or water supply, or you're just the general public at large, that's where you can come in and support. Write an email, talk face-to-face with your county commissioners, say, this is important, and the fire department and the code officials, building officials are trying to do their job, but they're getting pushback, and you need to enable them to do that. Don't hamstring them. Okay? We also talk about in wildfire-prone areas, we talk about fire roads, fire breaks, and emergency access. No unauthorized vehicles can be on a fire road or fire break. Avoid parked vehicles obstructing the fire road and break. Maintain vertical clearance so that the leaves and branches aren't hanging over the top of the roadway. And avoid motor vehicle operation in hazardous fire areas except on public or private roads. Okay. If you have any desire to look at the fire code, you can go to nfpa.org/nfpa-link. You can have a 2-week free trial of all of our codes and standards, 340 plus codes and standards. And you can grab NFPA 1, you can grab NFPA 1140, look at the language in there, those forms are in there, and the fire departments are using NFPA Link now to have the catalog of all of our codes and standards at their fingertips. But you as the public can go in and do a free 2-week trial. You may only need to log into it once, so why pay for it? Just go in, get the info that you need, copy it down, whatever you need to do, you can do that. Now, above and beyond the codes and standards, there's a concerted effort that NFPA has done for 5 years now. We've been working on it, and it's called the Hawai'i Wildfire program. And there's tenets to this, and the 5 tenets are: require all homes and businesses in the wildland-urban interface to be more resistant to ignition from wildfire embers and flames. That's your codes and standards. Current codes and standards, as well as sound land use practices, must be in use and enforced for new developments and rebuilding in wildfire-prone areas. Hopefully some of this stuff will be available to Maui when they start to rebuild the Lahaina area, and I know they're already in the process of that. Fire departments and communities in the WUI must be prepared to respond safely and effectively to wildfire. Number 4 is the government must increase resources for vegetative fuel management on public land. And number 5, members of the public must understand their role and take action in reducing wildfires, because communication and working together, collaboration, is the only way. And one of the themes of this summit was action. So all of you sitting in this room, the fire department's been on this, so the rest of you in this room, you have action, you have tasks, you have roles to help with this, because it's not going to get accomplished through codes and standards alone. It's not going to get accomplished with fire response alone. It has to come from everybody intrinsically motivated to work together to tackle this problem. And I think that's what one of the great things that this summit has done, is gotten a lot of people motivated and understanding the role that they can play in making their community safer. Again, we're going to do questions and answers right here. Fire service guys probably see the joke in this. So the guy should have asked a question that laid out the hose protection, but did he ask the right question? And there's my contact information for anybody that wants to know. The background is the beautiful Missoula Valley in Missoula, Montana, and that is my cell phone number and email address. And for now, I'll turn it back over so we can do Q&A. Oh no, Doug. Sorry, Doug.
All right, we ready to bring this home?
Yeah.
Ready to bring this home? Yeah. All right, so these guys are code guys. I know codes. I know how to use codes. I know where they should go, but I don't like codes. I don't like diving into them, and so I know the importance of them, but these guys are the real experts on that. So Elizabeth asked me to kind of wrap this up, bring it back a little bit, kind of explain what we do at Headwaters Economics. So I'll introduce myself in case you guys haven't been to one of my sessions. Doug Green, I work with Headwaters Economics out of Bozeman, Montana. We help communities reduce the risk of wildfire through land use planning, codes, ordinances, communication packages, etc. So Elizabeth wanted me to talk about what we do and kind of take a step back. There's a lot of information that's been thrown out the last 2 days, kind of show how that fits into the bigger picture and how everyone can take that back to their community and actually make action happen, like Gary said. So I use the toolbox analogy. I know it's overused, but I think in this situation, with this complex problem that we're facing now, it makes sense. So, like we said, we've all been in the fire service for a long time. And I remember when I was in the fire service, we thought that we could solve this problem, the wildfire problem, with suppression. More people, more water, hydrants, more fire engines, because that's what we were good at. You know, in the fire service, you're focused on things. You are a problem solver. You know what the problem is, you know how to get it done, and you're going to get it done quickly, efficiently, and hopefully safely. And it worked for a long time. And there's an old adage out there, that some of you may have heard, that if the only tool in your toolbox is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Right? And I kind of felt that way when I was in the fire service. I had the privilege of having another career before that. And so I wasn't just a guy who got out of high school and went right in the fire service. So it gave me the ability to see other things that were out there. And I remember when I was in the fire service, I knew there were codes and ordinances. I knew there was prevention somewhere in some other building. I knew there was planning and other things that were out there. But, you know, for us it was suppression. We can get it done, just give us more people, more people, more people. And as we know with this summit, and I think since that time, we understand that's changed. And it takes everything. It takes all these tools, and it takes everything that's not up here, and it takes things we haven't even thought of yet to try to deal with this complex and challenging, and like my coworker says, wicked problem that we're facing now. Right? And so I think the fire service has realized that, and we're now understanding the importance, in most cases, of codes and ordinances and land use planning, and public works, and all these other advocates that are out there that can help us get our job done more efficiently and safer, all right? And so, at Headwaters Economics, we use economics and we use wildfire resiliency, we combine them to try to find solutions that make sense to the community. And codes and ordinances are really a baseline part of that, with a lot of other things. And so, at Headwaters, we focus on 3 things that I think are going to be important in this conversation, and this is the big one. I think fire service, for a long time, has shied away from the importance of research and data and numbers and maps and what it can do for their job and supporting what they do. And at Headwaters, we realize that I'm not a data guy. We have a team of data people that I ask for things, numbers, and they pull it out of the ether, and they give me these amazing figures that either support or don't support what I'm trying to do, which is important when I'm working. Like I said, we worked in over 80-some communities across the country, and if I don't show up there with recommendations that make sense, that have science and data behind them, then it's not going to work. So this is why in the fire service, it needs to be embraced as much as anything else, because this is what proves where you're spending your resources is where you should be spending them. This is what gets you funding, this is what gets you more manpower, and this is what supports all the efforts you're going to do is the research and data. Again, it understands wildfire impacts, my glasses here, informs policy and planning, provides tool and resources, etc. And so at Headwaters, what we do a lot of to help communities, to help fire departments, is produce data, produce research, produce communication packages. Because again, if we don't have that information, the decision makers, the public-facing people in those communities are not going to want to go out on a limb and try to push something out there if there's not support for it. We just recently worked with HWMO on producing wildfire building standards for the rebuilding after the Maui fires. It's a cost comparison, taking into account the cost to get it to Hawaii, what building standards are here, what's culturally relevant here, to try to put together to a package to get to builders and homeowners. So if they wanted to build the right way, they could look at it and be like, okay, if I thought I was going to use this deck, but I want to use this one because it's safer, here's what it's going to cost. And I can get it at Home Depot on Maui because we've checked that. And so this is what's important, because this is what gets that information out to the community so they understand the risks, they understand the solutions, and they can support what you guys are doing. And we do a ton of research, again, to support all those things. And this is the foundation of getting the needle to move when it comes to resiliency in communities. Especially if you're looking at, again, codes and standards and adopting those. If we don't have the cost comparisons of codes, if we can't prove that, yeah, it may cost a little bit more, but it's not going to cost substantially more, and it's damn worth it, because it's safe for the community, it's going to last longer, and you know, it's cheaper than that marble countertop you're going to put in that house to do this house the right way to be safe from wildfire. And it's going to protect the next generation and the next generation. But we need data to do that. We need the cost comparisons to do that, so we're just not pulling things out of the air. Obviously, codes and standards. I'm not even going to dive into codes and standards, because these guys are the codes and standards. But we understand the importance of it. We understand that's what provides the baseline for everything else in that community. It establishes those minimum requirements on how to build and why you need to build that way. It's historically proven, and again, it is built on the backs of tragedy. Those codes and standards are there for a reason. We understand that, and when we provide recommendations to communities, fire districts, etc., we may not say adopt every code, or some codes or parts of codes, but we understand the importance of them and how they can reduce that risk to that community. And the last thing, our bread and butter, sorry, codes and standards. I was going to do an example here, and we'll see how quick Justice's head pops up here when I talk about it. There it goes. So a good example of codes and standards is we helped, in a small way, Austin, Texas, adopt a WUI code for the entire city. And it wasn't, I'm not the best one to talk about it for sure, but it was not an easy process. You can imagine a city the size of Austin, who historically didn't think they really had a wildfire problem, coming around to adopting a WUI code that says any new buildings have to be built to these standards. It was a long process, a lot of trial and error, but they got it done. And I think what it did was not only underscore the importance of codes and how it can protect that community in the future, but I think as Justice will tell you, and as all of us who work in communities will tell you, it brought in stakeholders and advocates that you would not normally see in a wildfire setting. It brought in builders, it brought in landscapers, it brought in the faith people out there who could spread the message to their people who joined them during their meetings that would not normally get that message. And they gained support in that community and were able to get it done. Like I said, it was not an easy process, but it's a great learning tool if you're looking at trying to adopt codes in your community, not even an entire WUI code. It's a great example of how to do it and how to reach out to other people in your community you would not normally think would support what you're doing. And land use plan. Again, that's our bread and butter, what we do. We understand the importance of it. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. The power that land use planning has to support fire department safety and getting their job done. And if you don't bring land use planners into your talking, your sit down when you're talking about how fire risk looks in the future, you're missing a huge opportunity. And I've had some conversations already today with folks in fire departments who would love to get that and just haven't historically done that. And I guarantee you, land use planners, it is intimidating to go to a fire department meeting. It's intimidating to go to a fire department for anybody, but for a land use planner, it is a hard thing to do because they don't even know what to ask to start off with and how they can be helpful. So if you can reach out and help them help you, it can go a long way. So we do this in dozens and dozens of places. I threw up Steamboat Springs, Colorado, Front Range of the Rockies. Huge wildfire issue. Their entire town is in the WUI, especially if you look at timber transport. They were also looking at updating their comp plan, a bunch of development codes, subdivision codes, and the fire department wanted to be part of that. They reached out to us and said, we know the city is going to do this. We want to have a say in how they're doing it because we heard you talk a year or two ago. Can you help us bridge that gap and so we can be part of that? We did. We brought them in. We brought the planning department together. We worked together on building codes that identified, called out the wildfire risk in that community, so all their new subdivision codes, landscape codes, comp plans, tie in with the CWPPs, tie in with their hazard mitigation plans, and support the vision of the fire department, right, in terms of access, in terms of water supply, how many hydrants. We also brought in water conservation folks who are super concerned about the landscaping, and we use them to gain traction to have a landscape code put in there that also met wildfire standards. So a lot of ways to look at this. And the last thing that's not, and you guys all know this, it's not often in these toolboxes, it's a community investment piece, right? You can't get anything done unless you get support from your community. We can talk codes, we can get decision makers to say they're going to do something, but if there's not community buy-in, they are not going to go out on that limb and do any of this work. So we need to get that. We need funding, obviously, to get this work done from the state, from the federal, and we need the buy-in investment from the community to support these rules. We need technical assistance and capacity. I guarantee you that if you go to some of these small communities and ask their land use planner to help you, they can't even keep their head above water right now with what they have going. There's no way they can take on the wildfire piece, and probably the fire districts as well. And so we need that capacity and technical assistance to help them. If they want to look at adopting a WUI code of some kind, they're not going to have any time to look into it. So we need to give them the capacity and the knowledge to help do that. Obviously, we talked about this before, we need workforce to do the work and the collaboration piece. And I think Gary or Carl said this, that we've all worked in a lot of communities around the country. And for us, at least for me, seeing the amount of people that were here, and the majority of them being non-professional fire people, that they're willing to give up their time, their free time, and effort to work on this is pretty impressive. And I think we need to take that and run with it, because I think the solution to this problem is at this conference. We just need to identify that, collaborate that, work with each other, and find those solutions. So thanks. I'm going to open it up to Q&A, I think, right now.
Codes and standards questions. Anything related to that? Run it back to you. Who's first?
Age before community.
Totally.
Thank you, Kendall. I got a question for the group, and it might not pertain directly to codes and standards, but I want to identify Mr. Kerber, Mr. Cummins, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Walker for this question. Is how many of us are going to be here in 20 years in this room? Raise your hand. Well, we want to be here in 20 years, right?
On the boards.
But how many of us are planning for the next generation? I think my man just spelled it out, right? So I'd like to really hone in, but before we ask these four leaders, what are you guys doing in your circle to reach the next generation? I want to allow the next generation to speak.
Mahalo, Uncle. Aloha kako. My name is Anika Kanialii. I'm part of the Leo Popokaleo Firewise. I'm an educator and a hiker. I'm not a firefighter, but I am a lover of my home, Hawaii. So that's why I'm here today, because I'll do whatever I can to protect this place for not only myself, but future generations. And I was talking to with uncles, like looking around the room. I don't see many peers of mine here in my age. And what I've been hearing throughout this whole summit is, what are we planning for the next 20 years? And like, who's gonna be here with me for the next 20 years? So one of my questions is, what are some pathways that are being set up for training and job opportunities for the younger generations that are attainable? Because I'm grateful for all of those that have traveled from the continent and all over the world. But Hawaii is different. It's people of Hawaii that really know Hawaii. And I would love to see one of my peers up there that was teaching about coding. So how can we attain that? And then another question I have is, how is host culture as an Ike Hawaii being implemented or integrated into coding? I was invited to an architecture class at UH Manoa to share about Mo'olelo. And when I was first approached about that, I was like, why am I going to share Mo'olelo or storytelling to an architecture class? Well, it is within our histories and stories that share about the landscape. And so often the landscape is being built on, and especially people want to build near water sources. Well, our Hawaiian law is e ki ho'i ho'i kanalai, the law of the flow. You don't build next to a water flow or a lava flow, because the flow is going to go where it goes. But it's not really being implemented in today's work. So those are my questions. And I also wanted to go off about what my Tita Noel shared yesterday about Firewise. We are really working with educating our youth. We got to use kaleo. I wore the kaleo suit for our community. And it was really impactful that whenever a keiki sees a fire truck, I'm like, oh, we're gonna do Firewise? And I'm like, yes. It's nice to see them get excited for it, because we've been having so much fear since Lahaina, since California, since Aliamanu, those houses. But now is the time to really get out there, and people want to take action. I mean, it's hard for Oahu because we're so urban, but how can I bring all of this and share it to community, and especially to simplify, because, ooh, the coding. But man, that's a space that I would like to see one of us there one day, so, right now, mahalo.
Any, you want to take a response to that, or you want?
I have a response.
Okay.
I'm Kendall Ching. I'm from the Honolulu Fire Department. I'm a 7th generation local in public service for 30 plus years. I worked on the ambulance and fire service, and I had the privilege to work with the Captain World, which he also is involved in developing firefighters to take the firefighter test. The Honolulu Fire Department does have our community relations office. We do have career development programs where we're at high schools, college levels to bring in good people into our great department. So, and then we also have outside civilians that take part in training to get into the department with our rigorous tests.
So would that be pathway to their positions?
And from there, you go out, so there's other careers that they can speak from themselves, as this world is so diverse, but overlapping. So, with kids, we always tell you when we go to school, that's why education and their purpose to find that balance and your purpose in life, and have great passion in that field. So, which comes to my question, sorry. I'm in codes enforcement, and as all codes go, it's based on occupancy type. And in our jurisdiction, we have our DPP, and in our fire code, when we look at plans, it's mostly for fire department access water supply. So which comes to my question of chapter 17.1, where it says determining if it's a wildland. And one of our problems, and I need help on this, is who is going to determine what is wildland? Because if I go to come to this seminar, our whole island is a wildland-urban interface. So now if I go on that definition, and I have to follow the fire code, and we're in a high-density urban interface, I do not know how I'm going to enforce a 30-foot break on every single home and have them remove every single mango tree, lychee tree, and so forth. It's impossible. So one, I know there's an SP bill coming up, and I talked to DOFA where they're proposing DOFA to be the HJ for state maps to determine wildland and do assessment. And I don't know if that's possible. The other thing is, in our jurisdiction, where they mention holding off building permits, as HFD, I don't have jurisdiction over that. I don't have jurisdiction over new developments to do assessment and mitigation plan. And I haven't met anyone from our city, DPP. Is there anybody here from Honolulu on DPP? Yeah, so that's where we're at, and I'm asking other counties or things, because we're in this assessment phase, and I identify issues and code, and that's the real life problems that we're trying to address. And we're in our infancy stage in Honolulu addressing this wildland urban interface by legalities, and I know our department for years did a great job wildland fires, and unfortunately we had a black swan that swept us, and mass casualty and devastation, which is heartbreaking. And I had family that also lost property and lives in Maui. So that's where we're at, and I need assistance or help in those kind of areas. So it's kind of a deep question.
One of you want to jump on the aspect of that?
So I think that there's a couple issues that you brought up, sir. One of them is, how do you determine what is wildland interface? And I would say that that is your determination as the AHJ, but there are tools at your disposal that you can do that. Again, I referred to the wildfire risk maps that HWO has created, and look at those, because that will go in a long way of determining how possible a fire could break out there. And looking at that, again, there's, and I think Dr. Cohen said it well, that there's a difference between a wildfire and an urban conflagration. And with that, you can have buffer zones or areas where you know, okay, the windborne embers are not going to travel this far in, depending on if you're on the leeward side of the island or on the windward side and all that. So you take the topography, the fuels that are around, determine the risk potential, and then you can work backwards from there. On your point about not having the authority to hold permits, fine, or whatever punitive action you can take, the fire code gives you that. If it's been overruled by county commissioners, the mayor, or something like that, that's where the education needs to come into play, and I would be more than willing to help you fight that battle to get them educated as to why that is important, because that may be the only bullet in your gun to use to keep them from just letting the potential risk situation remain, and then to exacerbate it by building new structures or remodeling where they already have an inherent risk. So the work is, the fire code has already charged you with that, but if it's been overruled by government, then the community at large needs to support you in those efforts, and educate those elected officials or policymakers that that's the only tool that you might have to help code compliance, because the fire's going to happen, and if they skated on code compliance for X amount of years, there's no backwards thinking to say, oh man, if we should have done this or should have done that. The liability is going to be there. Maybe not for your department, but for the homeowner or the neighbors, the people that are doing their due diligence to keep that place safe from wildland or urban conflagrations.
Thank you. I think we're out of time, but I want to circle back to your question, because I think there's hope in your question. From a academic standpoint, I think there is more interest in this topic by new undergraduate students and high school students that are seeing this as kind of the challenge of their generation. And it's so interdisciplinary. I mean, you heard everything as you came through here, from land planners to fire protection engineers to people that are studying grazing habits of animals to people that are studying the environment to the climate. We need to understand all those things, and we need professionals in all of those spaces to be working together. And I think what I've seen is this gets the young people motivated. They see this as something that they can make a difference in the world. And if they follow any of those career paths, they're starting to come together into the ability to address this issue. So I think there's going to be more programs that are going to pop up that are going to be directly applicable to this challenge. And I think it's going to motivate people. And I think we're going to get new ideas that aren't coming from those of us with gray hair in here that we haven't thought of yet, because we need to do something. And I think the most talented folks coming out of high school and moving up through are going to be the ones that get us there. I mean, we can't even model this problem right now because the weather models can't connect to the fire models to take it from the wild land to the community. It's going to be people younger than you that are going to be solving that problem, but they're working on it, and we're going to get there. Yeah, and there's, if you look up X Prize Wildfire, there's some huge competitions going on now with teams all around the world of college students that are looking to make a difference and solve the problem. So I think there's opportunity and things are moving. So don't feel hopeless. I think we're heading in the right direction. It's just taking longer than any of us want to.
about what we've learned the last couple of days and the connections we've made and some of the commitments that we're already internalizing as we go forward around learning to live with wildland fire. And if you heard any of the conversation around the cohesive strategy, you know that that is the ultimate vision for the cohesive strategy going forward. And for the next, what did we say, Joe, 100 years? I think that's what we said, 100 years, that's the journey that we're on, and it's not a, oh, I figured it out and solved that problem, I got it. It's a consistent journey that we're going to be on for a long time, and that our grandkids are going to be on. So congratulations to all of you who are thinking about what you've learned, the connections you've made, some of the commitments you're already thinking about, because those are going to keep us going down that path, and that's what we want. Are we doing some Mentimeter? We are.
Last one, enjoy it.
Our last Mentimeter. Do you want me to read the questions? Or are they going in?
Yeah, can we, if you can pop up that QR code again, then we'll get started on our first question. Can you continue to make me think?
I will.
I'm just gonna wait for some folks to.
No worries. What is one topic that you learned something new about in this pathway today? This will produce, your answer will produce a word cloud that'll be really hard to read. I think we learned that on the last